to Discord and put in your
Already did.
feedback. I
It's
figured
just
you
like
would.
they're doing some last minute changes again that go live on Wednesday without actually testing that. And the last time this happened, we
Oh,
got overpowered broken Pan American battleships. So
well,
like,
here's the thing. Here's the thing. I look at early access as a way for wargaming to continue testing. They haven't done it that way, and I'm really surprised they haven't. Because in my opinion, when we see early access stuff like that going down, I'm thinking, okay, well, technically, the line hasn't been released yet, right? Or the ship or whatever. So, hey, it's kind of like wargaming's last ditch effort to get data that's
so
more
yeah,
open to the public. You know what I mean? More available.
yeah, I understand the why they don't do it. I think like who's participating in the early access? It's the whales, right? Mostly.
Mm-hmm.
And the couple of people that get lucky and roll in the
Mm-hmm.
first bundle, or then you finish the event pass.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you do changes during the early access, especially changes that nerf the ships, I think you
Mm-hmm.
anger the whales and then they get less money because eventually they will stop participating in the early access.
And therein lies the problem with heavily monetizing early access. My feeling on early access, you have to buy your way up.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Like the latest example here, what I'm upset about is like it's a Dutch commander. They basically nerfed one of his talents by
I saw.
in two different ways that goes down to like a 50% nerf.
Yep.
And it might be fine that it's nerfed 50%. Personally, I think it's too much, but that's my opinion. I just hate the fact that they're doing this and bringing him out in this nerfed state without him ever being tested in that state. And I
Yeah,
hate
well,
that.
I mean, he went through what, one round of testing, right? Like on the live server.
I think
Um,
it was 2 rounds. They changed one talent at some point,
you
but
might
I
be
might
right.
be
You
wrong.
might be
Yeah,
right on that. But I know as a tester, I've had access to him, and so okay, fine. So in this again somewhat limited data pool that they have available to him. What's up, Armact? Now you're gonna take somebody and say, okay, well, clearly he's overperforming on the ships that he's been applied to. So okay, then they have to figure out like what they can do. I think they're running into the problem where, frankly, last time they released a commander that was Lisboa, who also went through testing, but not a lot. And then you release a commander that makes a broken ship even brokener. You know,
yeah.
I think they're
I,
worried about that, frankly.
like, I mean, yes, I get it, but I'm comparing it to Lutyens. Like Lutyens, you get 140. I think it's 140 main battery hits, and then you get a 7.5% reload buff. So this new commander, it went down from a 10% damage buff on the on the guns and the bombs to now 6%. But you only get the 6% once you have 150,000 damage. 150,000 is a freaking lot. You need way more than 140 hits on Lutyens to get that number of damage.
Well, and like you said in the Discord, by the time you get that, the game's over anyway, or
Probably,
all
yeah,
but
yeah.
over.
Like how often do you get 150,000 damage?
Yeah,
Like
I mean, but
the, the
but you
the
can
the
make.
the top 1% players might be getting this on average damage if they really farm, but that's like the game's over by then. So realistically, you're looking at a 4% buff after 100,000 damage. That's more reasonable what you can achieve. And that doesn't, like, compared to Lutyens and others, it doesn't feel like a lot. Like it's still a nice buff. It's better than not legendary commander, obviously, but
I
compared to
mean,
other legendary commanders, I think it's weak.
you could say the same argument though with Yamamoto. By the time you get a Kraken, the game's all but over. Or
Yeah,
even Halsey. By the time you get a Confederate, the game's all but over. In a lot of cases, maybe not
yep.
as much as the Kraken, but still. So But I think that you have to keep in mind is the difference in how you trigger it. For this guy, it's like literally do damage, and now you can do more damage, right?
I,
Versus something that's more complex. Like I have to get a Confederate, I have to get a Kraken,
yep,
I have to get
I
First
get
Blood.
that. It's easier to get, and therefore the bonus should be lower. But the
Yeah.
threshold for the damage is so high too. Like, I thought like if they wanted to nerf it, they should have maybe tested it like at a 7.5%, like 2.5% per activation, and
Mm-hmm.
then maybe leave it at the 40 or maybe go up to 50,000. I think 40,000 is fine because like 7.5% bonus after 120,000 damage
Mm-hmm.
is, I think that's reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe maybe I'm wrong here, but to me that sounds okay compared to what other commanders do. And I get
Well,
it, like Yamamoto and Halsey are the old ones, and
mhm.
Slay.
Yeah. Be careful with when you put wargaming and rework together. You just never know what you're gonna get when that happens.
Yeah,
But
I mean the old philosophy was like you get a huge effect, but you have an insane requirement. And
yeah,
after those two commanders, they went away from this concept.
they
And I
did.
think they should just change them to that new concept too. But
Yeah, I mean they could, but it's wargaming. They're gonna make the decisions they're gonna make, and they are making those decisions based off of data that we can't see, and with a goal in their mind that we don't know either. So as
yeah,
players, we just kind of have to guess as to what they're trying to do. And then when they do something completely wild, we say, "What are you guys smoking?" Right? All right, I think I'm about ready to go. Hey, Seabear and Neil, it's funny. Like we're talking about this, and then you guys just chimed in with your the same kind of ideas. That's funny. I
Lutyens is
think I'm ready to go.
overtuned.
I think
Yeah,
I'm ready to go.
maybe Lutyens is overtuned. He's one of the best, if not the best, legendary commanders.
Oh yeah,
But the
Luyens is
fact that he,
fantastic.
but the fact that he exists, like, I think it's fair that you compare the other commanders to him.
Mm-hmm. Very least, they should change Halsey Yamamoto so they're more useful outside. Yeah, see, the problem is if they do that, they're gonna have to nerf the capabilities of the commanders, specifically Yamamoto. When you get a Kraken in Yamamoto, I mean, it's insane what you can do with that. Hello, Turo. So I just feel like yes and no. I think they should stay. I think Wargaming did a mistake by making these legendary commanders more accessible in what they can do.
The main problem with these commanders is that they are very, very class dependent on
Yeah.
what they're good or not with how they work. Like, if you play a Shimikaze, I'd argue that Yamamoto is worse than one of the Suzuki brothers.
Yeah, because you don't get the buff survivability expert.
You don't get the buff. Yeah, you only get the Kraken if you get it, which is rare. And if you get the first blood, you get an extra speed boost and smoke. Like the way I
Mm-hmm.
play my Shime, I don't need an extra speed boost and an extra smoke. So I get a buff preventive maintenance out of Yamamoto.
Yeah, which is still
Yay.
helpful, but I mean that's only helpful if you get spotted and shot at. Then it's really helpful. So I get what you're saying. But I don't have a problem with people having the choice, and what they want to do. Although I completely agree with you, though, I would not put Yamamoto on Shimakaze. Seabear, thank you for checking Rumble, by the way.
He's also quite bad on carriers, for example. Like,
Yeah, yeah. Although there are people that throw him on Shinano just for the chance of course, the first blood, right, to get the extra smoke and everything else consumables, and then more importantly, if he gets a Kraken, right, then
yeah.
there's
Still
that.
competes with the Suzuki that buffs your plane hit points.
Well, and that's the thing, right? So this is the dichotomy that I actually really like when it comes to special commanders is, do I go like for the off chance that I'm gonna make something happen, or do I want do I want a buff that's not as strong but just it's more dependable? And I think that dichotomy got missed when Wargaming started adding these legendary commanders like Lutjens, where it's like, oh, well, just, do a certain amount of things and then boom, it happens. On the other hand, I love that they did that, because then Lutjens is even more impactful in operations, right?
Yeah.
And on other modes where you don't have the achievements. And maybe Wargaming is thinking about that as well with the commander, now that I think about this, right?
Yeah,
With Helvrik, I think is his name, right?
Halfrick still has one of his talents that activates by an achievement.
Yeah.
Which
The
I
Witherer.
agree is bad. They should just remove this and reword it and say if you get 60,000 fire or flooding damage, so that the co-op players and so can benefit from that too. And it would be a simple fix, right? Just make it the same requirement, just without the achievement. Like you can make Yamamoto get 5 kills.
Yes.
And the other
So-
thing about Lutjens is the German special commander is garbage with the skills he has. So that makes Lutjens even more valuable, because the special commanders are not useful.
Yeah, they have use cases, but they're very, very specific.
I mean, who runs Vigilance? Like, it's very niche where you might want it on one battleship.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
what
a
I
problem
mean.
itself, because it's only a battleship skill. And then you have
That's
the
what I
buff
mean.
consume specialist, which is okay, but it's a 1-point skill, and a lot of builds just don't have room for that skill. So,
Right. And that's what I mean about like extremely niche. Like there might be one or two particular ships that can utilize that. Everybody
German
else though.
destroyer, the German destroyer, the main line, might want consumable specialist.
It would help to get Hydro back up, and then of course being able to cycle through smokes quicker is always a welcome option. So yes, I would agree with you there. So it just comes down to like, what are you trying to get? And again, what's the goal here? And Wargaming doesn't really share their goals with players that much. That they might give a general, like, here's what we're shooting for, but beyond that, like, we don't really see too much. That's okay. That's up to them to decide what they share with us and what they don't. It's their game. And as players, we always want more information, but I think we've seen plenty of instances where Wargaming is open and gives more information, and then the community, certain individuals, certainly within the community, just take a complete shit on them, just like, So, it's kind of one of those you're damned if you do and damned if you don't experiences, right?
That's true.
Terrell, good job with quarter. And the reason why people like you, me, people in the community, we complain, we upset, we say we want more information, is because we love the damn game. So, that's something. All right, we finished words on stream, so we're about ready to get started. Look at that, record time, 20 minutes. I need to look at my stream recap. Where is it? Oh my god. Oh, here, I'm going to copy and paste this into chat, because I don't know if it pasted in the chat or not. Oh my god, like, last night was totally tubular. We hit 15K. We did, which is awesome. We're at 15,001 right now, so we lost 2. That's okay. Big shout out to KZME for, like, 53 months of subbing. Yeah, she showed up, she subbed, and it was so awesome, because, like, she's been, like, the silent supporter of this stream for so long. I think we've done one of her replays. So, like, that was really cool to have her hanging out. Give me a sec, I'm just getting Stream Raiders ready to go. All right, nicely done, Tarot. Working your way through by yourself. Look at that. Tarot just single-handedly one-shotted the level. Let's go. All right, hello, everybody. So, continuing on, Big shout out to Casey Me. We said that when we chatted about ships from the Anchorage to Kid. Even saw some replays. We've done 2 Kid replays so far. We're going to do a third today because Zeka redeemed a Cover My Replay on the Rerun channel. I don't have any other replays scheduled. So if any of you guys are subscribers and you want to use your subscriber replay benefit, please say something. And if you're going to use a Cover My Replay, please do that too. Otherwise, I will choose the replays that we'll take a look at. And I've got from the pile, I've got some leftovers ready to go. So I'm not afraid to use them. Let's plus sending love to Sir Driftwood, losing a furry friend. Yeah. Tonight, it's been Friday night, WoW's extravaganza with Kid replays and live battles, sub for replay reviews like way to fetch. It's like way fetch. Okay. What epicness awaits us tonight? This bot is crazy sometimes. Inchon. Yeah, she's no longer NDA, so I can play her when we get to the live portion of the stream if you guys want. By the way, check it out. I'm wearing a special gaming-inspired sweater. You guys may recall that I did the event with TC Freer for Christmas time, right? A big fundraising event, part of that continual Santa sleigh, whatever. So I've got that sweater. Just came today, so I thought I'd wear it. I'm quite warm. Armact, sure, if you want to use points. I don't see it in my pile, so maybe I missed it when you submitted it or something. Go take a look and make sure that there's a... Aha, see, there's no thumbs up next to it. See? There's no thumbs up next to it, so because of that, I missed it. Always double check to see if there's a thumbs up, because if there's a thumbs up on the Discord, that means that I've downloaded it, and we are Gucci. Hey, Panzerkex. But no, I was not planning on doing the Oklahoma game. But if you want to force the replay, use Cover My Replay or whatever you can. Panzer, hello. Happy Friday to you and everybody else tuning in. Hopefully I sound a little bit better to you guys. I had to go to the doctor yesterday. So I started getting sick a week ago today. And it's just allergies. It's usually like a sinus infection. I usually get it in the fall. And I started getting these, the scratchy throat, post-nasal drip, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, if I still owe you a sub benefit, absolutely, yes. That's fine. I always tell people, just remind me so I can get it done, okay? So we'll prioritize yours, no problem. So anyways, so I started getting sick. And to me, it's really important to keep my schedule going. Like, I don't take sick days. And this is just something my parents built into me when I was a kid, because they never let me stay home sick. My sister all the time. But me, no. You know, I always had to go to school. Even one day when I was so sick, I threw up all over the place. So anyways, so, you know, I streamed Sunday. I streamed on Monday night, and we had a great stream. And then Wednesday, all of a sudden, I'm like asked, "Hey, we'd like to raid you after our main stream on Wednesday. Are you gonna be live? Can you go live?" And it's like, I'm sick as fuck, but sure. So I said, if you can find somebody, cool. If not, I'll do it. Unfortunately, it was about an hour before I looked at the message, and I, you know. Wargaming had already started their stream. They're busy. And so I said, you know what? I'm going to get ready to go. And if I don't hear from you guys, I'm just going to go. And sure, you can raid me. So that's what we did. We had an awesome stream, a truly fun stream. I was super sick, though. I was super sick. We got to 15K followers, which is awesome, 15,000. And we yeeted out an extra code for that as a result. So, you know, a lot of good stuff, a lot of good things happened on that stream. A lot of bad though, too. I coughed like crazy. I blew my nose a lot. I went to bed, and I think I got about 2 hours of sleep, maybe 3, because you know how like when you're really sick and you just can't sleep because you keep coughing, your body just keeps making you cough. So my wife said, all right, we're taking you to the doctor. So I went to the doctor yesterday. We got some meds. We got some antibiotics and stuff like that. I feel better today already, but I'm still a little stuffed up, so you can probably hear that in my voice and stuff. My nose, I don't know if you guys can see, but my nose is like hella red. I've been putting some face cream, moisturizer cream on my nose to try to keep it, but like when it's super dry every time you do that and like it stings like bad. Yeah. So, yeah, that's where we're at. I don't know. Am I missing anything? Yeah, Grunty, I'm glad you brought that up. I saw that. That's in my you probably are. You probably have it muted, but I've got a dev blog and game updates channel, and it was posted there too.
Oh,
And
I
I
have
think
not
it's
been to
really,
this.
yeah, I think it's honestly you should unmute that one because that's only like dev blogs and like Aslane updates and stuff like that. But anyway, I think that's a huge win for wargaming. And to be quite honest, I think that's an easy win. For those of you guys who don't know what we're talking about, Wargaming posted that the Santa ornament event, the Christmas tree ornament event, you guys know you had to log in and play a certain, I think it was 7 battles a day to get the maximum 2 ornaments per day. Which ornament you received was random. And as a result, in order to get all 32 of 32 ornaments, you had to play far more than 16 days at 2 ornaments a day. And there were people that didn't even get it, even though they played every single day and got 2 ornaments per day. So, as a result, Wargaming now said, what is it, 28 or 29? I think it's 29. Anybody who collected
29.
29, yeah. Anybody who's collected 29 of the 32 ornaments will get the By the Fire flag, which was the special prize that you would get. You got it on the third to last day. You got all of them. Congratulations, Neil. I got them. I want to say about 5 days before the end. There were a couple of days that I didn't get all, like both ornaments. I only played enough for one because, it's Christmas time. But to me, that's a big win. I posted on the CC Discord. Other CCs posted on CC Discord. What the hell, Wargaming? Like, there's no ability to trade one ornament for another, so you can't complete the collection. And so many of us are like completionists. I'm a completionist. Grunty, I know you're a completionist, and many others of you guys are too. So, to be honest, I think this is a huge win for Wargaming. And World Mommy, there you go. You just got it today. That's why. So if you guys were impacted by this, World Mommy, for example, Pockington, you ended up with 30. If you were impacted by this, if this is something as a positive for you, do me a favor. If you guys are on the community Discord, just go post in there and say thank you to Wargaming. And the reason I say that is because as a community, we often tell Wargaming what they do wrong. I do that as well as a community contributor and so many others. Okay, we often tell them what they do wrong, but we don't tell them what they do right either. And I think it's really important that we highlight the things that Wargaming does right, because those are the things that Wargaming needs to know. Keep doing them. And if we don't let them know that, then they will just think, okay, well, I guess the community didn't really care. Where in reality, maybe you guys really did. And so I think encouraging them to do more stuff like this is only going to lead to more of this kind of thing in the future.
It's good. I'm still not 100% happy with it because I personally didn't even start trying to get all because I knew it was pure RNG and I didn't want to commit. Had I
Yeah.
known it was only 29 required to get the flag, I probably would have done it and gotten the flag.
Yeah, yeah. But the way I look at it is like for a lot of people who play the game anyway, for them it was like something else to do, right? Or something as an added bonus. And sure, it like in your case, it might have turned you away from trying to get to it. But I really do feel like this is a nice job of Wargaming. Yes, it would have been nice if they would have made the change sooner, right? And said, okay, guys, we realize we made a mistake. But the problem is by the time they get to that point, it's tough because they've been doing it for already about 20 odd days, right? Before most people started like getting all the duplicates and not finishing their collection. And then they're on vacation. They can't just go make a quick tweak. It's just rough for them to do that.
It's just like it was so unnecessary too. Like all they had to do was like make a duplicate exchange like they do for collections. Like make it.
Yep.
It didn't even have to be 1-for-1. Like even if you do it 2-for-1, everybody was
Right.
basically guaranteed to finish it.
Right.
And then
But, and Cthulhu, I hope you saw what Joey just said, and you two, right there, you're the opposite of the extremes, right? You didn't care and you completed it. Joey tried so hard to complete it and failed. Yeah, hey, Compass. But to go back to what we were talking about, yes, in hindsight, it's very easy to say Wargaming should have just done this. Oh my God, it would have been so easy. But we're not the ones coding the damn thing. So I wouldn't be surprised that if they were to make a change like that, it probably would have been large enough to require them to make a, a micro patch, or you know what I'm talking about, right? Like a incremental patch. And they already did one, if I remember right. And every time they do a patch like that, it costs them extra money. Not to say that they shouldn't necessarily spend that money, but when you've got people that are gone for the holidays and you put out a patch that could possibly break like the entire freaking game, the last thing you want to do is call everybody back into the office from holidays and be like, "Yo, guys, we tried to fix this and we broke like X, Y, and Z in the process," you know? Armac, since you're in chat, if you don't mind, we'll start with your replay, because I pinged Zeka and I haven't seen or heard from him just yet. So if you don't mind, if you want to hop into voice, we can get your replay done first. Is that good? And anything else you guys want to talk about before we get into the replays? Like I'm down for like an open mic moment, AMA or AZA. Ask Zath anything. Haha. Anything else in the news you guys wanted to discuss? And I'll pause and blow my nose while you do that.
I just want to say be responsible with the Lunar New Year event. The Wailing Wharf is expensive.
So, Wailing Wharf is oftentimes considered to be the worst monetization event of the entirety of like a year round, like the entire calendar year. And as Hujam so well put it, you go from the best monetization event being the Santa Mega Containers to the worst with the Wishing Wharf. So I always tell people, okay, that's fine, Zeka. I'm only doing prioritized ones before I get to yours. If I don't run into any more prioritized ones, I'm going to do yours next, okay? I'm sorry, but the reason I'm doing that is because I need to free up space for other people. I'm sure you understand with only, well, now 7 or 8 spots left. There it is. Glad to see WoW doing what they're doing. Yeah. You're stuck at work, right? No worries. And thank you, Zeka. What's up with RNG? I didn't get anything good over Christmas, but Minnie got lots of boats. Yeah, World Mommy, that's what happens, unfortunately, with the Santa Mega Containers. There's no guarantee that you're gonna get all the amazing stuff. So I always tell people, you only wanna whale out or shell out like doubloons or real money, especially real money, if you know exactly what you're going to get for it. And I think one of the problems is that a lot of people get that FOMO, fear of missing out. And because of that FOMO, they shell out and then they miss out anyways. So the problem with that is, unfortunately, the community as a whole is giving wargaming feedback, right? As they spend their money or their doubloons. They're giving wargaming feedback that, hey, this is working. And so that forces them to focus more on that versus the direct, I'm just going to buy it. Those of you that are long-time players, yeah, you're rather turned off, right? And hey, that's fine. I told people before, I've only spent $20 on this game in 10 years, and that went right to the Texas. So technically, I didn't buy anything in from wargaming. But I mean, honestly, it's just, yeah, lower your expectations. That's true. Those of you guys who have played for a long time, Grunty, you can remember this too. Back when they released premium ships, they used to release them in bundles only. You would have the Admiral bundle, the Captain bundle, and that was it. And then rarely they would just release the ship by itself straight. Almost always you had to get the bundle that included things like premium time, the special ship flag for the Admiral bundle, and it was Wargaming's way of trying to extract more money from people, right?
I'm not actually sure. Like, I think there was always just one rather basic bundle with like a 3-point captain and a port
No.
slot.
No, there were times Wargaming didn't do that.
what one of the real problems, like people wanted to have like that special camo or the ship flag for it, and
Yep.
these bundles were inflated with garbage like
Yes.
credits in them or
Mm-hmm.
some signals or whatever you
Mm-hmm.
didn't want, and but you had to pay for them, and it was the only way to get the flag to buy
Right.
for bloatware.
And see that was the problem. Wargaming did not have a way to bump up the perceived value of those bundles for the price, right? They couldn't find anything else to include other than that special camo or the special flag. So they would toss in premium time, but even then people who are buying the special bundle, they've probably already loaded for premium time. And so I think they started moving away from those kinds of deals because people didn't care about stuff. They only cared about the ship. So they moved to this kind of more aggressive monetization scheme. And it's sad, it's unfortunate. And now when you can only buy ships, it's a much inflated cost versus the potentially cheaper way of doing the bundles and stuff. The only way wargaming is going to get the message is twofold. One, of course, if you give the feedback as a player on the Discord or whatever else. Two is if you stop spending money. And hey, it's a free-to-play game. You don't have to spend money at the same time. I always tell people, if you like the game and you want to support it, there are ways that you can support it outside of spending money. I love the game. You can tell that because I support it in multiple ways. Right? I was a wiki editor, super tester, so I'm a super test coordinator now. I'm a community contributor. I'm also involved in the privateer program. I built a mod for the game that got in. So, I mean, like, there's a lot of things that I've done for this game without spending money. You can do that too if you guys want to volunteer. And of course, you can spend money too. If you really like the game and say, hey, I got like $20 worth out of this game, then fine, go ahead and put the $20 in. It's still a hell of a lot cheaper than going to the bar for an hour. You got boats by the dozen.
The main problem with the Christmas boxes is like coming back to what it said. Oh, everybody's getting these amazing ships. And I got nothing. That's totally a perception issue because you only see people posting that they got this and that and this good stuff. You don't see of all these players who got nothing. They don't post this. So your odds, what people are getting, look way better if you look
Yes.
around in forums and discords than they actually are.
Yep.
Because you only see the good results. You don't see the bad ones.
Well, and Cthulhu hit the nail on the head. Royal Mommy, there you go. Your husband got 4, you got none. It sucks, but maybe next time RNG's in your favor. But I want to highlight something that Cthulhu just said. There's a lot of freemium ships available, right? Freemium being in-game resources that you can get for free. Coal Steel Research Bureau are all free ships. It just requires time, to grind for most of those. And one of the things that I tried to do when you guys know I got sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, the meme, and I played the hell out of that game for 2 years. And just like boats, I didn't spend any money. And one of the things in my content for Raid was always trying to show people, look, I did this without spending any money. I just played the damn game. And I'm in-game. I could beat pretty much every content. Now, I haven't played for a while, but even though I was able to do 90% of the stuff in the game for $0 spend. It just took time. So I think we're in a situation, and wargaming has changed and adapted World of Warships accordingly, where people no longer want to invest the time and effort into doing what they're doing. Cthulhu is a great example of this. Take a look at what Cthulhu posted on my Discord, where he planned out his entire grind for 2025, and he's already planning for 2026. That's amazing if you think about it, right? And some people say, well, that's insane level of thought to it. But I look at it as, here's a great example of somebody who's saying, I'm going to put the time and effort into it because that's what I enjoy doing. And for you, that's great. I'm a grinder too, which is why I really don't play tier 10s that much. You got 18 shifts in the megas you bought. Yeah. I want to share something with you guys. And I've been looking down a lot to cover this up, so I don't possibly accidentally share the code with you guys. But I got 3 of these cards, and I'm going to be giving those away starting probably next week. I'll be giving one away each each stream. I'll hold that up again. You can see right there. It comes with 3 Santa Mega containers as well as permanent camouflages. Okay, and my finger's over the code, obviously. So I'll be giving those away during the course of my next upcoming stream. So keep an eye on that. We'll be just doing probably 1 per day, and I've got 3 of those. But as a fun way to kind of give back to you guys, maybe Royal Mommy, maybe you'll win and get something special out of it. You know, maybe you'll actually get a ship this time. You don't see the players who got basic ships that nobody raves about, but we're happy with it. That's true. That's true. That's very true. All right. Anything else you guys are good to go for, or shall we get started? Those cards are for you. There you go. There you go.
I was here before you even went live, so
Ah.
take it. Thanks.
Oh my god, you guys. One other quick update. M note, we have 2 prioritized for today, and then after that, I'm just going to go to my backups unless people prioritize further. I'm going to go to my Be Right Back screen for a second because I have a commercial break that's about to start, and I want to just blow it out before we get to the replay. So I'm going to get this going. One other thing I want to mention is, I don't know if you guys heard, but Stream Raiders announced that they're quitting. Stream Raiders is going offline in March. So
Ooh.
I'm going to have to redo all this. But for those of you guys doing Stream Raiders, after this current event ends, which is like less than a week away, they're going to start doing weekly events. They're going to go back and rehash like some of their more popular events as a way to like kind of remind the community of what happened and stuff like that. I'm a grinder on unknown levels. There you go. All right, I'm gonna kick off the commercial break.
Skins anymore, huh? Don't make money.
Well, so I was talking with Joey about it, and Joey, thank you for bringing it to my attention because I completely missed the ping on Discord. I'm in 100 Discords, so I have a lot of them muted, frankly. And I was talking to Joey about it, and you know, one of the biggest problems I think they had with Stream Raiders is it blew up. It got them a lot of money, and then they took that money and they invested it in trying to find like the next big thing. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, they couldn't find the next big thing, right? They made Nitro Stream Rating, Nitro Stream Racing, they made Chat Plays Checkers, a whole host of other games, and none of them took off like Stream Raiders. And unfortunately, at the same time they put all the development time and effort into that, they also weren't really doing much to innovate on Stream Raider side, which is really unfortunate because they had a lot of things going that I thought were really good. I don't think I have ever made $1 off of Stream Raiders. So it's unfortunate to see it go. I love being able to do it like when I'm not streaming and stuff, but at the same time, it is what it is, you know? So we'll have to find something else to do on this screen, or maybe I'll redo the screen and I'll make words bigger and then smaller of the others. I don't know.
Extra challenge for words. Flip it by 90 degrees.
Oh my god. So then you have to look at it this way to see it?
Do it backwards and upside down.
There you go. 1 second, hold on. Sorry about that delay. Yeah, it's the bat phone. I had to call my wife. I texted her. She went to go out and do her weekly shopping, and I texted her and asked her to buy some Seppical for my throat and stuff, but she didn't respond. I just realized she never responded, so I tried calling her. Ironically enough, she just got home and she's in the garage. So, oh well.
Womp womp.
All right, let's get into this game, shall we? Warships vertical. Here we go. browser window up and running. So we're going to start off with... Where is it? It's in here somewhere. Oklahoma. Oklahoma. So this is our max replay of the Oklahoma, and he's using his subscriber benefits so that we can take a look at that this replay. So the Oklahoma, being a tier 5 ship, is kind of interesting. She's essentially a she's a sister ship to the Arizona at tier 6, but she's dropped down a tier, and she has something special about her at tier 5. She's quite the secondary monster, but it's tier 5. Historically, of course, Oklahoma is one of the ships that was attacked and sank at Pearl Harbor. Oklahoma is the ship, if you've seen pictures and videos from the Pearl Harbor raid of a ship upside down, that's the Oklahoma. She capsized, and famously there were sailors trying to drill into the hull from upside down to try to save sailors, and I think they saved like a handful that way. There is now a memorial, of course, in Pearl Harbor for Oklahoma. Of course, everybody visits the Arizona, but if you do go to Pearl Harbor, make sure you check out the Oklahoma Memorial as well if you can. All right.
Quick
Go ahead, Armac.
correction there. Oklahoma is a sister ship of Nevada.
Oh,
Which
okay.
is a precursor to Arizona, so it has 10 guns, not 12, is really the big thing on that.
Got it. And no Kata 2. Thank you, guys. I took a quick look at the model because I couldn't remember myself, and I looked at the guns. I'm like, oh, that's Arizona turrets. And then I didn't notice the dual turrets super firing above. So you're right. You're right. Sorry. Thank you for the correction. So she's
Camo getting to you.
Yeah. It's the Nevada class. Thank you. But in any case, there's some definite history steeped within her, and yeah, so she fits in a tier 5 quite well, I'd say, and I guess we could take a look at your build, huh?
No, all
So-
3 modules to choose from.
Yes, all 3 modules to choose from. So you've gone with auxiliary because if you're building it for secondaries, you're probably not going to lose your primaries because, of course, they got turret armor and all that kind of stuff. So that's fine. You go for fire and flood reduction because you're not going to lose your engines and stuff. And then the secondaries there.
And if I do lose my engines, like I'm playing in Oklahoma, the difference between having the engines and not having the engines,
That's
pretty
Doesn't
minimal.
matter. No, you're not going
that's
to
one
notice
of
that.
the big problems with the ship, right? You want to play secondaries with her, but she's so slow, so getting in that secondary range can be really, really painful.
Yeah,
And
but
quite
when you
honestly,
get in
the
that
main
range,
guns are not good. Like she sacrifices everything for those secondaries.
well, yeah, but you know, I mean, it's no different than, you know, Agincourt and other secondary ships at tier 5. Like, yeah, you sacrifice a lot for it, but when you make it work, it's glorious, right?
Yes, it's just like other ships like the Agincourt have it way easier to make them work because it's a bit faster, not by much, but we're talking below 20 knots here. Like it's painful.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, you're begging people, please
Come to
over,
me.
You know, get within
You push me.
8.3 kilometers.
We
There's
have-
cookies and
We have yes, we have cookies, exactly.
Cookies and you know,
Now, to help her a little bit. Oh, okay. Sounds good, Zeka. So to handle the speed, she does have access to spotting aircraft consumable, which is really nice. Does give at least you the ability to shoot your main guns. And then for captain build, you've got a standard captain. Why are you using a standard captain instead of one of the specials?
I haven't trained up my Joe secondary commander. So
Okay.
since Oklahoma sometimes needs all the help it can get, just kept my regular commander
Okay.
on there.
So there's 2 ways of looking at this. One is you put a 21 pointer on here, you get Elite Commander XP because your captain's at 21 points already, and then you can use that Elite Commander XP to boost up one of your other commanders, to help get them to 21 points. That's one school of thought. And then, of course, you're playing a battle, like you said, with a fully spec'd 21-point captain. Sure. The other way is you play a battle with a doe who's at 10, 15, whatever the points is, and you get the buffed skill, and in the process, you accelerate the grind of that particular captain. Both ways are fine. Both options are good. I just like to highlight that because, as you know, Armact, and the rest of the community probably knows at this point, not every replay we go through goes to YouTube. And should this replay be voted, I want to make sure we highlight that when we go to the replay, if it goes to YouTube. So the Doe and also Halsey, the Doe brothers and Halsey gets access to buff Grease the Gears, which probably would help Oklahoma quite a bit when it comes to... oh my god. Yeah.
I think if you have 17 points on a Doe, I would make the switch. You can probably get away with not taking the extra heal because it's rather low tier at tier 5.
Yeah. That's a great point.
I wouldn't do it with lower than 17 points because then you really lose combat effectiveness.
Yes.
I don't even know if I have fully 14 points
That's fine.
on
And-
that one. So
That's fine. And the Duckman, to comment on what you're saying, yeah, I get it, which is why I'm bringing it up, because a lot of people don't, and so they have this debate going on. What's better to do? I know Cthulhu has thought about it a lot, and I'm sure plenty of others have too. Okay, so let's get to your...
It's fine.
What? Okay, let's get to your build
then.
then.
The build already.
Well, no, I mean, so, you've got Demo Expert for your secondaries, you've got Grease the Gears, you've buffed out your secondaries, of course, Adrenaline Rush, so you've gone with pretty much the standard, secondary battleship build. However, there's one big thing that I would recommend considering changing, and that is dropping Demo Expert in favor of Preventative Maintenance. Preventative Maintenance, in my opinion, is so much more worth it than Demo Expert. Demo Expert gets you one extra chance of fire with your HE shells. I get it. That's going to be your secondaries. But to me, Preventative Maintenance is worth so much more because it keeps your secondary battery alive. And to a lesser extent, it keeps your anti-air and your main batteries alive as well. The thing at Tier 5 is you're often going to run into carriers, either Tier 4 carriers or Tier 6 carriers. Tier 4 carriers, your anti-air can probably handle okay. Tier 6 carriers, you need every single anti-air gun possible, plus a few extra guys with pistols if you can. And Preventative Maintenance makes sure that these guys don't get washed away from the decks when they take hits from HE shells, from enemy shots, right?
Yep. My thought was that since this is a captain I use on higher tiers, all the way up to Ohio, but also Massachusetts and Georgia, those secondaries aren't doing straight pen damage except for occasionally on superstructures for most ships.
Mm-hmm.
So getting a few more fires would help.
I don't think it changes much, honestly.
So, yeah. Go ahead, Grunty.
No, the 1% fire chance, even on an Ohio, I'd rather keep my stuff alive.
Yes.
Especially on the high tiers too, just to help your main guns not get knocked out, assuming you also take the auxiliary mod in slot 1 there.
If you are
that
playing...
1% fire chance is not worth the sacrifice.
If you're playing against ships like Conqueror and stuff like that, I really feel like, this is really important.
It's the Minotaur that breaks turrets like no one's business, or secondary mounts, I should say.
I guess, but like I said, to me, it's not just your secondaries; it's also your anti-air. So this and this just synergizes so much better, in my opinion. You said this, you use this for your high tiers, and that's fine. Maybe make a mental note once you get your Doe captain you were talking about, leveling up. Once you get him to that 17 points, try this, and just see, are you noticing a difference? Some of it's going to be placebo, but I 100,000% agree with Grunty that even at the higher tiers, it's far more valuable to take preventative maintenance and keep your secondaries and anti-air alive than it is to start fires with your secondaries at close range. I just value this so much higher, especially on a torpedo-equipped ship. But American battleships don't have that.
Like also, if you look at it, like you're fighting one ship in the secondary range, like maybe two, like you're gonna get that fire whether you have the demo expert or not. It might just take a second or two longer before you get it.
Yeah. Yeah, I like your train of thought, though, right? You're not penetrating. So the secondaries, the only thing they're good at is starting fires. So why not make it start fires better? It's kind of like the same problem that the French battleships have with those 100 millimeter secondaries, too. Unless they are secondary ships because save it. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, but the big problem with Demo Expert is you can get Demo Expert the cheap way, relative cheap, credits, but, you get that just by equipping 2 flags, and then you get Demo Expert. So, to me, you only have room in the build for one 1-point skill. That's the problem, because by the time that's the first skill you're going to use, and then the second skill is going to be a 2-pointer, and you only have room for 1 2-pointer. So by the time you go back and say, geez, I really wish I would have done this differently, you're kind of screwed. You got to spend a lot of Commander XP to respec or doubloons, or you just got to pray that Wargaming eventually puts out a free respec. Armact, I wouldn't spend the doubloons or Commander XP to change from 1 to 1, but it's worth considering for your next captain that you train up. You know what I'm saying?
That makes sense.
And I also think sorry.
I actually just remembered, so the reason why I'm using this captain is I'm actually retraining him. I moved him from one ship to another. So
okay.
I didn't pay for the retraining, so I'm actually getting XP on him because I put him on a different ship.
And that's a fantastic way to use your premium ships. So that's great. I'm glad that you highlighted that. Zeka, I didn't miss what you said either, and that was that at Tier 5, battleships actually lose their engines a little bit more than you would think, and maybe even the rudder, due to torpedoes, especially against Kamikaze Air Fujin, like those triplets. So preventive maintenance does also help with preventing engine and rudder breaks. I completely agree, by the way, with damage control here. Like, I wouldn't recommend changing it, but that could be kind of like that little added zhuzh for that. And at the high tier, that can happen too with certain torpedoes, I think, right? I don't remember.
Oh, you can definitely lose an engine or rudder if a high tier torpedo from a shimmer or something hits there. It's possible.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Otherwise, everything else with your build is fine. But I'm glad that we took the time to talk through the differences there. So, and then signal flags, you've gone with fire reduction, what's up, Iron Meals, and heal boosting, and secondaries, of course. It's a low tier game. I'm surprised you're putting any flags into this at all. I'm guessing you have a lot of these laying around, so you thought, well, what the hell?
And some of it I've just sort of picked that those two are just sort of, or 3, I guess, are the ones I always run on my secondary ships or battleships, anyways.
Okay,
so,
sure.
I mean, look at the team list in a moment, and you'll see it's mostly bots. So maybe I could have gone without it, but
I would suggest running the speed flag. So, just I know it's not much, but every single bit of speed helps on this ship. And then the new broken flag that gives you more hit points. Although in the low tiers where you play mostly against bots, you can probably get away with not taking it. But it's such a good flag.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's tier 5.
We'll
so,
see if people can get away without taking it, since I didn't take it, and we'll see.
All right.
We'll find
Sounds
out.
good.
There might
We'll
be
find out.
a learning point later on.
Stay tuned, everyone. No foreshadowing needed. All right. I don't think we had a death pick on Wednesday night, so that would be great. That'd be great. All right, I just got Stream Raiders going. It's a loyalty skin chest on Stream Raiders for those of you guys still doing that. So, like you said, there's bots. Yes, Grunty?
This is a free ship, by the way, right? You got it from the collection reward.
Yes.
Yeah. I played it once with Halsey on it, Brock Confederate. Had an amazing game and decided I will never play it again.
Well, and see, that's one of the nice things about playing a tier 5 and bots. Sometimes it's even better to have all the flags on it and Halsey because that's where you're more reliably proccing like those things. Like I remember, I think I did it on stream even. I had a game in Iwaki Alpha with Yamamoto on it, and I got a Kraken. And that was just ridiculous. Let me say, that was absolutely freaking ridiculous.
My most kills in a game is in Katori because Yamamoto Kraken goes burr.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ori.
Seriously. That's wild. Anyway, let's get to this game. So you are in, actually, it's a mostly tier 4 battle. No carriers, which is good. I mean, your anti-air is fine, but, you know, you don't want to deal with carriers, and obviously no subs. And then you've got 4 destroyers to deal with. You kind of lucked out here. I mean, you only have the Shen Yang to worry about really torpedo-wise, right? The other ones are going to probably be spotted before they fire their torpedoes at you.
Enemy has one more human player than you do, right?
1, 2,
Or am I...
3.
Oh no, it's 4-2.
It's 4 and 4.
I-
Yes, he's gonna swim in bot blood, Cthulhu. And this is the part of the game I think a lot of players like forget exists because we're always so focused on high tier play, on tier 10 and playing ranked and clan battles and blah blah blah. But I'll tell you what, every now and then it's fun to just go back down to 5 and screw around. And you're running into bots, so you can't even argue you're seal clubbing as much, you're bot clubbing.
And I'm playing Oklahoma instead of Agincourt, so again, seal clubbing, not me.
Anyway, initial shot didn't work out so well, but that's fine. You still got some hits.
Yeah.
And now you're watching your secondaries go burr.
Yep, and now Monkey Brain is just enjoying seeing the fireworks. But I had the shot on the Kuma, and I was like, nope, enemy real player spotted, time to shoot him.
Yes, but I'd still be lining up my shells instead of watching those secondaries go burr for a moment.
True.
And you overled. Those two bots collided, and I was gonna mention if you see any two ships on a collision course, wait a bit, because if they collide with each other, they slow each other down. Also, you also wait a bit because if you shoot while they're collided, you have a better chance of hitting something because you're hitting 2 ships possibly instead of 1, right?
There's an interesting strategy element to these lower tier games with bots. Like, do you try to kill the bots as quickly as possible so you have maybe a numbers advantage against the real human players on the enemy team? Or do you try to kill the humans first and then mop up the bots later?
Nice shot. We talked about that on Wednesday night stream. In my opinion, you go for the humans first, because then you can play. Cthulhu says I should play low tier randoms more often. Yes, you should.
And I'm actually kind of an Oklahoma main, even from back in the days when it would frequently see full real player matches instead of sort of these bot lobbies. And it's just relaxing to do, you know? Yeah, sure, sometimes you get up tier to tier 7 where you have to deal with, like, God forbid, a Scharnhorst, but that versus getting, hit by a Nakamov, like, just worlds of difference there.
I paused the replay for a sec because I want to highlight you probably should have stayed on the Danae here. You've got a Danae in B cap, broadside. I don't know what his health is off the top of my head. He's under half. But, like, your guns are already looking that way. You're looking, I think, at shooting the Cordoba here, which is okay. But in 1 second, your guns are ready. And you're going to take more than 1 second to line up this shot. So that's why I highlighted this for a second. I want you to look at how long it takes before you fire. And think about how much time you've lost in this process.
Okay.
You didn't go for Cordoba. Interesting. 10 seconds. It took you 10 seconds to line up this shot on the Dante for 8,600 hit points. Whereas you could have shot the Dene, got some base decaps because he was capping, possibly killed him, and then started lining up your shot for the, you know, for the next ship.
Yeah, that's curious because, you know, my justification for shooting the Cordoba would have been, well, it has torpedoes and it looks really stupid to be a real player dying to bot torpedoes. And it's also like the one threat he would actually pose to me would be his torpedoes. But yeah, I'm kind of curious again why I didn't shoot the or why I did shoot the Dante.
That's what I mean. Like, yeah, it's weird.
Even once I decided to shift to one of those two targets, I probably chose the wrong one there, and I'm gonna do it.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna do it again here. I'm gonna keep shooting them.
Yes, you are.
You're fighting your turrets here. I think you would honestly have, like, and you passed this bot broadside too. I think you should have kept your guns on the right side and just turned your ship around.
Yep, that's what my instinct would have been too. Going back one moment as well, the other thing I want to talk about, you said, of course, bots having torpedoes with cruisers, yes. Though those are usually relatively easy to dodge, because what you do is you wait for them to start turning, and you get just an idea, okay, am I in their torpedo arc, and is their torpedo loaded? If so, they fire torpedoes based on the white line. So once they start turning and kind of unmask their torpedoes, just mentally tell yourself, all right, I need to change course or slow down, you know, something like that. And you'll probably dodge the torps that way. Your team is losing.
Oh yeah, we're losing badly here.
You've got 2 bots left and that's it. And 2 bounces on the Dante. Bow on target, aim higher. Dante doesn't have as much superstructure though. Or you just wait till you come up close to him and do the drive-by. Like, especially that salvo, I would not have fired that salvo.
I think sort of at this point I was thinking I gotta get my guns around. Certainly that'll become important here in a moment where I just sort of leave the Dante to get cooked by my secondaries.
I mean, that's fine, and I agree with that. You know, it's just when you're thinking about, like, trying to do as much damage as possible, like, shooting a bow-on battleship just hurts, you know?
Yeah, it does. And does it have an icebreaker too? I feel like it probably
I think it does.
does. Yeah, I don't think I thought it did.
That's right. They suck until proven otherwise. Because yeah, it's a tier 4 match, so you could. Well, I don't think you'd be in a protected matchmaking environment, but you know, still. And the question about players, I think what it does is it just tries to match human and human. It doesn't really, matchmaker doesn't really care so much about what class these humans are playing.
I think your secondary placement here should have been on the ship you're not shooting.
Absolutely.
Because you're only getting this manual accuracy buff on the ship you're actually targeting, so...
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like how you're trying to keep your bow turrets pointed to the right. That's smart.
I think it was also a bit of I wanted to get that Oklahoma dead. I was far more scared of him than I was the Dante.
The Omaha, yeah. I mean, yeah, he's got torpedoes, but yeah.
Yeah, he's got torpedoes and he's got DPM too, which the Dante, I mean, doesn't matter how much DPM he has, bots aren't very accurate.
True. And you're lucky they aren't, because I was going to say you opened up quite a bit there and didn't get punished because, you know, bot aim. You got a Tiger, a human Tiger player that's full health that's coming your way. So, good luck with that.
Yeah, it's time to hide behind the island, which is what I'm trying to get to, is to get this Dante killed and then get behind the island and
Try to heal up a bit.
Take a few deep breaths, try to heal up, and count my, see exactly what on earth I actually have going for me in this.
If only you were in an IGN battleship.
Because Kraken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who stole my
If only
my Guffin? Hello?
If only if I had Yamato.
Oh, I mean,
Yamamoto.
let's face it. You're probably about to proc Halsey if you had Halsey on this anyway. You know, if you got a Kraken and high caliber, you've got to be close to a Confederate. I would put the plane up here just to see what the Tiger's doing.
Maybe, but I argue that the Kraken, just for the heat alone,
Well, of course, but
is worth more than a Confederate from Halsey.
Of course it is, but I'm just saying, you're in Oklahoma, you can't say, gee, I really wish I was a Japanese battleship right about now, because you don't have that. You're in an American battleship, so the best you can do is Halsey, and by the way, you would have just procced it. I told you were close to Confederate.
Yeah.
Okay, good, now you got the plane up. Now, Tiger, of course, has a torpedo, so I would and it's a human, so I would absolutely focus on that. Whoa! Taro just gave out 10 subs, everybody. That's right, it's a Tarogasm. And look at that picture of Stevie with the money. Look at that. Oh my god. That is... He was so damn cute.
You are very, very lucky that this Tiger is actually shooting AP.
Well, you know, the AP slaps, but I mean, the thing is that you're doing a nice job of angling as well. Taro with the Pog champs. Lol.
He doesn't respect you, and he's gonna pay the price for it. Like, he shouldn't be that close to you, but don't stop the enemy when he's making a mistake, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, look at the score. Look at the team lineup. He's probably thinking, "Oh, this is an easy kill. I'm just gonna go in. I'm full health, right? I can afford to take some damage, and then that's salvo." And now you can see the moment he realized, "Oh crap, I might actually die here." That's awesome. That did slap, indeedy. Indeedy.
What did you
So chat.
DCP? Did you DCP
One fire.
a turret here?
He DCP'd one fire earlier, I think.
Yeah, that's gonna sting.
Yeah.
And again, preventative maintenance. Anyway. But yes, this is why you don't want to DCP one fire if you can help it. Even if you lose a turret, I still feel like you're better off not DCPing if you're only down one fire, because this
You're
happens.
gonna die here, aren't you? This is gonna be GG.
Yeah.
Probably.
It's
Probably.
gonna be
There it
GG.
is.
And
Wow.
I mean, I think I was also thinking that I had like 2 salvos to kill the tiger. But if I let that fire burn, it might be only 1. If the tiger actually like hit me with a couple decent shots.
Mm-hmm.
I
So that's why I was probably
didn't
a
hit you
little.
with a decent shot the whole engagement.
Yeah, I was a bit too aggressive with that damage control, and obviously it cost me.
Well, you're in the heat of the moment. You're making small decisions instead of big picture decisions, and that's what cost you here. So, fantastic game though, and I think it's a great way to showcase like the power of the Oklahoma. You know, couple of differences I would have done, right, in terms of targeting. You know, I argued in one point to use your guns more frequently. Another one, I said, you know, slow down a little bit. So it comes down to like, you know, what kind of engagements you're hitting when, you know, you're trying to decide what you're going to do with that, right?
For sure, and you know, there's another point in here that's also come up in some of my other replays where it's like be doing something. You know, there are a couple times where I wasn't shooting, and I know in the Sarugi replay that we covered a while back, it was like just get the guns in action sort of thing.
Yes.
So,
yes. There's a difference in getting guns to action against a bow-on battleship where they're going to bounce versus against a broadside cruiser where you could, you know, leave damage on the table. But, you know, Not a bad battle. Let's get the render going.
You lost main
And-
guns twice, and you lost 2 secondary modules.
Mm-hmm.
So
that
maybe
there's preventative maintenance. Mm-hmm. Yep.
That render is the wrong game.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. I thought I clicked on the right one. Where did it go? Oklahoma. Yeah, there it is. All right. Here we go. Come on, you stupid thing. Why is it? Because I have it live on the vertical. Okay, cool. Now it can hopefully be fixed. No, what the hell is wrong? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I need to go back because this is what happens when I prep for streams and then I get last minute adds to my playlist. I have to do like a whole host of things quickly. And obviously, you make mistakes when you do things quickly, as we discussed. So while that's going on, I'll remind you guys we have 15 seconds left in our hype train. Thank you, Terrell, for the 10 gifted subs. I don't know if that means we're going to get to level 7 or not. When we get to 7, of course, we extend the stream. I yeet out a special code or two to chat. And then we also celebrate with some special dirty water. So you're the master of rewords and now the hero of generosity, gifting 10 subs like a true captain of the community. Your support keeps the sales full and the crew happy. Here's to you, making sure we all reap the benefits, the benefits of these amazing community. So there we go. Hype train is over. Choo choo indeedy. Thank you very much, Taro, for your support there. All right, let's get the download going. And then let's get the proper render up and running. Here we go. Here we go. That would be a Taro drive-by. Yes, there you go.
It's the wrong render too.
No, it's not. This is Oklahoma.
Yep.
Wasn't the game on Rave? The game was on Haven, no?
Nope.
This
Nope.
is
The
the
game
wrong
was
map.
on New Dawn.
This is the right game.
Don't be trolling me, Grunty.
But I
Anyway.
like trolling.
What title can we use for this replay, guys? What do you guys think? Chaos, hey, it's been going fine. How you doing? Good to see you. And congratulations to those who got gifted subs. That would be Reaping VR, Crimson Angel, Moist Boy of and Club, Real Pancake 2, The
Cthulhu.
Doctor, Prince Jazu, El Emskaya, Vigilanta, Pink, Penny Pirates, and Taro LV were gifted ones. From the Jaws of Victory, or Oklahoma KO'd.
I
From the
think
Jaws
Jaws of Victory doesn't fit because like he was never ahead.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I'm not saying that I didn't choke the damage control, but like it was going for a solo warrior. You gotta give me a little break.
Fair to partly cloudy, cool. How about K Oklahoma?
Oklahoma.
Yeah, like KO-Oklahoma.
Or just KO'd, like KO'd dot apostrophe D, then like Lahoma.
KO-Oklahoma?
I was just
That doesn't-
very, very unlucky in the end with that fire.
Those
Yes.
are both secondary fires too.
One of the fires immediately started once the DCP ran out.
Yes.
That was like, oof.
And that's the thing about DCP. Now with American style DCP, that lasts longer where you're invincible. Man, imagine if you had the DCP mod, you would have won that game.
He would have also won the game if he had the health flag running.
No, I don't think so. Not with the two fires going.
Not with the two fires, no. I mean, you would have
probably
healed.
I think so because like he gets like more hit points. Every single heal he used heals a bit more.
Yeah, he would have healed more. True.
I think he would have outlived the fires with that heal flag alone.
It definitely would have saved me if I only had one fire.
Yeah.
Oh, not the heal flag, the health flag. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know, but
Bring back battleship
But
survivability.
yeah, the big thing was like that DCP unfortunately being used
at the wrong time.
suboptimally in the end.
Yep. Yep. So, still, it's a good game, and I mean, it's tier 5. It's not a competitive game, so there's not a reason to like hyper fixate on little things here and there. But still, in general, I'd say it was a fun game to start on.
It was a
So-
fun game to play, and it's a kind of just a highlight of the sort of the simple funs in the game.
Unironically, I think the ship is now better with that meta where a lot of the low tier ships are bots because they charge in, so you don't struggle as much to get in the secondary range.
Absolutely.
If you have to
Yeah,
play the
that's
ship,
definitely nice.
even if you're top tier, but if you are in a matchmaking where everybody is human, it gets a lot worse.
Yeah, I remember back when I first changed from co-op to random battles, I almost just stopped playing the game right there. It was that much of a difference.
It's a huge difference. Absolutely huge difference. So,
And it's I don't know. It was more fun playing against real players more often, because also part of it is it's fun having those little duels like I had at the very end with the tiger. And so
Drive-bys
even
and stuff
though,
are always fun.
but also it is fun seeing the secondaries go burr. So it's six
Yeah.
one way, half dozen.
It is. That's why I
One of
like
the-
Arkansas better on my EU account.
yeah.
Stacking
One of
this
the
away.
nice things though about the low tier, because of the bots and stuff, you can kind of have it both ways. You can get the co-op experience in a random battle, so that's kind of nice. But either way, Armact, hey, thanks for the replay and support and subbing, because that's what caused this one, right?
Thank you for covering it.
No
Yeah.
problem. All right, we need to switch gears because I've got a commercial break that's about to start. So I got to get that fired off. I'm going to snooze the one that's going to do it on its own. And Chaos, I see your question. I'll answer it in a sec. I have to go to the bathroom really bad. So I'm going to run Stream Raiders. We got the commercial going. I'll be right back. And then we'll get the next replay ready. That'll be Zeka's game. So I can exit out of the game now here. All right. Sorry, because yes, yes, we are allowed to urinate. Jeez, that sounded weird. Because I'm sick, I'm drinking a lot of water to try to keep my throat, not dry and scratchy. But also, I've taken Claritin D, which typically dehydrates you. So I'm drinking a lot of water, which means I'm probably gonna be peeing a lot. But whatever, it is what it is. Am I contagious? For everybody else, no, but for you, yes. All right, let's get one more round of that going because I think, yeah, commercial break is still going. Helmet is the big word. Move that to something like that. That's fine. Kid, Zeka's Kid game coming up next. Get antibiotic feathers? Kidoki. All right, last call for people to use Cover My Replays or sub benefits. Otherwise, after this replay, I will be picking the replays that we do.
Did you do mine
My
already?
choice for a change. Yes, we did yours on Wednesday night. I pinged you.
Oh, yeah, I was asleep.
Yeah, I didn't see your message about trying to do it on Friday, but the big thing is with the patch winding down, I want to make sure we have enough slots open for people that use Cover My Replay and stuff.
All right.
So that's
Yeah,
why
okay.
I did it, and it wasn't planned to do it anyways. Like I said earlier, so it is what it is. Chaos, you back yet? Turo, thank you again for the 10 gifted subs and for getting the hype train going. We were deep in the replay, and I didn't want to pause that to talk about that, but I really do appreciate the heck out of you, man, and I hope things are going well. Chad, for those of you guys who don't know, as a reminder, there is Terrell unfortunately lost his mother last week. So
Aw.
if you all don't mind, just
Condolences.
sharing your condolences with Terrell. It's never a fun thing when you miss when you lose a loved one. But hey, Terrell is handling it all right. He says he's doing okay. He's got he's going through it fine, and I'm really glad to hear that. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're doing well, and I know for a lot of people, streams are an opportunity to enjoy life and things and stuff like that. So I don't want to go much more into it than that. And I just lost my window. Where's my window? Okay. Chaos was asking a question. You had to fix yourself a big bowl of ice cream to recover from from reliving that Oklahoma game. Damn. Chaos. Question. There's been an Asia-only code for 40 event pass points around since mid-January, but you have not seen one for NA yet, and the event ends in 5 days. Article said there would be a 40-point regional event. I have not seen anything about that, Chaos. And Chaos, if you can screenshot it and you can share the link or something like that on my Discord, I can bring that up with Wargaming and ask them, dude, what the heck? Because that's important. I will say that I brought that up with Wargaming before and said, why are you having a code that sounds like it should be a global? It was the Happy New Year code, something along that line. And why is it Asia only? If it doesn't, why can't you just say, Happy New Year Asia, and be done with it, And that also allows for other regional codes. Happy New Year NA, Happy New Year EU, instead of Happy New Year, but really only to the Asia server. So, I don't know. It left an odd taste in my mouth, too. I will say that. So, yeah. Tro's a good dude, and I'm glad that I'm glad you're doing okay. Like, that's really important. That everybody's doing okay. Ice cream is a good way to counteract the hot peppers. Well, there you go. That's true. Alrighty. Oh, and then just as I do this, Stream Raiders demands my attention and wants me to start the battle. It's in their article on the NA server on phone, so you don't know how to link that. Okay, well, if anybody wants to find it, maybe Grunty, you can find it real quick. It's in their article on the NA server. I don't know. But it's always difficult to find their articles anyways. They always have so much freaking stuff out there. Stream Raiders, I think we're all going to miss Stream Raiders. Honestly, I will and I won't. I got a lot, actually, of new viewers doing Stream Raiders off stream back when I was rerunning on my main channel. Unfortunately, I lost a lot of regular viewers in the process, which is why I made the rerun channel. But, you know, beyond that, it's been... it's just something else to do. And I feel like something else to do, I'm already doing so many things, it's hard to keep up. So losing stream raiders and not having to do it anymore, I'm kind of okay with it. Kind of okay with it. Yeah, Pock, you got your fire. We were talking about that. Dutch Cruiser article on the website. There was 2 different ones, though, and it's only in one of them. Got it. Okay. So, Grunty, if you don't mind looking, or anybody else, if you guys can find it, that would be helpful. I can then shove it in Wargaming's face and say, what the heck? All right. So, here we go with yet another kid replay. This is our 3rd, perhaps final, replay of the kid for this patch cycle. Once again, I bring you... Whoops. Once again, I bring you Zeka in the kid. So the kid is, of course, the Tier 8 premium destroyer. It's built off the Fletcher class. It has 5 Fletcher guns, just like the Fletcher does, so that's really sexy, really fun. She does sacrifice a torpedo launcher, so she has 2 torpedo launchers instead of... Or sorry, she has 1 torpedo launcher instead of 2. And these torpedoes are not Fletcher torpedoes, they're Benson torpedoes, so they have 9.2 kilometers of range instead of the 10.5 kilometers. Because they're single torpedoes, generally you want to be a little bit more cautious with how often you're using them. You don't want to luck chuck them quite as much as you would normally consider doing so. The kid also comes with a choice between defensive anti-air fire and engine boost. So you can always use her as a nasty surprise to aircraft carriers that think that, hey, I'm going to go spot this destroyer and feast upon it or whatever. So there's that. She also, at Tier 8, gets a heal, and she's got her normal smoke. So she is a really comfortable destroyer. If you enjoy U.S. American destroyers and you want a premium version of said destroyers, you've got the Sims at Tier 7 and the Kid at Tier 8. I would argue the Kid at Tier 8 gives you so much more than the Sims at Tier 7 does, although she's more expensive because she's a higher tier ship. So, yes, you're right. Chaos is right. You did get the anti-air, which back in the days of RTS, the anti-air actually meant something. So I think you got 2 Bofors, 40mm Bofors mounts instead of that 1 turret. So yes, there's that. But in the current rework CV meta, it's not as important. Right, the heal is the bigger story. The heal is absolutely the bigger story, and that's why it makes her very comfortable, and I'd say almost broken at Tier 8. She's good boat. So, Zeka's build, main armaments mod 1, engine room protection to keep the engines going, torpedo tubes mod 1, propulsion mod, and then concealment. The torp tubes, a lot of people might say, I'm going to spec her for guns, so aiming systems, as Duckman even said, but the thing is, she only gets 1 torpedo tube. So, trying to keep that torpedo tube alive really does help. So this helps with your torpedo launchers. And then, of course, later on, preventative maintenance also helps with torpedo launchers and keeping those alive. Propulsion is really good because if you stop and smoke and then you need to get out of that smoke quickly, propulsion comes in very handy. And obviously, concealment is just normal. Zeka is using a standard captain. If I remember right, Zeka, when we talked about this on Wednesday, this is a special account that you used simply to troll people who are using Matchmaking Monitor and make fun of them when they see that he's playing a premium boat with a very small number of battles, and then they get completely trashed by him. He said that that's not happening as frequently anymore, which frankly I think it's good. It's a good sign for the game that people aren't using Matchmaking Monitor as much or just simply don't care. Either way, I think that's an overall good sign for the community. So, yes, it's hard to kill in pretty much any other destroyer because of that heal. There are times where I have gone 1-for-1 trading with the ship in my Kiev, and you guys know my Kiev is my favorite ship in the game. So, anyways, so standard captain, preventative maintenance, last stand, survivability expert, and concealment. This is what I consider my core build when I'm looking at any destroyer out there with 10 points, that's where I start. Now, there's one difference, and that is there's a heal on this ship. So if there's a heal, I instead start with Superintendent, so I go like that. And then from there, other 3-point skills that are important, Adrenaline Rush and Survivability Expert. It's really up to you which order you pick them up. I typically go for survivability over doing damage more so. Like I prioritize that more, but you can do either way if you want. And that's it for your build. We were talking before, Zeka was probably going to go for Mabast next to keep the main guns up, and then pick a 1-pointer somewhere around here. Yeah, you are an SCCC, so that does kind of give the troll away. But, I mean, you did that to yourself. And then beyond that, for 1 point, I think we talked about Consumable Specialist to get the smoke and a defensive anti-air up quicker. Probably a good choice. What's up, Morkborg? One of those could work. But that's the problem with this build is, you put the other 3-pointer in, and then where do you go? But then 4-pointer skills, there's not a lot of good 4-pointer skills. You could do radiolocation, but your 180-degree turn time is fast enough to where even if you get caught off guard and surprised by an enemy ship, you can still react relatively quickly. Brisk hurts your gun DPM, so why would you do that? Your main battery has terrible arcs, so why boost the range on that? That would only be helpful for the anti-air, I'd say. And then Fearless Brawler is only good for the few seconds before you stop and smoke. So I don't know, you could do that. And then Dazzle, again, same deal as what I just said. It's only useful for the few seconds where you're spotted and you stop and smoke, and people shoot you. That's the difference between Dazzle and Fearless Brawler. So, anyway, and then flags, you're going full sweaty tryhard here with Ramming Flag, hit point boost, fire chance, fire reduction, heal boost, sorry, is that... No, it's not. Okay, you don't do that one. Fire and flood chance. Speed, consumables, and then finally your anti-air flag. You did get a few people with it when you had less than 20 games. Okay, fair enough. All right, without further ado, I think we can get to the game. Let's go. So this battle... Wow, you found a Q dump. You found a Q dump. Look at this. And it's probably because of the subdivision. So there's 2 carriers. It's all straight tier 8s. 2 carriers, 3 battleships, 2 cruisers, 1 destroyer, and 1 sub. This is pretty decent matchmaking for you. I mean, the Baltimore's got radar. Yarsfeld's got the planes. You don't care about the planes because you got defensive anti-air if you want. And then the 2 carriers, you kind of want them to go after you, right? Because then they're not going after your team, and you can actually handle these carriers. Crib King. Ah, this guy's good. Okay. Let's see what happens. Vanilla ice cream and mix. Ah, that's a good idea. Now, I'm gonna preface this replay before we get into it too far. Zeka is absolutely a super unicum, especially in destroyers. He does not play battleships. Dabbles a little bit in cruisers. Zeka, do you play carriers or subs? I can't remember, but he's like 1,000% destroyer main. So what you're gonna see in this battle is absolutely like high tier, top end things, which is good for players to learn, but at the same time hard to understand right at the beginning. So I want to start right off the bat with something that every destroyer player needs to understand, which is when your anti-air reaches longer than your air concealment, you need to turn your damn anti-air off. You keep your anti-air off until you get spotted by the planes. Okay? Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Anti-air off until you get spotted by... okay, fair enough. There you go, Zeka. Thank you. Before you get spotted by planes. Now, once you get spotted by planes, I don't know what the order is. Zeka might know, but you want to make sure that you pop your defensive anti... Ah, crap, I knew that was going to happen. You need to pop your defensive anti-air fire, and then you also... You also need to pop your sector reinforcement as quickly as you can. Okay, because you want to. I think they both help each other, and it doesn't really matter which order you go in. But anyway, you want to make sure that you do that at about the same time. I think you start with the anti-air and then priority sector, but I could be wrong. Anyway, the point is,
him sucking on a fat man's beard.
well, he doesn't want to play subs, so that's fine, or carriers, and that's fine. And hi, button. Anyway, the important thing is you surprise the carrier, especially a good carrier player like Crib King. You want to surprise the carrier player and then make them pay a heavy penalty for spotting you. Because what a lot of players will do when they spot you is they'll take the time to turn around and line up and strike. And while they're taking their time lining up and striking, they're going to lose a lot of planes. Keep the anti-air range in mind, especially when you move from one ship to the next. Correct. That's why I like running this mod right here. That tells me what the range of my anti-air is, the greatest anti-air. Because if you have a ship with lower, where your anti-air equals your spotting range by plane, so I'm holding control, I'm mousing over this. I don't remember if this is a mod or not, but anyways, it tells me right here my detection by air is 3.3 kilometers. So if my gun anti-air range down here is 3.3 kilometers, then I just leave anti-air guns on. I don't care. But if it's anything greater than what my ship would do, then I absolutely keep your anti-air off. So defensive anti-air first is a good idea, and then what you can do is see what this player does. If the player continues onto this side of your ship, then you can reinforce sector this side. Right? If they go on this side of the ship, then you reinforce sector that side of the ship. It really just depends on what the carrier player does. Anyway, let's get into it. How you doing, Puddin'?
There's another way for your A. There's gears. I will put it on the mini map for you. Holding H will also tell you that. Mm-hmm. I personally don't use defensive AA for rocket planes because your priority sector is usually good enough because you're gonna keep, turn it on and off to where like the bombers and tour planes, I think are a little bit more important for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But
Turning off your...
personally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, any of those to give you that information is very good knowledge. And you'll see here, unfortunately, you derped a little bit into the range. You're trying to not get spotted, obviously, and you did. As soon as you did that, I don't know if you saw, but the carrier changed course immediately, and he came back to strike you. So there's your priority sector. There's your defensive anti-air. Here comes his strike. And that is the power. That is the power of being spotted by a carrier currently in this game. As soon as you get spotted, if you're up against somebody who really knows what they're doing in carrier, they will immediately drop everything to try to kill you. Good speed juke right there. Now he's doing this through the entire defensive anti-air cycle. He just recalled planes, so what Zeka did immediately was turn off his anti-air. The sooner you turn off that anti-air, the sooner you go dark. In this case, all the planes are gone. But the other thing is, the sooner you get your defensive anti-air back, which obviously you're going to need it because, yeah, Crib King went after you. And it's an Enterprise, so he's got AP bombers.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I do recommend doing that in the cruisers. Like when you pop your defensive AA, if you're running that instead of Hydro or you have it. As soon as the planes are gone, just turn it off, turn it back on. Recycle the DEFA.
This is the hardest thing for players to remember. Now, Baltimore is very smart. He used his radar to detect you, which means, of course, that's going to help Crib King find you, but it's also going to help the enemy team possibly shoot at you, too. You are going to get the cap. Very good dodge there. Very good dodge. Enterprise used to be just stupid broken with its planes, and then the rocket mechanic was changed so you no longer pointed and clicked on destroyers to watch them die. I'm surprised you didn't luck check the torps at the Baltimore there. Good dodge again. Obviously, there's no need to use your defensive anti-air right now. You could have smoked there, actually, and taken advantage of the fact that you knew the radar was down and just keep, farming Baltimore for longer. Good communication by your teammate about about revealing the enemy submarine. Oh yeah, they found each other right now there. That's cool. Best way to kill the enemy sub, sadly, is using your sub to use the stupid submarine surveillance. And hey, now they're forced to surface, and then you just kill them with your teammates.
Teamwork's illegal.
Good luck, everyone. Enemy battleship detected. Affirmative.
Okay. Sorry, I had to cough and blow my nose. Benson Yarsfeld over on the seaside. You're going to the B cap. I like the decision to rotate to the B cap. No need to stay in C area. Oh, look at you. You don't care about this Baltimore. You're taking a shot there. Risking being detected to do it. Honestly, I probably would have smoked to shoot, but that's okay. What's up, Maruk? The new Soviet submarine line, supposedly some of the characteristics that they've said in the dev blog is that they get super fast prep time on their submarine surveillance. And of course, because it's Soviet, it has to be longer range than the regular, right? It's got to be longer. So I don't know.
Make it automatically better than everything else.
It's not long enough.
Minor spoiler, took you almost the entire game to realize, but it turned out the enemy Benson was uber terrible. Okay, whatever. And Puddin', I'm assuming that your comment just now was based solely off of reading the dev blog and not your experience testing the ships.
Oh, 100%. I haven't even touched them.
Okay.
Well, okay. But no,
Just
it's
pointing that
it
out.
needs to be the entire map. You need to be able to spot the enemy sub the entire map. That's how much I hate subs. I will be fine with Russians having longer range sub surveillance just so we can kill subs faster.
Got it. Chaos 1725, Dutch Cruisers article. Okay. Can somebody go find that for me? Maybe Puddin', can you do that? Just post it in the Discord if you find it, the link to it. I want to bring that up to Wargaming later. You missed out earlier. There was some discussion about how there was a code that went out that gave only Asia players 40 Battle Pass points, but that hasn't come out in the other regions, even though there was a news article that stated there would be. So I want to bring that up to Wargaming and say, hey guys, is that coming or what? Good use of defensive anti-air there. You get to shoot down 2 planes worth of, or two carriers worth of plane strikes. That's fun. Ooh, Pobeda right in front of you. I'm surprised you're still shooting the Baltimore here. May not get it. You're down on ships, so you probably want to kill the ship, but still. Comes the attack aircraft. So, did your priority sector thing? Oh, okay. Your comment about the Benson. So you're afraid to go after the Pobeda because the Benson's over there too. Oof! Big hit there. Big hit. You might want to smoke. You might want to smoke. I would probably smoke in DCP and then, like, come back out of the smoke once your DCP is available again. Because you're bleeding a lot of hit points here. Why DCP now? Totally would not have DCP'd there. Totally would not have DCP'd there. Rob's here. So, at this point, you're just trying to farm plane kills by sitting between both the carriers. That's what you're doing. I guess that could work, but it's very risky. I mean, your DCP is back up again, so you got lucky there. Even better reason to DCP earlier. Well, in that case, that was not a premature DCP, Armac. That was like a way late DCP. You know what I mean? Anyway, anti-air off again, and now you're just purposely trolling this Pobeda because you're trying to encourage the Pobeda to strike you instead of your teammate. Yeah, you were clearly being greedy. And that's fine because, I mean, you know, if it works, it takes planes off of teammates, which keeps them alive. Also boosts your base XP because you're killing planes. And you've got to heal, so I get letting the fire burn longer, but still, I just feel like this was way, way, way risky. Iparanga is going to kill the Enterprise, so forget about him. And obviously, Enterprise is going to focus on Iparanga. Are you going to torpedo this Iparanga? You are, aren't you? He wasn't even spotted when you fired those torps. Jeez. Now you're going to stop and smoke and shoot. Okay. Benson's in the B cap. Ah, there he is. So maybe, yeah, now you can get some decaps on him.
I am back.
Welcome back. No decap. Continuing to move forward a little bit there. We talked about that on his last replay. You know, you want to try to move for like a quarter throttle, just to keep a larger smoke screen and make it harder for enemies to guess where you are. I would absolutely anti-air here. I'd probably turn defensive anti-air on even and priority sector it, especially now that he dropped a plane. DCP originally slow intending smoke up, but then the planes went away. Got it. So you had a similar instinct to what I shared, it's just premature smokulation. Enterprise's final planes trying to find you. Cute. I guess it's a good thing you saved your defensive anti-air for the final middle finger to him, right? You're tied up on ships now. Oh my god, you shot just to troll this guy to come after you? Oh my god. I mean, it kind of worked. You forced him to waste his time. Profile, hey, congratulations on your drop, dude. Thanks for choosing to hang out here to get it. For those of you guys that are always looking for drops, don't forget, I do have my rerun channel that goes 24/7. And then you pop back up because you figure he's probably lying. Look at this. This is how you troll. This is how you troll a CV. I don't know if Crypt King's a Unicum or not, but I know he's at least proficient to good as a carrier player. But yeah, that's how you troll carrier players. Well done. Doesn't make you feel better knowing it happens to everybody eventually. I don't know what you mean, Chaos.
I don't quite understand why we're not just going after this and then backcapping the C cap.
Because he wants to farm planes. He's being greedy. He hates carriers that much that he wants to completely deplane them, then kill them.
Yeah, but we're losing.
I don't think he cares. He's on an alt account. Doesn't matter one way or another. Now you can smoke and shoot for free because your carrier buddy is spotting for you. Oof, good hit on you in the smoke even. Still on the premature smokulation. Oh, okay. Now, one thing I find when shooting in smoke is I actually like to hold down my mouse button, my left mouse button, and fire one gun at a time. I find it's harder for people to estimate where I am in smoke, especially if I'm moving, if I'm firing one gun at a time versus like salvo firing, double clicking. You're still worried about Benson. I mean, you know, here's the thing, Zeka. I like you. I treat every player, you know, as a really good player until I'm proved otherwise. And the Benson has been staying with the fleet the whole time. So, I don't consider that to be bad necessarily, but he's clearly not really worried about you so much. All right, now you got the carrier.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
And the Superanga might be dead because of that strike. I think if this replay goes to YouTube, I think we'll title it Playing With Your Food. Because really, that's what you've been doing. Now it's between you, 2 carriers, and 1 sub. 3 of the players, the only other people you have to depend upon in this game, are all classes that you despise. How does that feel? And now you're telling team you need to kill to win. Because you were playing with your food so much. Let that one sink in for a moment. Also, I might be opening up here on the Kansas simply because your carriers are spotted, and I'm sure the Kansas is going to be shooting at the carrier. And he's broadside too. So this is free damage for you. Also the chance to get some base decaps, which you desperately need. You can't allow them to cap this out. You titled it on your own as Carrier Focus. With all due respect, Zeka, I don't consider this Carrier Focus. I consider this Carrier Griefing. You were trying to grief both carrier players the entire replay, the entire battle, and at this point, it's possibly going to blow up in your face because you might end up losing because of it. Unthinking Rage can make players do stupid things. That's true.
Attention. Reporting the target position.
Why are you leaving? Well, yeah, because you let that DCP ride out earlier, we talked about. But, I mean, I don't get why you're so far back. They're clearly going to focus on the 2 carriers. And you really needed to prevent them from getting that cap.
Either that, or at least go as quick, as far over to the C cap so you can get this. Maybe, I don't know.
M notes.
This is.
Yes, they are technically ahead on points. I'm looking at this, and it is pointing up 3. So this is the rare case where the replay bug hasn't hit. But
The problem is, like, yes, he's still ahead, but I don't see both carriers and the sub living here. And I don't see anybody of the enemy team dying.
it's gonna take a lucky torpedo hit to cause something to happen here. Backcapping C isn't gonna work, it's too late. And the problem I have, anytime you look at the scoreboard and say we're ahead, that's the moment that your mindset changes. And once that happens, yeah, anything can happen to cause points to flip. So I don't like playing with the belief that I'm ahead, ever. Unless like it's such a large margin. I'm talking like we're 4 ships ahead of the enemy team, like that kind of crap. Anyway, this Yarsveld does exactly what you want him to do. So, congratulations there. And now you should be okay, assuming nobody dies. But your Shokaku is...
living.
Yeah, that's the problem.
He's
Oh.
honestly alive for a minute longer than I thought already. Like, I
Well,
don't
look
know
where
how
he is. He turned back in. He turned back in.
Like, it
You
took
guys-
the enemy team like a minute longer to kill it than I would have expected.
He turned back in. He turned back northward. What the heck? Yeah, exactly. We're ahead. Famous last words. So you got the kill. Congratulations. But then you were you robbed a kill in a sense. 1 minute left. And again, this is where maybe killing, or at least getting the decaps on the Kansas and preventing A from being capped would have bought you some extra time. Also, frankly, that DCP that I talked about earlier with the double fire would have given you the freedom to be able to do more. And frankly, also, griefing the carriers less would have probably gotten you this win easier too.
Yeah.
Don't ever say that. 3 greens killed will stack on the enemy map instantly.
Like the enemy team fumbled this hard, to be honest.
Well, you know, they did the apes together strong strat, which I get. It's a carrier game. There's nothing wrong with that. It prevents them from being wrecked by carriers. So I like that. But, I mean, you know, 5 seconds to go, and you're going to win. But that was I would say this was a much closer win than it frankly should have been. Now, SAT score is in chat. SAT, you are the master, the sensei in the School of Anything Goes Martial Arts XP generation. You'll do anything to get more base XP. Would you have continued trolling as much as you saw Zeka doing here? Because I feel like that was way too much risk. I get it. You're going to get a lot of base XP out of that, like nearly 3,000 base XP again. But I don't know. And I'm amazed Crib King went after you as much as he did, because I'm sure he saw your clan tag and knew exactly what he was up against. Default enters, yes. Okay.
The enemy Benson over there like basically did nothing. I think like if he played this more aggressively, none of your carriers would have lived because they wouldn't have gotten away.
And frankly,
Benson
Zeka probably
had
wouldn't have lived either.
Battleships.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, if he went to mid when Zeka was in the mid and dealing with the planes, this would have been a different game too. So you got lucky that the Benson didn't really do much to counter you. And frankly, neither did the enemy team. The Baltimore radared you at a good time, frankly, and prevented you from using your smoke. That was about it. And some people shot at you when they had the opportunity, but big deal.
And the Jasfeld donated in the end.
He did. He did. So, yeah. I mean, a lot of plane kills. 67. You know, you got a lot of base XP out of that. It's a very high base XP because it was, like you said, it was a Q dump. Absolutely. Well, and the enemy sub didn't do really well either. And your sub at least communicated when he was going to spot the enemy sub with sub surveillance, which was huge. But, you know, yeah, I feel like you put way too much on the line here. Like, it worked out for you, but I feel like there were too many opportunities for it to not work out. But, hey, good on you for making it work. I don't want to take that away from you, of course.
I do.
Well, okay, fine. Go right ahead.
No.
This is Zaz Replay Theater, not Grunty's Replay Theater. Chutzpah again? We already did a previous game of Chutzpah, and people had no idea what the hell that meant. But if you guys have ideas for titles, feel free to share. But I think something like CV Griefing would be a great... or playing with food. You know, I think one of those could work. Yeah, well, and it's a good way to highlight that mistakes do happen even in good games. Absolutely, yeah. And I think one thing that's nice about this is it's not like it's not one of those games where it was like it shows that you know the perfect game is like not necessarily always going to be out there, and unicums, super unicums do still make mistakes. CV Troll could work. want CV in the title because really that's what this was all about. It was all about how to troll carriers, which is not a bad thing because Unicum players teaching players how to deal with carriers. I think that's actually a really important skill, and I think that's something that's really missed amongst the community.
Oh, I have the perfect title.
Okay.
Kidding CVs.
What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Here's
I
a
gave
shout
up
out for
thinking
Puddin', by the way.
years ago.
You gave up thinking years ago. Okay.
Like, my only problem with this particular game, like you say, is a twofold. It's a low ship count, and it's a double carrier. Right? Like, ironically, you have to play different when it's just one carrier. Then you have to play different if it's a double carrier. Then if you throw a sub into a complete mix, oh, look, and there's a sub in this game. Like, you have to, like, depending on where that sub is, like, you're going to have to play differently. Like, because, all that, like, you made the joke, ape strung together. Absolutely, it's double carrier. You need all the AA.
Yes, absolutely. In this game, I would not fault the enemy team for doing what they did. Absolutely not. And of course, Zeka being comfortable, capable in the kid knows he can just go on walkabout on the flank and do his own thing. And as he said, he took a lot of attention off of the team, which is great. That's one of the big things that Super Unicum players do. I do it all the time in the Kiev, and I talk about that a lot too. So no, I'm not trying to talk down to all that, but what I'm trying to say is like this replay really does highlight how to deal with carriers in a destroyer and like the things that a lot of people don't understand, like leaving anti-air on, or when to come out, when not, all that. Like there's all those little nuances that comes in very handy. And based off of all the chatters I'm seeing, including Tanner over on YouTube, you guys all get me when it comes to that raid and stuff. Comes to that CV hate and all that kind of stuff. So,
I mean, ironically,
that's awesome.
to throw in the final nuance of this battle, like, yeah, it does help you teach all this stuff. You're literally the only DD. Which kind of means I should play a little, like, for the average player, I should play a little bit more passive with my team for AA support.
Yes. All right. Team's monkey push came close to point. Yes, that's what I mean. And it's not a monkey push because, again, in this game, this is how you deal with carriers. You group up. You have to. Now, you can make the argument for 2 groups, 1 on each flank, but in a random, even ranked battle, very difficult to coordinate that. So, yeah, I mean, if you like, look again, we'll let this go once more. Look at the replay again, but instead focus on what your team does. Your team plays this game like it's a standard battle, right? Your team goes and spreads out. You've got everybody hitting each flank, and your group at C just gets wrecked after you leave. Oh, Kid is right. Kid's a great destroyer for doing what you did, but I can do the same thing. In a Benson. Granted, I won't kill as many planes, but I can still play this. I can still dodge the strikes like you did. I can still take the enemy planes out of the battle because they're focusing on me like you did. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of things that you did right that applies to just about any destroyer out there. And if you don't have smoke, hey, even the little things that you did to dodge still apply. 9 versus 9 double CV. You don't have to take out the CVs as quick as possible. You don't think any mistakes were made. I disagree with you. I mean, like, get the...
You take out the carriers as fast as possible. There's 9 times out of 10 parked in the back anyways.
Yes,
If
and when the
one of them is
Pobeda...
enough to get spotted, sure.
Right. And when the Pobeda goes in to see himself, and then he comes straight to you, like, you purposely left him alone to farm planes. That, to me, that's the only part there where you just got super greedy, and you didn't get punished for it. But, whatever. But yeah, you see, like, your team spread out like crazy. And it almost cost them the game.
I just want to point out the fun fact of, oh look, the team that won has got, for the most part, the ships that remain hidden.
Mm-hmm. Anti-CV is cool. Or we could just call it CV hater. Because it's a tier. Ooh, because it's a tier 8. So like the number 8. CV hate. I don't know. Sometimes you make a bad call. Yeah, it does happen. Either way, I think we've done enough on this replay. So, Zeka, as always, thank you for supporting the channel and sending in this and the other kid replays. And we're going to move on to the next replay, okay?
There's I'll only get 100 base experience.
He died early. He just met the enemy sub, and then he got submarine surveillanced and died. Because Zeka's team killed the sub before the enemy killed his sub, right? So
100 base experience, you could accidentally get 300 in co-op.
All right, chat. I'm going to put together a poll for you guys.
Seth, I just
Okay.
noticed something else during that replay. You
What
know
would that
that
be?
your YouTube chat is not coming through on the Twitch chat anymore?
Zeka's been talking.
Yeah,
No,
Oh,
I
on-
see him on stream on your main stream window, but it doesn't show in the Twitch chat anymore.
Yep, that's by design.
Okay.
I had to
It's
turn off
unhappy
Restream.
about that.
I had to stop using Restream because the problem is, if I use Restream, I was having problems, and I can experiment with it some more at some point, but I don't know. I want to. I was having problems getting chat to display on screen, so I have to decide: do I want chat to display on stream, or do I want to, have it show up on the Twitch chat? So honestly, I just killed Restream. But thanks for pointing it out. Moving forward, hey, Invictus, happy Friday to you. And Only Cement, thank you for the raid earlier. We were deep in discussion, so I didn't want to stop that to thank you for the raid. But I do appreciate you, man, and I hope you had a really good stream. Simboto. The day of the tithing comes. Thank you for your protection so that the Royal Knights don't raze mine farm to the ground. Oh my god. That was great, Simboto. Thanks. The valiant protector of our naval kingdom has renewed their oath for 6 more months, ensuring no Royal Knights raise our ships to the seabed. Your loyalty is the wind in our sails. Nice. All right, chat. I've got a poll going. Please vote for which replay you want to see, which ship you would like some help in. We've got Champagne, York, Republic, and Hindenburg. Remember, we're at the portion where I get to choose now because we've run out of prioritized replays, which is fine. All right, Hermes.
Zath, about that, you might want to check the rerun account.
Okay. Vampires. Let's see. Join the giveaway. And vampires. And there we go. So you guys can choose between Champagne, York, Republic, and Hindenburg. These are ships of replays that I've just picked. I don't remember who is in what particular ship, and frankly, I really don't care. And I guess I'm going to check the rerun channel.
You may not
Let's
care,
see.
but the correct answer is Hindenburg.
So note, game 1.
But
What?
record-
What? Okay, so you're forcing 2. Okay. So what is 1 and what is 2?
They're in order. So the one on, they're both ranked games. And I was thinking that this could be another like double feature type thing, so it would just count for one, like rerun, so that there'd still be another one today or replay.
We'll see. It depends, because the last time we did it, there was so much to talk about, and your game was very quick. So we'll see. Okay. So you just submitted them. I see. That's why I don't have them in my pile. And so they're both Colombo games. No. Kunberti? Kunberti.
Yep.
That's tier 8.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, bronze ranked.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see with the speed of it and everything, because I want to try not to do too many double, because then I'm going to get all kinds of people who are like, oh, here, do that. And then now we've got 5 replays, but it takes the entire stream to do 5 replays. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fair
Kid.
point. That is a fair point.
Oklahoma done on stream. Okay. So I guess we're going to do Kunberti and then possibly another Kunberti. Well, we're going to do 2 regardless, of just whether it's going to be a double feature or not. So I'm going to record them as if they're not going to be double features, and then we'll figure it out. All right.
I could request an eagle, but nobody wants to see CVs.
All right. While I'm getting this ready, chat, I need to eat a quick snack, and I need to get this replay rendered and stuff. So it's going to take a few extra minutes to get these going. All right. So just give me a couple moments here. Which one do you want to be game 1, and which one do you want to be game 2?
So the game 1 is going to be the one. Well, game 2 is the one that's on Big Race. So the other one is
Okay.
game 1.
Okay. So that's game 1. I'm going to call that one 1B, and I'll call the other one 1A. Okay. All right, so now I got to render these. And I need to load it up in my thingamabobber.
And I guess I am kind of going on an Italian destroyer kick, in kind of the same way that Zeka was going on a kid kick.
I noticed. Okay.
You know you don't have to. But play twice if you're forced to play them.
No,
There you go.
I'm see. The thing is, I like these ships. That's the sad part.
There is help for you somewhere.
What's up, Ivy Nikki? What did only Smed get, or what did I get? The raid? I must have missed something earlier, maybe. No? I saw the Happy Friday Zath comment. All right, Hindenburg won the vote. Okay. All right.
What then was it you? Did you vote 3 times?
I voted once. Not my fault you didn't vote. It's very un-American of you, Grunty, not to vote.
That's maybe because I'm not American.
Here we come with the excuses. Oh, I live in Germany.
Also, I didn't care for any of these ships in particular.
All right. What's up, Gary? Salute. How are you? And I saw Dunpeel over on YouTube. Hello. Sorry, I was trying to take a snack. I was trying to eat a snack, so I missed out on that. So apologies for that. Good song is good. Admiral Morkborg, thank you for the hydrate reminder. I got to get a shout out from Morkborg. Morkborg has rated this channel quite a few times, so the least I can do to say thanks is to shout Morkborg out and share that link if you guys are looking for a another World of Warships streamer. Looks like you do other things beyond warships as well, and you can see that stuff there. Okay, both replay renders have completed. Liberty B. Alright, hopefully we got this figured out. Alright, how is your Friday going, Gary? You doing alright? Before I forget. I'm going to mark both of your redemptions as complete so I don't screw that up over on the rerun. Okay. Set the replay render. And build viewer, go. You just replaced your motherboard. Ooh. Buying a new PC or building a new PC off of a new CPU or whatnot? If so, what did you get? I thought about doing that, but then Intel had the disastrous 14th gen problems and then rather disastrous loss of, I guess, the 15th generation, what do you want to call them? And then AMD keeps coming out with banger CPUs, so everybody wants to buy those anyway. So it's really hard to get good quality CPUs these days. For inexpensive, I should say. And then, of course, there was the GPU launch.
Yeah, the 50 series price is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You're not upgrading, you're just replacing the one that you've got. Gotcha.
What do you mean it's ridiculous?
The paper launch, as Gamers Nexus calls it. That's right.
It's like
That's right.
$3K for a normal for a normal GPU.
You know how much insurance costs on a fleet of Gulfstream jets?
What? What does that have to do with this?
Because you're paying for it.
Pay for it somehow.
You do not need a 5090.
Need and want are different things.
Yeah.
All of Illinois got 4. I know, right, Hujam? I know. It's crazy.
Yeah, like, you don't need food. You might want food.
And
but you don't
and I
need
guarantee
food.
you.
Technically, you need food.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
You
but
don't
only
need
like
good
once
food.
a month.
We're American. When was the last time we ate good food?
Last time I baked something.
Anyway.
I would say when you were a British colony, but that would be wrong too. So
Yeah.
Armac,
British fighting
getting-
wars over spices, proceeding not to use them.
Getting older generation is, sure, it's definitely an option. You know, it could happen. I don't know. We'll see. For right now, my PC is working okay. Knock on wood. And we'll see what happens moving forward. I did get the approval from the wife to build a new PC, and I put out a buttload of research into PCs and stuff like that, and ultimately decided it just wasn't worth the time, effort, and money, especially, to build a new PC right now. So I'm just gonna wait until the current one dies on me, replacing individual parts as I need to, or tech advances to the point where I need it to be able to stream and to keep up with things. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I'm on
software
a
load is pretty annoying.
yeah, I'm on a 3080 Ti right now, which is fine. It does what I need it to do, and you know, it does get a little warm, but that's all right. It is what it is.
We're in the middle.
If
of
you're
winter,
getting
it
an-
works out.
Yeah,
It's a space heater.
It is. And in the winter months, that's nice, actually. So I actually have the door open in my house to allow cool air to come into the room because it's so hot. So think about that for a moment. Where is my bookmark? I have I don't know where it went. Okay. I had a friend of mine shared a site, and I saw it, and I was going to put it in chat for all of you guys to look at, but I can't find it now. I don't know why. It's probably
What was it?
somewhere. It's a site where it just puts out like a bunch of different computer builds on different levels of kind of quality and capability, and kind of prices them out and stuff, so you can kind of see, okay, if I want, what's the best bang for your buck right now? Okay, 12 series, this, whatever. It's like thoughtful something, or I can't remember off the top of my head.
I can
But
guarantee
anyway.
you the best bang for your buck is nothing Nvidia and nothing Intel.
Well,
Yeah.
it could be NVIDIA, but it's probably older NVIDIA. Like right now, probably a 4070 Ti is probably, the sweet spot, at least for me as a creator. Master Curly, thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. I don't know why there's a delay in the alerts popping up, but it is what it is. You're looking for a 5800X. I thought about doing that, but I like the idea of having some sort of a path to upgrade, so I don't know. We'll see. Then again, I've never actually upgraded anything other than my graphics card in any of my PCs past, so why the hell should I care about it? I don't know.
Honestly, that's kind of weird, Griffin. If you just replaced your main board, why didn't you upgrade it to an AM5? If you needed a new one anyway.
Well, because then he needs a new CPU as well. It's
I
not
mean, he
PC
wants to
part
upgrade
picker. I
the
know that
CPU
one.
anyway, right?
Yeah.
Since he's asking. You don't need a new RAM. You can.
Logical increments. That's the site. That's the site. I'll put it up here real quick so you guys can see what I'm talking about. If I would have known this site existed before I did all my research, it would have saved me so much time. Logical increments. So it gives you a cost and kind of gives you an idea of like how they would evaluate, like, that's right, Zast Tech Tips. That's right. I'm coming after you, Linus. And right now, like the good, very good, like now we're getting into like the sweet spot, and it depends on your use case and stuff. And they suggest different graphics cards and processors, and you can pull this down. And you can kind of get an idea of like what are the difference between the two, how's that going to impact my performance, how much money is it and stuff. This is really handy. It's a really nice website, and it doesn't mean you have to follow it straight through, but it cuts so much of your like back and forth and research out the window, So
Why is every CPU here an Intel?
every CPU what? I didn't hear what Grinch said.
Here in the good and very good is an Intel.
Intel. Oh, okay. Not necessarily. Well, great. You get to the Ryzen's, I guess. I mean, it just comes down to, this is one site, and obviously there's bias behind it. And the thing is, I like using this as a base. I like the idea of using this as a base site that I would start if I were to build a PC. Okay, where do I want to go and what do I want to build with? What's interesting is not only are all of them Intels, but they don't have any Intel i7 processors on their listings. None of them. They go to up to 5, and then they go to Ryzen for a bit. Some of the Ryzen ones are multi-thread versus none, right? And then, obviously the 9800X3D is up there at the top end. So, yeah. So, anyway, just thought I'd share this if we're talking about PC stuff like that. Like, it's kind of fun to look at. And now, let's get back to our game stuff. I have it rendered twice, but I guess I didn't need to render it twice. Oh well. Okay, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with the Kuna Berti. This is M Notes Cover My Replay. And let me put that up here too. There we go. There's that follow alert. I don't know why it's delayed. Sorry about that. So Kunberti at tier 8, the Italian pasta boat destroyer. These things are... God, it's almost... Anyway, I was going to say something and I thought better about it. These things are like destroyer assassins. You come in, you assassinate something, and then you get out. And you use your engine boost and your smoke screen to do that. You have the ability to utilize HE and SAP shells. There's no AP on them. So depending on the target you're shooting at, especially if it's a destroyer, if it's broadside, you're probably going to shoot a SAP at it. And if it's bow on, you're probably going to shoot HE at it. But the point is, you're going to take advantage of the low range, especially the low gun range, to get in, kill something, and get out again before people can see you. They've recently been buffed a bit. I believe it's the engine boost duration was buffed, right?
And its cooldown, yeah.
Yeah, the duration and cooldown. So you can utilize it more frequently now. So, the torpedoes are okay. It's nowhere near like Paulo Emilio level with torpedoes and stuff. They do have good range at 12 kilometer though. So that comes in handy. But the big thing about it is really utilizing it as a gun platform against destroyers and taking them out. Now this is a ranked battle, which is interesting because you may recall in previous replays I've talked with MNote on he did a ranked battle, and I said this is probably not a good choice for ranked. So I'm interested to see how you've adapted things to make it a good choice for ranked.
The main thing is playing at tier 8 instead of tier 10.
Okay. We did talk a lot about how the mid tiers are maybe a little bit more fun, tier for tier, than the tier 10. So let's go ahead and get into your build then, and see how it goes. Take care, Cthulhu. Thanks for hanging out. So we've got main armaments mod 1, engine boost, aiming systems mod 1, propulsion, and concealment. So obviously, since the engine boost has been buffed to where you've got a longer action time, a standard action time instead of a short duration, anything that buffs the engines, it makes perfect sense. So that's why you put that on there. And then propulsion, of course, comes in really handy for you. What's your maneuverability? Yeah, it's under 5 seconds, so you're fine there. And then, let's see. So you've got the exhaust smoke generator too, so that allows you to smoke yourself up and not be spotted and move at full speed while you're doing it. So you buffed the engines here. Smoke-wise, it looks like smoke action time and cooldown, it's not that equal with engine power, which is okay because you've got 3 to 6 charges. It just means you're probably going to utilize your engine power much more frequently than your smoke. It's all right.
Yeah, that's something I'm still getting used to with the buff, by the way.
Yeah.
Because previously you couldn't utilize them as much. You almost never used all of them, so I need to learn how to use them more often.
Yeah, it's odd. It's almost like you start the battle, you hit the button. You know what I mean? Like, whereas usually you don't want to do that. Okay. And you got a standard captain on this boat. You've chosen not to put Sansonetti on. Sansonetti, actually, this can hurt you. The far reach talent, after you kill an enemy ship, your main battery gun range increases. For cruisers, that is fine, but for a destroyer where your concealment is king and you want to keep your gun range low, this actually works against you. It's interesting.
And
this would help.
Yeah, but it's harder to proc that in a destroyer than it is than Venezia or something like that.
Yeah, especially in a ranked battle, even too. And then you've got the Confederate achievement, which would be handy, but again, that's kind of hard to proc too. Okay. So your build, you've done the standard core build, preventative maintenance, last stand, survivability expert, and then concealment expert. Good. And then from there, you've branched off to adrenaline rush, consumable specialist, and grease the gears. It's a 15-point captain. Okay. Where are you going to go next?
So I'm not sure. Emboss and gun feeder and consumable specialist is definitely, that's just a good option all around. Maybe superintendent instead of emboss.
Okay.
For a ranked battle, 3 smokes is probably enough. If this were a random battle, 4th one might be handy.
Okay. Other considerations, radio location. One of the nicest things about radio location is if you do smoke and something that you want to hit disappears, you at least kind of know which way they're going. Just keep your bow pointed at them. Your turret traverse, what is it like? 11 seconds. It might help a little bit there. Yeah, that's exactly SAT. That's what I was thinking about. Now, AFT, you're talking about main battery and anti-air expert to increase the range, but we were just talking about how he's doing what he can to keep the range down. Interestingly, you put the range mod on. I thought you would have kept the range mod off just to keep the gun range even lower.
So that is an option. I do feel as though that you do need at least that little bit of gun range, because I think without it, no, you still outrange your conceal. Okay. I do know that at some of the lower tier ones, like the Aviary, if you don't take the range, then you're spotted before you can even shoot.
Right, which of course is an embarrassing situation. So, okay, that's fine. I was just curious. It does give you a little bit extra flexibility, I suppose, when you're trying to come in and assassinate somebody. Essentially, this gives you, like, if you think about a situation where you try to kill a destroyer and it doesn't die, it gives you like one more shot on that destroyer before he disappears.
And it
or
also,
gets out of your range.
Because of the way the game's coded, of course, it also slightly improves your vertical dispersion.
Depending on how you use these destroyers exactly, I would not hate Fearless Brawler, and I also would not hate Dazzler.
Okay.
But it's very, very playstyle dependent. Like, if you do the ambushing in the open water and then use the smoke to disengage, then Fearless Brawler is kind of good.
Yeah.
If you actually want to use the smoke to ambush something, the Dazzler can help you if you get spotted in your smoke by, let's say, Hydro or Radar, to still pull off the ambush.
Yeah, that's a good point. One other thing I will say about the Cuniberte is I don't think it does as well in randoms as some of the other Italian destroyers, which is why I kind of gear this more towards ranked, because it just does not fare well when it's up tiered. And so in a tier limited thing like ranked, I think that is a better place for this particular ship.
I'm with Southland. Like, if it is for ranked, like, I would 100% take the raid location here.
Yep.
I'd honestly get rid of a 1.2 and take the raid location and the embass to give you a better chance of actually fighting the enemy destroyer, killing it as quickly as possible.
I could see giving up Grease the Gears for that.
Yes, you definitely can if you have the raid location. I think that's the way you go.
Yep. I agree with you. I think this would be good setup for you to just go in, mug a destroyer, and then get out. Yeah. Not a bad build. I mean, you can experiment with other ones if you want, but I think radio location just gives you so much information. It's so handy. And the ironic thing is you might actually see battleships turn and run away if you're, like, pointing at them. So that you can kind of project some extra power that way too, which would be kind of hilarious. And then for flags, you've got HP flag, fire reduction, fire and flood chance, and then fire chance, obviously for HE shells.
Yeah, that was before we had our last Torrico replay, which you kind of made a good point that the fire and flood chance really probably isn't necessary, so I probably wouldn't run those.
Okay. So, the flood chance by itself is probably okay. What would you pick up instead then?
Let's see. Probably the consumables, faster reduction on consumables.
You already have that.
Oh, I do? Okay.
I don't think there's anything else to pick up. You can.
I would go.
Fires.
Maybe the flood duration one and the ram flag.
I would agree with you there probably. In ranked, you can find at tier 8 subs. You can also find carriers. So I wouldn't fault you for also going for anti-air, even though your anti-air is not great. Whatever. It just makes you feel a little bit better. Flooding reduction is nice if you're hunting subs and ramming, because a sub can possibly surface and ram you. So the ramming flag ensures that basically you both die, instead of like you die and he lives, if he's got ramming flag and you don't.
Yeah.
And
If
then
he
the
doesn't have
flooding...
flaming flag, then he dies and I live.
Correct. In most cases. Depends on... There's a lot of factors, as you know, with ramming. And then the flooding recovery is nice. Again, if there's subs involved, if you're within that 3-kilometer radius to prevent shotgunning, fine, but you can still take a flood. So having the flooding recovery time could really help you if your DCP is down and you take a flood like that. You've got speed, you've got consumables, and you also did your smoke, so that's fine. Okay. It specializes in killing other destroyers. Problem is, it's a battleship heavy meta. Randoms, or ranked is typically, well, even randoms at times can be very battleship heavy. This is true. But, as you guys know, I always talk about killing destroyers wins games. So if you're going to play a ship in ranked, at least do what you can to kill the destroyers with it, right?
Yeah, and the thing is by playing a destroyer, I of course ensure that there's at least one destroyer on the enemy team for me to at least eventually engage.
Right. The challenge for you is you summon a destroyer on the enemy team. The big challenge for you is, what is that destroyer that you summon? For example, if it's a destroyer that's got hydro, that could possibly be a problem. If it's a destroyer that's got, well, radar, there's only one right now, no, two, right? The Orcon and the Pan-European gunboat destroyer line, whatever it's called.
The Split, I think.
The Split, thank you. So, I mean, there's always the possibility that you pull in a destroyer that's objectively, like, better suited to the battle than you are. So, that's a risk, but I get what you're saying.
Or if I pull in an Akizuki.
Which is okay, as long as you can wreck it before it wrecks you, because, you know, Akizuki things.
Yeah, but it's always the problem, like how you actually do it, because you get outspotted by Nakizuki.
And that's where radiolocation comes in handy.
That's why things like the Fujin are annoying too, when they have like 5-kilometer detection range.
Sure. All right, Chaos. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. So you've got, this is a 2-battleship, 2-cruiser, 2-destroyer match. Toggle mines both have the hydro thing, so that's going to be frustrating for you to deal with.
5 and 6
Veneto,
kilometers.
Yep. Veneto makes its own smoke, so that's also going to be frustrating. And it's a Bama, so whatever. And destroyer-wise, I'm sure you're probably hoping to run into the Sassy Ho more so than the Akizuki.
Yeah, very much so.
Yep.
We'll see how that turns out.
Oh, Bama DC, Alabama depth charges, I should say, coming by you. So, you know the Bama went this way at the very least. And we talked about during the build portion, you could have actually gotten away with popping your engine boost right away, get into the C cap as quickly as possible. Get the cap and then do whatever. Oh, you're detected. And you found...
Yep.
Yep.
50-50 shot goes against you 100% of the time.
Oh, yeah.
So
this happens to me every time I play... Sorry, go ahead.
I don't even want to take this engagement, so I just nope out of there immediately, and I still take a fair amount of damage.
Yeah. I would have possibly used engine boost at the same time as your smoke and actually slowed down to try to get the Akizuki to think that you're going to stop and then start moving forward again. The idea being to throw off potential torpedoes and also to make him think that you maybe are playing it like a standard destroyer.
And unfortunately, the Aki didn't stay in his smoke. Although I do get him with a torp, or... No, I hit the Alabama with a torp.
Yes, you hit the Bama with the torp. Exactly right, SAT, and that's where radial positioning would have really helped here. Oh, you DCP'd the engine brake, and...
Yep. Yep, that's a mistake that I make in this battle that I don't make in the second battle, but we'll get to that later.
Why are you still? I mean, I get you spotted now because you're burning. But this Sakizuki must actually be chasing after you because otherwise you would have gotten dark.
Yes. So he knows that his concealment of 6.1 is going to be better than your concealment of 8.2. So very smart of the Aki player, and even if he doesn't, he was smart enough not to sit in his smoke, so he got out of there and, spotted you anyways, even if he didn't know about that concealment advantage he has. So, yeah, I agree with you, SAT, that early engagement, and I think, ironically enough, if you had engine boost in place, you would have gotten spotted earlier enough to where you could have backed off sooner as well. Before the Atago and mines were in position to do something to you.
I am communicating there in chat. I'm noting that there are only 2 ships over at B, so the 3 ships over there should try to just run over that flank.
Yes. Now, the Bama is moving back, and I would absolutely be telling the team to watch out for that Bama.
Attention. Reporting the target position.
Mainly thinking about your Hipper, but maybe also the Champagne, who seems to like being broadside to a Veneto and a Bama. Now, you're heading in the direction of the Tennessee. Why?
Well, my thought here is I'm not going to be much good on this flank, so I'm going to try and reposition more center and then see how the game develops.
Okay.
Going towards the Tennessee just as happenstance because that's where the Tennessee is.
It's also where the torps are going to be fired, and that's what. See,
yeah,
now you
that's
see why
true.
I'm asking. That's exactly why I was asking.
I think I had a thought here of potentially trying to smoke the Tennessee up.
Torpedoes to port.
And instead you put yourself in harm's way. Fortunately, though, the Tennessee at least survives. And it's only the mines over there. Yeah, he said the plan was to go mid, SAT. So hopefully the Tennessee can wreck the mines and the Atago. We'll see.
So what I'm kind of noticing at this moment is the Asashio still has not been spotted at all.
Engine boost activated.
So you're going to go to A then?
I'm going to head in that direction just in case he's trying to backcap us.
Okay. Okay.
But I also want to stick around mid, not go directly to A because, I want to see how the C flank develops. If suddenly the Akazuki spot pops up, going towards B and the mines is disengaging, maybe suddenly I try going after the C cap.
Mm-hmm. Now, ironically, if you encounter the Asashio, he might still be able to kill you with his guns.
Engine boost deactivated.
Mines and Atago are irrelevant. I mean, they're only useful if the Tennessee can kill them. Right? That's the only good thing about, keeping them spotted. But yeah. I agree. I would be more concerned about the Veneto especially. Alright, Stream Raiders, that was a loss. It's alright. Let's get the next one going.
So I'm thinking here, maybe try to get some, depending on where they're going, maybe some dual purpose torps on mines in Veneto.
And your Champagne dies to... He went between both of the battleships. That's smart. Oh well.
And then suddenly the A-cap starts getting flipped.
Mm-hmm. So you were thinking correct. He went to go and back cap. Hi, Joker. I'm doing fine. I'm still sick, but feeling a little bit better. How are you?
Acknowledged. Thank you.
We're being engaged by Champagne. Yes, another instance for
Yeah.
radio location would help. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Tennessee did what I expected the Tennessee to do, which is kill the cruiser. So that's good. Come on.
So I figure the Asashio is probably, it's capped A, it's probably going to go to B, so I'm going to try and intercept it.
Now you are located, so the Asashio's got radio location. He's gonna know the closest thing is
Why-
where you are.
Why would the Asashio go to the big cap?
Sick of being
Where
sick.
they, like...
If I'm the Asashio,
Yeah.
I'm going after the Tennessee.
yeah, exactly. I would think he'd go after the battleship as well, but he doesn't. He does what you thought, and he goes to the B cap. Yeah, he could think it was the
Good thing about it
Akazuki.
being-
Yeah.
The good thing about it being the Asashio, though, is I don't have to worry about his torpedoes.
True. But you'll notice how he was ready for that engagement with you. His guns were turned and everything, so you
Right.
didn't catch him off
'Cause-
guard.
Right, because
'Cause
he had RPF, so he
Correct.
was ready for that.
He can't aim with his guns.
He's a little
One
off.
good thing about the Cuniberte, by the way, is that its rear turret is 360, so it can stay on target pretty easily.
Gotcha. He
still
could have won the
playing
fight. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely could if he didn't miss so many shells.
Well, he did this.
The Asashio can actually still win this.
Yes,
Like
that's what I'm trying to
only needs
say.
he only needs 2 good salvos.
Even if he missed, the problem with the Sashio wasn't his gunnery. The problem with the Sashio was his default response of, I'm going to smoke and run away, instead of, I'm just going to engage this person and win. So, that's his problem.
Enemy destroyer foundered.
And you do come away with the kill. So you're gonna get the A cap easily enough. Tennessee and Akazuki. Why is the Akazuki spotted? Oh God, is he one of those? Is he one of those
He was-
like I'm gonna shoot from
He
long
was
range
spotted
things?
earlier too because he was shooting. Yeah.
Oh goodness, guys! If you play Akazuki,
Actually, I
don't
would-
do that.
Actually, I would say that the Akazuki is probably my most useful teammate in this battle.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I think you'll see more as the battle unfolds more.
Okay.
Man, I thought it was just out of your hatred for your other teammates.
I mean, there's that too. Particularly the Tennessee, which we get into a little bit of a spat.
Always fun.
As he dies.
So I
So
looked up the
I
build. The
figure-
Aki is not ranged, so that's good.
I'm thinking the Veneto is going to push into me, so I launched some torps in the direction I think he's going to go.
Well, that's true, SAT. My thinking is though, when I don't know that player particularly, and I don't look up skill and all that. But when I see an Akazuki in the open water pew-pewing at something at long range, I just think, ugh, But yeah, if he's the one that got the Bama, sure, fine.
I mean, the Veneto was occupied with the Tennessee still, so he's not gonna shoot the Akisuki in that moment.
So
Here,
I
I-
2 torps and get 2 floods.
Yes, and I would have changed to HE and slowed down to keep him in range, so that if he does DCP, then you could gun him and start a fire on him and kill him. I mean, you're quite low, so you'd have to time it right, like smoke and then, gun in the general spot he was in or whatever, but could happen. At this point, I do not like where you're going. 1 iota.
Because
You
of
need
the
to go-
Akazuki.
Yes, you need to go back to the Akazuki. At this point in the battle, You have the point lead. You have the cap lead. You need to get back with your teammate and together kill both ships or whatever. So you going off like this is just going to get yourself wrecked. And now you're turning to your keyboard and fighting in chat instead of playing the game.
Yeah, I'm not. This is definitely not a good thing. Like, yeah, I realize, you know, that this isn't exactly the best thing for me to be doing. My thought here, though, is basically to just run away.
Okay, but you're kind of running away in the direction the Akizuki was last spotted. Like, if I'm looking at the minimap, I'm expecting the Akizuki to come to A, and I'm expecting the Otago to go to B.
Like, you kind of have, like, the problem here is this. If the Akizuki goes for your cap, you might lose it on points. It's very close. I guess you're winning it still, because he went
And
in.
now he's in A.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I agree with SAT. Luck chucking torques would be helpful. Radio location would have been helpful too. But again, you're still like taking yourself out of the battle to engage, you know, in keyboard warfare.
So
with your own
one thing
team.
that I do want to say is I do have the score timer mod, and it was telling me that we do win on one cap. And
Okay, so
I don't think that the Otago could get, or the Akizuki could get into B before we win.
So if that's the case, why did you turn south and allow the Akizuki to possibly spot you if he was going straight towards you?
Here's your problem, though. The distance from these
A to
two
B is
caps
pretty
is
short.
very close. The Akizuki can very, very well get in there. Plus, on the way there, he's probably gonna spot your Akizuki, which is a 2v1 fight, so I assume your Akizuki is gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
As for why I was heading south, I thought my thinking was, okay, once the Akizuki leaves, I go into A, cap it. But yeah, it wasn't, and then yeah, like you said, Akizuki goes south, get spotted, but you know, my Akizuki is actually going to win that fight pretty handily.
That is very,
I wouldn't
very, very lucky for you.
I wouldn't consider that handily. I mean, the Otago is one salvo from killing it. But,
Fair enough.
You know, I just feel like you left a
you're
lot
lucky
to your
that-
teammates here.
That you ended on 1,000 points here, because your Akizuki was
Yeah.
still spotted from the kill, and one more salvo from the Otago probably kills it, and then the Otago gets in this cap too.
Yes.
You massively
Yeah, that's a good point.
underestimated how quickly these enemy ships will get in the caps, or rather how quickly you would get to your 1,000.
Yep. So, I mean, it's a win, but there's a lot to unpack, a lot to learn from this game.
So you think the play there was, like you said, basically meet up with the Akizuki and try to hunt the remaining two. And actually, you can see right there that the Aki did die.
If he actually
Hold on,
sits
Grunty.
together-
Grunty. Hold on, Grunty. Let Note finish his thought first, and then you can talk, okay?
What I was saying is that if I mean, looking at the battle results screen, the Akizuki actually did die, you know, after we'd won the game. So, yeah, that's a good point. And yeah, I was just wondering, you know, meet up with the Akizuki, go to basically try to hunt down their Akizuki and then the Otago.
You have to pick one. At that point, you have to pick one. And I would absolutely go for the enemy Akizuki over the Otago. But at least if you pair up with the Akizuki, you let him take the lead because he's got the same concealment as the enemy Akizuki. And then together you double team whatever it is.
Yeah, that's
Anyway.
right. Yeah, like I mean, I don't have unlimited Commander XP, so I don't have 21-point captains for everyone, or even I am trying to build up these captains in order to get these skills. But yeah, RPF absolutely would have been very useful in this battle.
Sure. And, don't look at it as saying, how dare you go in without a 21-point captain. It's more just a demonstration of where that would work. All right, Grunty, what were you going to say?
I think in this particular case, how it played out, if they actually team up, I think he loses. Because then he dies. And the enemy and your own Akizuki still dies. I think you lose that if you team up. As much as I like the play initially to team up, I think it would have lost the game.
Maybe. It really just depends, like if you could time it right with your Akizuki buddy so that, again, the two of them spot each other at the same exact time, right? Right? They spot each other at the same time, and then he's automatically going to go for this guy, right? And then you open up with your guns, and he says, holy crap, there's two of them. And then he blows up. Like, to me, that's in my mind how that battle plays out. And then, the problem is you do lose A in the process, but yeah, I mean, it just comes down to the timing.
That's what you're hoping for, but if the enemy Akizuki switches and kills M-Node, I think you lose.
But if M-Node, again, if you're taking your concealment into play, and M-Node stays a good couple kilometers behind the Aki because his concealment is that bad, then I don't see the Akizuki getting enough damage quickly enough to cause the death. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, that'd have to be a pretty damn good gunfight there. Well, I mean, it requires communication, but again, Note wasn't communicating with the Akizuki. He was communicating with his team about why, blah, 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 you suck, you suck, you suck. So, player 3 has entered the chat, essentially, and now it's a 1v2. So, if instead he's communicating with the Akizuki, if he says, Aki, I'm coming to you, my concealment's worse than yours, I'm going to get behind you, who do you want to go for? Do you want the Atago or the Aki? Let him decide, okay? And then he says, all right, well, I want blank. Fine. Then you go meet up with him and, you do the thing. But you have to be able to explain it, and you have to be able to focus on that. It requires a lot of work. So that's the hard part. You can't fall for that low-hanging fruit of a dead teammate crying about people that are alive still. You just can't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
So there were several cases that almost took you out of this battle. Like, if you weren't paying more attention, like, you could have literally walked into the Akizuki while you're in the keyboard fighting with your team and quickly have to hit the enter key so that you can go and smoke and try not to die. So,
yeah. Yeah.
That's all I want to highlight there. And that's for anybody. And we're not just, bad, I'm not bad. But it's more for everybody to understand. And I do this when I stream ranked myself, is I will play a game. If I die and I'm unhappy with something, I'll say my piece and then I'll leave. And that's it. I'll leave the game. Because if I keep sitting there and keep, fighting with people, I'm just taking them out of the game. Honestly, I probably shouldn't even say my single piece, but that's just how I get rid of my salt, But, it's not worth it to keep fighting your team. Ironically enough,
Yeah, it's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Exactly, you just drag your teammates down with you. I actually had a game of ranked way back when, where I actually managed to get the enemy teammates talking and distracted to the point where our one solo player was able to win the game. It was hilarious. I got into an all-chat fight with two people on the enemy team about which ship was better to take into ranked. And they started arguing with me, and then their third player on the team started arguing with me. And I'm like, yes, this is working. And then my teammates started arguing and all the time. Like, shut up! You focus on winning the game! It was glorious. It was glorious. But yeah,
It's silly.
It's silly, and I wish I had recorded the game, because it's just a great way of saying, look, I have one further weapon, even though I'm dead. I can still make something happen. But the key is you have to tell your teammates, shut up, don't look at the chat, and focus on the game, and let me take care of this. You know what I mean? Some people just, they can't do that. So, anyway, very nice game. A lot to unpack here. Chat, if you guys have, of course, any suggestions for a game title or something like that should this make it to YouTube, please share. And any other questions or thoughts to share and note?
Not really. It's just, I wish I hadn't taken so much damage with that initial engagement with the Aki. And, but the thing is, it was a 50-50 shot. I couldn't have known which destroyer it was going to be because they both outspot me.
Like, I don't think you can prevent this because, like, you get spotted by any destroyer. Sure, if you run into your Sasho here, he's probably not gonna open up and shoot at you, but you still might take the same amount of damage from any other ship that is around there shooting you because you're spotted.
Yeah,
And
the
you
enemy
always
team
run that
definitely would.
risk if you play a Kuniberti because, like, you do get outspotted by a lot of other ships.
Yep.
Does it get outspotted by any cruisers?
No, it's not that bad unless you. No.
And I do think,
yeah.
like, there are a few destroyers at outspots, probably French and Soviet ones, I would think.
No, you don't outspot the French. They're about the same. And the Soviet ones, yeah, you will outspot a Kiev if the Kiev is like completely.
Well, I guess my only criticism would be two things. Take less damage, and at the start of the game, just type out, if you talk to me, go lick a window. Right, just insert your dominance right off the start.
Oh,
See,
goodness.
my thought with the Kuniberti is, and it's maybe a habit that I need to get a little bit out of, because, so the one thing is, Kuniberti does have, it's a tier 8. At tier 8, you get the concealment module. And its concealment is a little bit worse than the tier 7. But at tier 7, the Toriko has similar concealment to other ships of its tier. It's actually pretty middle-of-the-road concealment, whereas Kuniberti is a lot worse than most ships at its tier. So it is one of the things that really switches at tier 8, and I need to stop playing it like it's the tier 7.
There's a reason a lot of people think that the line peaks at the tier 7.
Yeah, I mean, I'm among the people who thinks that. So
Okay. Oh, Black Dog, I do not have any replays of the new Dutch cruisers yet. Nobody is. I don't think anybody sent any in yet. I look at
I
my
haven't
pile.
had any really good games in them. Like, I like
Yeah.
the ship with the whole 360 turret thing, and I'm getting better at the airstrikes very slowly, but just haven't had any really, really replay-worthy games.
I'll be honest, I haven't played a single game of them in random battles yet. I've only played them in operations, and
I played
haven't
one.
I haven't even unlocked them yet, so.
And I'm not gonna send one of those in.
I've only played one random battle in it, and that was just to finish the tricolor thing, because you have to get in caps or base caps. I played one random battle. It was a terrible battle, but fortunately a Bismarck decided to walk into the B cap on trap, and I just said thank you and farmed him for 19 base defense ribbons. Still need a title, y'all.
You know my final game for the Dutch missions? I got 40 decaps.
And you needed like 3.
Yeah, I got like 30-something once.
What can we call this one?
I don't know a good title for this one. For the next one, I do have a fairly good title, or a theme of title. That's got to be fun. But
Well, the only thing I can think of really is don't be the third teammate.
Ooh, I
Right.
like that. Third teammate.
yeah,
What I'm
Okay.
here for, the obvious and one-liners.
You got chapped lips once. Okay.
don't forget the U4501 hate.
Oh, that's gonna be soon replaced by hateful Russian subs, no?
Just hate subs. I'd
All
rather
right.
have a double tier 10 carrier game than ever see a submarine again. Don't get me wrong.
Silencio
I hate double
por
carrier games,
favor.
okay?
All right. Well, no, as always, thank you for the support and setting the replay in and joining us on chat. There's a lot to unpack, so good game.
Thank you.
I'll go to the Stream Raider screen. We have a commercial break that's starting up, so let me get the next game loaded, and we won't bother with a commercial break.
What do you mean
Kunberti
starting
B.
up? I've been watching it for over a minute.
Oh, okay. I don't know how long it is. I just know how long it's left on the break. So, World of Warships is already running. World of Warships is already running. How you doing today, Cobra? You expected to hate it because of the stats? You just need to confirm. Yeah, I think I played one game in it. You are fantastic. Good to hear.
Yeah, Rehide might is a contender for worst ship tier for tier in the game.
Yep.
You pronounced
The only
Colorado
that's-
wrong there, Grunty?
Sorry, say that
Colorado's
I
Colorado's
said you
fine.
pronounced Colorado wrong.
Colorado's
again.
fine.
No. I placed Rehide correctly.
I was about to say you pronounced Tiger 59 wrong.
That ship got buffed. That ship is like twice as good as Rehide now.
Yeah.
That's the one
And
with
that-
the 2 turrets, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
And smoking radar.
Okay, Grunty. Based on your previous comments, though, Vrihad or Hector?
Ah.
See, the Hector is not bad. I just suck in it. That's a difference.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is our second Kunberti game of the stream. Note forcing us to take a look at 2 of his replays today. So we talked about it before, but in case that previous replay doesn't make it to YouTube and this one does, we're going to kind of go through it again. So Kunberti, Italian destroyer, really good at assassinating enemy destroyers. Not the greatest at a lot of other things. She's got rather horrid concealment. And on top of that, her torpedoes are okay. They're not the greatest. And she does not have the ability to take AP shells, so it's really just fires and sap that you're kind of dependent on. Her anti-air is nothing that great either. So there's and she lacks things like hydro, but she does have this very sexy exhaust smoke generator consumable, which of course allows her to smoke up and move at full speed and stay smoked for a certain duration of time. She also has a emergency engine power consumable. This consumable was recently buffed, so that it allows you to whatchamacallit, sorry, to utilize it more frequently because because the duration is much faster. Sorry, what was that, Puddin'?
It's a great candy bar, by the way.
What candy bar?
Whatchamacallit?
Oh, okay. So it's been buffed recently, and that's why you see players that maybe like Mnote going and speccing into like engine boost and stuff like that. Discord command did not work because I forgot to start my StreamerBot command or StreamerBot app. So since we are already 3 hours into the stream, let's go ahead and eat out a code. So giveaway started. You have to be a follower and present on Twitch. This is Twitch only. If you are on one of the other channels, Rumble, Kick, or YouTube, make sure you tune in over on Twitch real quick. If you haven't followed yet, please click that follow button and then just type something in chat like you see happening here. All right, so what you've gone with Note is main armaments mod 1, engine boost, aiming systems, propulsion, and concealment. Okay, and obviously you did that so that you can take advantage of your emergency engine power. You could... Where's the smoke mod? Is the smoke mod? Yeah, smoke mod is 3rd slot, which is why you don't run that, right? You want to keep your guns as accurate as possible. Okay. All right. And then your captain, we talked about last time. I'll remind people. Cincinnati, the problem with Cincinnati is if you get a kill with it, it actually helps your gun range. And on this particular ship and the Italian destroyers in general, you don't want to increase your gun range because the farther out your guns can reach, the farther out enemy ships that you're not shooting at can detect you. So you want a shorter detection range so that you kill something and nothing else is within your shorter gun range, and therefore you go dark. Also, it's going to be hard to hit 100 times with the main battery, especially in a ranked environment. And then Confederate is difficult too, especially in ranked.
I think you can actually get away with the smoke mod and dropping the aiming systems here, though, because you're running that build that wants no range. You're fighting so close that the dispersion matters less.
That is true. I've noticed a few volleys where I was like, because I haven't tried it with smoke mod. I was actually trying it with either turret speed or torpedo. I know. I gave up on those. There were a few volleys that I was like, yeah, that looks bad. I wish I had better accuracy.
You're talking about going from 27.5 seconds to 33.
The thing is, like, you will always have these bad volleys, like, no matter if you take aiming or not, and you're getting somewhat biased by them because you realize them more.
Yeah, that's true.
They're gonna happen no matter what, eventually. Like,
all right.
Confirmation bias is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, but I always talk about the importance of using your own personal experiences when playing to determine how you build ships, because I know I can give you feedback, Brent can give you feedback and stuff, but until we see you play the game, you know, it's not necessarily targeted per how you play it. So, you know, and that's not you as in you, M-Note, it's you as in anybody who's watching this. So, it's fine. If you've encountered games where you said, man, if only I hit one more shell, or whatever, then I understand the decision to go aiming systems. And smoke, let me say it this way, the way you used smoke last battle we saw, you wouldn't have mattered. It, you know, that's not going to help you.
No, it would not have mattered in the last battle.
So, and again, that's only one game versus like watching every single game you've done, which, no offense, I don't want to. So let's look at your build here. You've gone with the core build, preventative maintenance, last stand, survivability expert, concealment. That's the core build. You always start with that for any non-healing destroyer. And then you've done adrenaline rush, consumable specialist, grease the gears. We talked about before on the previous one. You know, this is a captain. He's just training up tech tree. And so I can understand why it's not going to be a 21 pointer. But as he works his way up, we talked about the value before of radiolocation and the desire really to try to find a way to get Mabas in there so you get faster reload of your guns, which means you're going to have to get rid of one of these one-pointer skills to do it in order to take radiolocation. Now, if you've got radiolocation, you can pre-turn your guns. And as you mentioned during the last replay, your third turret is 360, which I would say even further disincentivizes you from needing grease the gears, right?
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah. So Mabas, I think, would make perfect sense here. And I want to comment on something that SAT said before, too. So let me go back to how you had your build like this. We had talked about in the last replay how important it was to have radiolocation to know where things are. And then the discussion was, well, there's not enough points. You have to prioritize it, and that's where it comes handy to know what is your 21 point captain build going to be, like to sit down and really plan it out and then say, okay, after the core 10 points, what is the most important for me, what is the most impactful for me? And I actually do agree with SAT, and that would be radiolocation. So if I were you, I would have built it like this. I would have gone this and then radiolocation, especially use your psychic powers. There you go. You know, if you're doing ranked especially, adrenaline rush only helps when you're taking damage, and so this helps all the time. So I would say get that set up like that, and then from there you can go adrenaline rush, and you know, consumable specialist, and then Mabas or yeah, however you want to do these three, it's really up to you. But I would probably take Consumable Specialist last now that I think about it. I think I would probably go with Adrenaline Rush, then Mabas, and then. But you can make the argument the other way.
I would do it the same way, especially for ranked battles. Like, if you have a build that wants radiolocation, I think you're taking it at 14.
Yeah, and I do think, you know, what SAT said and the number of times in the previous battle that it would have been useful, and also looking ahead, the times that it might have been useful in the upcoming battle. Yeah, I definitely think that this is probably a good suggestion, and one that I'm going to probably implement next time I boot up the game.
Right, yeah. It's one of those cases where you might want to consider retraining because it's a relatively lower point captain, and retraining becomes more expensive as captains grow. And the other thing about it is it's also a great illustration of why planning is so important, because it's very easy to say, oh, I got 1 point left, I'll just toss it on this. And when you do that, you completely screw yourself over of everything else. And it slows down your progress towards the more important skills. And SAT, your comment makes me think maybe Mabas over Adrenaline. But I would definitely do those two first and then Consumables last. Even though it's only a 1 point, to get to that 1 point is a lot easier than to have to wait to get to the third point to get Adrenaline Rush or whatever if you've gone like this. So... Since you have limited brain power, you find relocation only helps you during a battle when 1 or 2 ships are left. Well, yes, but it's always pointing, so it can help you no matter what. It's just,
Well, I think the thing people forget, though, too, is with minus rank, but when you're in randoms, and there's a subbing game, and that guy decides to surface, and all of a sudden that RPF switches...
You can train yourself to notice this radiolocation more and make more use out of it.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. For signals, I just started the next Stream Raiders. For signals, we talked about you've got the heal booster, hi Dubong, fire reduction, fire and flood chance, fire chance, speed, and then consumables, and of course the smoke flag. And we talked on the previous replay, you probably don't need to worry about your fire chance because most of your power comes from your sap shell, so you're really only shooting HE. At battleships, you absolutely have to, same thing with cruisers, or at destroyers that are bow or stern on. So it could be helpful, could get you that last fire on something, but and you're playing in ranked. Even if you're playing in randoms, you can find subs, you can find carriers. So against subs, ramming would come in handy if a sub you're chasing just surfaces and you ram it. And then either flood recovery time or anti-air might be good uses for you as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get to the game. So this is Big Race. Okay. Big Race. Once again, 2 destroyers. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's not a map that you usually see in a tier 8 ship.
I like that when they do this for ranked, though, when they pick smaller sized maps. It's really nice because it's just easier to get the game in and get the game out. You know what I mean? So anyway, looking at the... Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we were about to say the same thing. Look at the matchmaking going up against a Benson and a Cleveland, which, both outspot me by a full kilometer or more. So
you mean the Cossack and Benson, yes.
Or Cossack and Benson, yeah. And, of course, the Cleveland has radar, so be worried about that. But I kind of don't worry about any of that at the beginning of the battle. I just kind of go full bore in.
Okay. Now, last game I mentioned it, this game too, because of the changes with the engine power, and because you have the ability to smoke and run away, you might want to just use your first engine boost right off the bat and get yourself into B as quickly as possible, or C. I might go C with it, actually, because the Cossack and Benson aren't very fast destroyers. So your engine boost, I mean, you're going 41 knots without it, right? So if you went straight to C, there's a good chance you could actually get into C and possibly cap it before the enemy destroyer
Yeah.
shows up.
For C cap, yes. B cap, no. But
Yeah.
C cap, you can probably get, because like there's a decent chance the enemy destroyer doesn't even go for C. Like,
Yeah, I think.
How's it
I
going,
get-
Gaelic?
I get lucky here. I definitely get lucky here because, well, B is completely uncontested.
Well, yes. Now look at your concealment. 6.6. I mean, if anything goes into the cap, you're detected before they even go to the cap. So this is extremely risky. Extremely risky.
SAT's right. This really is the worst place possible. I probably should be, if I'm going to cap B, I should probably be trying to go to the island at like E5, somewhere in that range.
that's too deep in. They have
That's
radar.
true.
You're gonna get stuck at this island and not gonna get out anymore.
Okay.
But by sheer luck, nobody is even around to spot me there, so
Well,
Most
yeah, you had...
interesting, the sea
you had
cap
to destroy
is
go that
now
way.
contested.
Mm-hmm. Cossacks at A, so it's the Benson. So a lot of destroyers will go this way to go into C cap, and you would have been spotted that time. Anyway,
I don't really like this play going over to C now, because like, are you really gonna fight this Cossack? Like, you have one Massachusetts to back up. It's too far away.
no,
for
it's the Benson,
secondary.
not the Cossack.
The Benson.
it's the
sorry.
Benson.
Get back.
Benson is
mean,
not
you
full
res-
conceal.
I mean, you reset it.
Mm-hmm.
You won the trade,
Engine boost activated.
And then I beach.
but it cost you smokes. So
Let's see. What is the Benson's build?
Smoke screen set.
You're right. Benson's build, he didn't even take the concealment module. You are very fortunate.
oh boy.
Okay.
What do
wow.
you mean he didn't take the concealment model? Does he have a different model or is it blank?
He went for torpedo lookout system.
I regret asking.
Wait, what?
I regret.
Hold on, my brain's trying to comprehend this.
Yeah.
Don't try.
Don't try, Putin. Don't try. It makes it worse.
If you try to comprehend it, I think you'll just start bleeding from the nose.
Hold
Well,
on, I
a
gotta
lot
go
of
turn
people-
on Turbo Extreme so I can bleed from the eyes too.
Oh, Jesus.
This Benson,
a
suffice
gift,
it to
man.
say, he
It's a
does not
gift.
play this well.
It's a gift. Just look at it as a gift. Take the gift, accept the gift, DCP your engines, and get out. That's
Yeah,
it.
This is one case in which I, unlike the previous game, I don't DCP while I'm still engaged in battle, and there's HE still coming at me. Although, was that Benson shooting AP at me?
Yes, he was using skill shells. Like I said, take the gift. Speaking of which, I'll go ahead and share the build with you guys so you can kind of see what he's running. While I thank Gaelic for your resub. After sailing in the high seas on our World of Warships for 6 epic months, your ship is not just a kid, but a legend. Your O/Slash is not just a wave, it's a salute to the best replays in battles. Here's to many more adventures on the horizon.
I
What
have
is this build?
significantly many questions.
I don't know. Let's see. Augsmod, yeah. Engine is good. Torp, I could see it. Propulsion's fine. Torp lookout system. And he went for that instead of defensive anti-air, which is a good choice. Grease the gears. Swift fish. A boss. Range? I don't know.
I'm gonna say this is the first time I'm actually thankful I'm watching an ad right now. I don't have to look at the build anymore.
What's the
Let's
build
get back to
issue?
the game. Yeah, he probably got
Oh,
tired
dear.
eating torps and smoke.
Oh dear.
He's probably a lower tier player, and he's used to sitting in smoke and getting torpedoed. At lower tier, this is common.
Yeah, it's just what happens at low tier.
Just so everybody understands this, sitting in smoke and running that module, you're still gonna eat all the torpedoes because the smoke is covering up the torpedoes coming at you.
Oh,
Yeah, but
really?
you
It
see them
does?
farther away. He's joking.
Not sitting in smoke, but no, like for all seriousness, guys, sitting in smoke, you don't spot anything, including the torpedoes coming at you.
The funny thing is, at these higher tiers, a lot of torpedoes actually have a default detection of 1.8 anyway. So the module doesn't even do anything.
Whatever.
Going back to the battle, basically, for most of this battle, I am just going to be trolling this Bismarck.
Mm-hmm.
Over over contesting the sea cap.
Did we not learn from trolling carriers? Now we're gonna troll a Bismarck.
Is the Bismarck good?
I don't care. I agree with SAT. Like, I would try to support my team more than to deal with the Bismarck. I like the idea of capping C.
Yeah, I am trying to do that. Like, my goal here is to cap and maintain C. Because, you know, if we have 2 caps, I'm hopeful we can win the game, assuming that my team wins down south.
Generator started.
Yeah, but you're,
Well-
you're leaving your team down south in a 2v2, which now turned into a 2v1.
Yeah, it turned into a 1v1.
Yeah, but it would have been a 2v. It would have been that even if he went to the middle, just he's too far away. I was gonna say, you know, the Bismarck was at least smart enough to recognize that you're in C, and he tried to spot you. He actually did, which I think is interesting. There's something to be said about keeping him interested in you because it takes him out of the fight. And now you've got a Richelieu versus a Flandre, which is kind of hilarious to think about. Like, who's gonna win?
Yeah. And that's kind of my
yeah.
thought, is to basically, if I could keep trolling this Bismarck and basically keep him focused, like if he's going to try and focus on taking the C cap, you know, yes, SAT, I took myself out of the fight, but the idea is hopefully I'm also taking the Bismarck out of the fight.
Hey,
Okay.
this is what I would have told my teammate. Just ram the other battleship. It's GG.
2-3PO, look at that video. Look at Stevie. Oh my god. Thank you for the tier 3 sub, dude. Subplay
And
is
I
the
don't
best
think
play.
You had a chance to shoot here while being undetected and reset him. If you shoot now, it's too late.
You could still shoot now. I would probably shoot now.
It actually isn't, because of my gun bloom.
Now you see him.
Our team has taken the lead.
Now you don't.
Yep.
I mean, he still got a shot off. Like,
Yeah.
you would have been completely undetected the other
Yeah, that
way.
is true.
Hey, either way, the point is he got a shot off, he got the reset, he didn't get killed. Like, that's a win, in my opinion.
And
So
the
two
Flandre
3POs
did take out the Richelieu.
2 months of sub is the ultimate sub play in our fleet. Just like in World of Warships, your support is the best strategy for victory. Keep those emotes flying high and the ad-free seas clear. Thank you, 2-3PO.
I would just tell my Flandre here to just get the A cap. There is no reason to go towards that Bismarck.
PR?
So
yeah.
here's where I think, like, that whole engagement, I think having RPF would have been would have been somewhat helpful, simply because I don't make that play if the Bismarck just abandons C. He's like, okay, I'm not going to get C. I'm just going to go down to B, help my team. I'd follow him and go with him. And if I had a RPF, I'd be able to tell more easily if he was doing that. The main reason why I stuck around C is because the Bismarck stuck around C.
And like was said, if your team lost that fight against the Richelieu, you know, that would obviously be problematic. You could also have used your engine boost to get closer to the Bismarck, but I see what you're doing. And here engine boost would help too. It would stop you quicker and reverse you quicker, so that you get out of concealment before he can shoot back at you. So you took a few extra secondary salvos before you needed to, but whatever. Well, yeah, and the problem with ranked, of course, is you're always dependent on your teammates, and your teammates are always really good at disappointing you.
That is true. So
Well, that rule
perhaps,
applies to random battles.
yeah.
Yes, but you don't care about it as much.
Perhaps, yeah, the better play here, like the more objectively better play here would have been, just let the Bismarck have C and go down it. Although my question is really, how do I best impact that fight down south? I mean, just shooting guns, throwing torpedoes at them? Because, they're already all spotted.
It's difficult. I think that the bigger issue is you going north to play with the Bismarck instead of trying to say more mid to play with the Bismarck.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, if the Bismarck never spotted you and you're not capping C, what is every battleship thinking? Where the hell is that destroyer? Right? Is he going
the
after
mind
me?
games.
Yeah, is he going after the Bismarck? Like, that is influence.
It very much is. And you saw that impact with the Bismarck earlier when he noticed that you were grabbing C and he turned around and actually managed to spot you for a moment. So I paused it here because I get the torps. I don't get the guns. What are you trying to do? You trying to reset him?
Yeah, yeah, it was too late. I mistimed it. This is just a misplay on my part. Like, straight
Okay.
up. I should have shot probably 5 seconds earlier to get the resets.
Yeah, if you want the reset earlier, if as SAT says, you probably don't need it. So there's no point in putting yourself in this position right now. And that position being, 1, he knows your health. 2, he knows where you are. 3, he knows where you're going. 4, he knows what might be coming. So, like, you gave him all of that information for free just by opening up with your guns. And they're not going to do much. You got sap loaded, so if they hit the superstructure, that's the best you could hope for. Now, you could stay here, smoke, and shoot the Bismarck if the Flandre went north, right, and kept the Bismarck spotted for you. He did not do that. He's heading south. So, you got to be thinking about a position to support him if he and the Bismarck get into a little duel.
Right. I will say that for the rest of this battle,
he shot main guns.
And now you
Yeah.
can smoke.
and I don't. And I do actually make several misplays here over the rest of the course of the battle, and it almost gets me killed.
Well, you're
So-
about to derp into his hydro range.
Nah, Hydro is 5 kilometers.
You're trying to go... Yeah, but he was at 6.1, and he's reversing. The Bismarck's reversing. So you're trying to Homer Simpson. Ironically enough, it's funny, because even though it's a mistake, you can see how it caught the Bismarck's attention. And then the Flandre took advantage of it. I would be shooting HE here now.
Yeah, that's another thing. I really need to not always shoot sap in these ships. That is probably one of my biggest issues with the Italian destroyers is I almost never shoot HE.
And you even brought 2 flags to help your HE,
Yeah.
and you don't even shoot HE.
That's the issue. I was thinking the same thing when we were talking about the flags. Is yeah.
Okay. Forget your torps. Keep your guns going. He's shooting at you, and his secondaries are on you. I would smoke up here, absolutely. Okay, there you go. A little early on the DCP. Five.
I'm
Yeah, I
pretty
was
sure I saw
pretty late.
I saw a fire on the Bismarck that immediately went out. So every fire is sticky now.
Mm-hmm.
Smoke screen set.
It's the Sink the
Yeah.
Bismarck song. Perfect timing. Perfect timing.
Yeah, like I said, I here at the end of the battle, I do make quite a few misplays. I should have smoked earlier. I should have, either not reset him or tried to reset him or actually shot earlier so that I could. Yeah, there was a lot of things here that I did wrong.
Sure. Okay. But, I mean, you did enough things right in order to win the game. I'm still amazed that you were able to solo cap like you did.
Yeah, that
At
me
the start.
capping B, that was sheer luck. What I was expecting was I was going to get spotted. I was going to have to run away, but I would have some information on where at least one of their destroyers was. And then none of them popped up, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just take this for free. Thanks for the free cap.
Okay. How'd you do team-wise? Okay, second place again. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the render here. But like I said before, I mean, you were absolutely gifted. Maybe gifted the win, but at the very least gifted quite a bit because of this Benson.
Yeah.
Who's a rank 5. Okay. Enough said about that. Let's move on.
It's bronze. Enough safe ranks.
Yeah, I know.
I'm stuck at around rank 5 in bronze.
Gaelic, are you still here? And chat, if you guys have any ideas for a title for this one, M-Note, you said you had one, didn't you?
Well, so my whole thought about naming, and maybe it's not the best one, but I was thinking about how much I was trolling around the CCAP, especially, just getting in like these resets on the Benson and then the Bismarck to basically keep C in our control for a good portion of the game. And I was thinking something along the lines of, trolling or something.
Okay. Any other ideas for a title, chat? And Gaelic, are you here?
Did you ever sink the Bismarck?
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, I mean, obviously sink the Bismarck, but I mean, that's just so obvious.
Cautiously curious at sea.
I like the alliteration.
Yeah, alliteration's fun. What I like in this game, MNO, wasn't so much the trolling, but it was your ability to demonstrate. You did it twice. How you were able to use the low gun range to your advantage.
Right.
So I'm trying to think about a title that encapsulates that. Here comes the second part right there. Low bloom. How about like hiding in plain sight because you're out there but you just disappeared. Oh, absolutely he should have taken the ram.
No range, no problems.
That's not too bad.
Okay. I got 99 problems and range ain't one of them.
It's a bit long, but
if you really want to play around the trolling at the C cap, you could just name it C Bertie.
Okay.
But I am glad that I wasn't necessarily planning on featuring this one, but I'm glad I did because, to be honest, when I was watching this back, I thought that I actually played this quite well. But then, going over this with you guys, you've pointed out a lot of the mistakes that I made that I didn't pick up on.
As I say, are you really sure that the Flanders should have taken the ram here? Because if you think about it, if they ram, that leaves M-Note alone in a no-range Italian destroyer versus a presumably secondary Bismarck on a small map.
No, I think he
I'm
was
not
meaning.
sure that is a favorable fight for the
I think he-
destroyer.
I think he's meaning the Flandre should have rammed the
the
Bismarck
end.
at
Ram
the
the
end.
Bismarck. Oh,
At the
okay. So
end.
my bad. My bad.
At the end. Yeah. How did you... Okay, so your Flandre came into this fight with more HP. And Richelieu tried to ram and missed.
Thank God. As I just like
Yeah, that would have not necessarily ended well. I mean, I guess maybe I have the speed advantage, so maybe I could dance around and get caps. That'd probably be my only way to win.
It's just sitting around in the B cap. You have to go such a far distance around to get to the caps that I don't think it outweighs your speed.
Right. Right. So, okay.
Well, I mean, if the Bismarck sits in B, he just gets torqued to death. If he, like the Bismarck
Yeah.
has to keep moving.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but the other thing, he has hydro, and the one good thing about the Italian torpedoes, aside from their range, is their good concealment, and hydro completely nullifies that. So,
Let's just say I wouldn't want to fight this fight in the end if I was
No.
the Kunikurati against the Bismarck.
I agree. All right. Well, either way, note both replays had value. I think we spent enough time to not want to do a double feature on them, but appreciate you sending in the replay, and of course using your Cover My Replay over on the Rerun channel, which means you've been supporting me over there too. So appreciate you for doing that, man.
of course, thank you for, like I said, this really pointed out that this game perhaps wasn't as spectacular of a game as I thought it was.
And that's okay. We're not here to, poo-poo on players and their games. We're here to, help them look at those games. And I got to say, one of my favorite experiences as a community contributor was going to an in-player event. Which, by the way, guys, if you get a chance to go to an event Wargaming hosts, go to them. And I met this player, and he said, "I sent you the best game I ever had," and it was in North Carolina, I think, or something. And he said, "And you pointed out that I was way wrong," and that there were so many things to think about. And what he said next was what was surprising me. I thought he was going to tell me I was an ass or something. But he said, "You made me realize I had so much more to learn in this game that it kept me playing, and it kept me wanting to grow." And I thought, that's why we're here. That's why we do this. So that was a great experience. And so, that's what I'm trying to embody when it comes to doing the replays and stuff. You're never done learning. Even I'm learning new tricks and stuff in this game.
You will find mistakes in every single game you play.
That's right.
You just have
And
years.
it doesn't matter who plays it. Like, you can find mistakes in games John the Ruthless makes. Because it's just human. Everybody makes mistakes. Might make smaller mistakes than a lot of us, but there's still gonna be mistakes.
Cobra says he does it to pick up chicks. Ah, you use your COTS PR. Is that what that is? Gotcha. Beyond is the big word. Chat, we're going to do a commercial break here. I need to hit the bathroom and get set up for our final replay. Chat, you all voted for the Hindenburg, but Gaelic showed up and he subbed, and he's the one that turned in the Repub game. He said he wanted me to cover it. So we're going to go ahead and cover that. That means that that will be the final replay for this stream. There will be 5 more replay slots and only 5 left for Sunday. And then we will be done with replays for this patch because the next patch hits on Wednesday night. Okay? So I will be right back. Huh?
But then how does it feel that your vote for the Hindenburg was useless?
Whatever, I live in Chicago.
Yeah, we're used to useless votes.
All right.
Yeah, until you said that, I didn't get it.
I don't get it, but it's okay.
Get what?
Basically, the idea is Illinois is always going to vote for the Democrats, so your vote doesn't really matter in Chicago.
I was about to say, I figured that probably the region you live is so dominated by one party that it doesn't matter. And your voting system is.
Pronounced Illinois wrong. It's the great state of Chicago. Wow, everybody got quiet for a reason.
Well, there's a reason I say Chicago-style voting is to vote early and vote often. So that's where I was going with that joke. But yes, Illinois and whatever is just historically Democrat. So, you when it comes to major elections and minor elections too, it's, hard to impact it one way or another. Let's put it that way. No matter your political opinions. So, on the bright side, because of that, it's not considered a battleground state, so we don't see all the freaking ads that I'm sure people in the battleground states saw. So that's good. When I visited my dad before the election, I actually saw so many ads in Arizona.
Oh my lord, so many ads, so many ads.
Just wow.
Really?
Is that where you are? You're in Arizona?
No.
Oh, okay. But if you're in a battleground state, I mean, it's the same thing anyway.
Yeah, I have to vote again in February too. Our coalition broke and we have re-elections.
Oh, okay.
Fun times.
What are you guys breaking now?
We live in a state that has multiple parties where not only one party can reign. So these have to work together. And they decided they can't work together anymore. So we get new votes.
So basically, you guys just go like, yeah, I feel like having an election this week.
Nobody found nerd. It was literally right in front of your eyes. Anyway. Okay. Let's get to Gaelic's game. And then we'll do some live play action and we'll see what you guys want us to do.
Is Gaelic actually here?
I don't know. But he said he submitted that replay, so I'm sure he wants it covered. And because we don't have a lot of slots, it's, hey, if you're prioritizing, that's it.
I just wanted to ask him, because the ship got buffed this patch. It got a Sigma buff. I wanted to ask him if he noticed that buff, because obviously he has played the ship this patch. But if he's not here, he can't answer that question.
Gotcha. Okay. I think we're ready to go. Let's get the build viewer up. You're voting to join America as the 51st state. You yourself as the state?
The
state of Cobra 5.0?
Or Greenland.
Let's try not to go too far into geopolitics.
Just
Anyway.
maybe ping Gaelic. Let him know that we're starting with his replay.
Yep, I did that before the commercial break.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's a good suggestion. I asked him a couple times, and yes, you only. There you go. So, it is what it is. Let's take a look. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is an asymmetric battle by Gaelic Knight, who just subbed. So, thank you very much for your support, as always, Gaelic. And this is the Tier 10 Republique. Now, the Republique is a very interesting monster because unlike all the battleships before it, she has, tech tree battleships at least, she's got one turret in front of her bridge and superstructure and one turret behind. The only other one that comes close is the Richelieu at Tier 8, where both turrets are in the front portion of the ship. So she's a little awkward because of that. The only other one that comes close would be Gascon as a premium Tier 8 battleship. These guns, though...
Too.
I'm sorry?
Champagne too.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that one. So, she's kind of in a weird place because of that. Her guns are 431 millimeter, which is quite nice. Okay, so 431 millimeter. The penetration formula is 14.3 for overmatch. So if you take 431 millimeters, you divide that by 14.3, it will penetrate up to 30 millimeters of armor. 30. Now, American heavy cruisers have 27 millimeter bow and stern. That means those get penetrated and overmatched, which means it doesn't matter what angle the shell goes through. So this means you can Citadel American cruisers, you can Citadel Hindenburgs that are bow stern onto you. Quite a bit of different ships. You still don't have enough to overmatch the 50 millimeter like ice plate, icebreaker bow of the Moskva, for example. But
while Seth is dying, you also overmatch all the 30 millimeter decks on cruisers, which is very important and which cruiser players complain about all the time.
yeah, I was gonna try to let you talk before I started coughing, but it wouldn't wait. Yeah, so at range, especially with Hindenburgs and stuff like that, anything that's got 30 millimeter deck armor or lower, the shell will hit and it will go right into the Citadel. So, Repub is fantastic at long-range shots on cruisers, especially. Against other battleships, it's okay. The biggest problem is you want to get that rear turret in action, so you have to swing out a decent amount to do that. The turret traverse is not too bad on it. She's got engine boost, and some people are tempted to run her in a secondary build. Because her secondaries have good range, although they don't have the greatest of penetration. At tier 10, she's got 127 millimeter secondaries and 152s. In the lower tiers, she's got 100 millimeter secondaries, like the Alsace, for example. Why is that important? Because if you were to choose to run IFHE, I'm just going to put this on here for a second. For the 127 millimeter guns, the IFHE will penetrate 26 millimeters armor. 25 is an important threshold for light cruisers and even some destroyers, right? One or two, I don't know.
There's a couple. The German ones on the belt, for example, have like 25.
Yeah. And then the 152s, you can use IFHE to pen 31. But really, the sweet spot for IFHE for secondary, for any gun penetration, really is 32. So the hard part about these ships is you really can't use them in a secondary purpose other than to start fires. So, and on top of that, her armor scheme is 32 millimeters armor plating all around, which means anything that specializes in penetrating 32 millimeters of armor just laughs at you because they're doing damage, direct damage to you and starting fires. You're only doing fires to them and that's it. So there's a bit of a difference there.
The biggest drawback, like the ship doesn't have the armor scheme to get close enough to use the secondaries.
You want to, but you can't. Exactly. So now you mentioned before we got started with this that the Sigma on the Republic has been buffed recently, correct?
Yes, it got buffed this patch from 2.0 to 2.1.
Okay. So, an incremental buff. And for those of you guys who don't understand Sigma, there's two different things that determine how your shells will hit what you're shooting at. Actually, three different things, but one is if you're locked onto a target or not. That's obviously important. Beyond that, the next one is going to be your dispersion. There's horizontal dispersion and there's vertical dispersion. And what dispersion does is it says, all right, if I'm going to shoot at this thing, a certain area around this ship that I'm targeting is where the shells are going to land. The tighter dispersion, the smaller that circle will be. Okay? Sigma says within this circle, how tight are the shells going to land on what I shoot at or whatever, what I'm aiming. So if you've got something that's got a high sigma, then that means your shells will generally clump closer together and hit a target better or worse, depending on how you want to consider that. It will hit what you're pointing at. So if you're really good at aim and you've got a ship that's got extremely good high sigma, then that means that you can consistently do really good things with your shells. However, if you're bad at aim, having a lower sigma actually helps you because it disperses the shells more in that circle, and there's actually a better chance that you hit something with it. So it's kind of funny how it works both ways. Anyway.
Basically, Sigma is basically precision. Like.
Yeah. Which ship has the lowest sigma? Is that what you just said, Tanis?
Yeah, the worst.
Shakalakaboom, thank you so much. You have a good day too.
Probably something like a Leon or something. Or Normandy.
The problem with the problem with that is you're not thinking about the lower tier ships exactly. So I'm sure there's a tier 3-4 ship with the lowest sigma, but whatever. Generally speaking, players care a lot about sigma when they should probably care more about dispersion, and they get those two mixed up. So that's why I just took a moment to talk about that.
Yeah, I'd rather drop my shells evenly over a small area than unevenly over a big area.
Bingo. So, with that, let's take a look then at how this stuff... Hey, Gaelic. You got enough replays for the weekend before the new patch? I do. This is your game, by the way, Recovering. Since you subbed earlier. So, Gaelic has chosen to take... yeah, come on in to voice if you want. I tried pinging you. He's gone with Main Armaments Mod 1, Damage Control, Aiming Systems, Steering Gears, Concealment, and Main Battery Mod 3, which makes sense. What's your maneuverability? Okay, with Steering Gears, your rudder shift time is 14.6 seconds. Worst Sigma on battleships is Navarre and Ganget. Okay, thanks, Eminote.
Hey, Buddha.
Is that Gaelic? Whoa. Hey, there you are. Okay, I gotta turn you down.
Really, Navarre has 1-4. Wow.
Hey, Grundy.
How you doing, Gaelic?
I'm good.
Cool. All right.
I haven't put a replay in for a long time. I just thought I'd put this one in.
Yeah, no worries.
It was
So-
nail biting for me at the end. Put it that way.
Alrighty. So we were just talking about your maneuverability, and rudder shift, I always say you want under 15 seconds if you can. So I can see the argument for going for steering gears. Also, it's really important, like I said before, with fighting other battleships and stuff, you need to kind of turn to unmask your rear turret to fire off both turrets. So having steering gears helps you to unmask and then remask quicker. What is it without steering gears? I'm curious. 18?
It's kind of bad.
That's pain. Okay, yeah, that's good.
It is. I still think I know you like it on this low level.
Uh-huh.
I really think because you have this Republic and all these French battleships with 32mm armor, they are so prone to getting shot with HE because everybody knows their HE will pen them.
Yeah, so you're thinking about
really
damage.
like damage con here, yeah, because you will burn so much in these ships, typically at least.
True. Now, if he doesn't take damage con here, he could always choose to take basic survivability and get the same thing.
True, if
So-
you have the spare points on the captain.
Right. So I think it comes down to really what you value more. Do you value the steering, or do you value the not burning as much, right?
I mean, you can also take prop because it synergizes quite well with your speed boost. Like, everything is viable here. And everything has a significant trade-off because you lose out on the other two.
Yep.
I'm quite happy with my build.
Okay. And that's the other thing I always talk about. You build based off how you play, and if you're happy with it, good. Now, the unique upgrade, I want to talk about that real quick. She does have a unique upgrade. You can work your way through the Research Bureau to pick it up. And what this does is it gives you 24% less firing range, but 18% reload time. So your standard buff is going to be 12%, so this is a further 6% additional buff for reload, but at the expense of your range. Ironically enough, you
don't
also
need the range because Republic has got enough range just standard anyway.
Well, I was going to mention that, but the other thing too is because main battery mod 3 debuffs or makes your main battery turn traverse worse. If you think about it, doing this is also a buff in your main battery's turning speed. See?
But
Boom.
that's why I chose grease the gears on the commander.
Yeah,
bring it
to
back
kind
up.
of, yeah.
Compensate.
Hey, Dubong.
Yeah, that was
So,
empty. We didn't finish with the modules.
Sorry, Puddin.
so anyways, your range at about 20 kilometer with the unique upgrade is fine. So Repub is a good example of a unique upgrade that can probably work okay. I just did a short on the unique upgrades on Wednesday night. I don't remember what I said about the Repub. I think I said meh.
I think people are divided about it. It depends what you play, right? I think for random battles, I wouldn't use it. I would want the extra range because it can come in really nicely. If you play mostly like asymmetric battles or operations or so, then you don't necessarily need the range as much, and the unique upgrade is really nice.
Yeah. I think the bigger problem I have with this overall is it's a Republic, and most people are going to play it a few times and done. In terms of the overall ship and everything, if it's a ship that you absolutely love, I always say, sure, go for the unique upgrade on it if you want. But this is fine. Now, for captain skills.
I personally think it's underrated because it's got one gun at the front, one turret at the back.
Mm-hmm.
I think Republic is one of the ships where you either really, really like it or you hate it.
Yeah.
There's basically not a lot of middle ground for it.
Yeah. Yep. So,
But that goes the same with Gascoigne and the other one. What's the other one?
Champagne? Yeah.
Because
Which just got
kinda
buffed
like
too.
the middle tier 8 version of Republic, really. Think about it.
So, this is a 14-point captain. It's a standard captain. There are better choices. You didn't use...
I'm using asymmetric battle to build up his command points.
Okay. Where is your honorays set up and your Abanu?
I think Henri's on Brenna's and my other one is on the Henry.
Okay. So Henri is a tech tree ship. Brennus is not. Do you have the one that's on Brennus like assigned to a specific tech tree ship or no?
I can't remember which one I've got on. I think it's the first one I've got on. Second one I've got on Henry.
Okay. And then what about Abanu?
Oh, maybe. Oh, wait a minute. I thought he was on Republic. I maybe moved him to Republic. I can't remember.
Okay.
I'll go into the game and have a look.
If you don't mind, I'm just curious. The reason I always like to talk about this is when we go through replays, we talk about commander skills. It's always good to point out, hey, Abanu does have some talents, and especially for this particular ship, one of them I'd say you have a better chance than most other ships of getting it, and that's going to be the devastating strike achievement. I see that happening as a good possibility on this ship with its guns and everything. You're probably not going to capture a zone. Even if you do, you probably don't care about your chance of fire. 8% shift speed for taking 2 million potential damage could be funny, could be helpful, but
I mean, it's possible, but probably not regularly in a Republic.
Right. Honore comes with buffed Grease the Gears and buffed Adrenaline Rush, both of which you've taken, so that would help. In this case, that would definitely improve the ship. The problem with these captains, you can only assign them to one tech tree ship, and frankly, you're probably better off putting them in other places. Henri, for example, is a good choice. Kleber, we often see, one or both of these guys on different Klebers and stuff. So, they're good. The problem is there's just not enough of them to utilize them everywhere.
I honestly think like the Republic, if you really like it, Honore is probably one of the best ships you can put him on, because you only have this turret layout, right? You gotta be able to get both of your turrets on target, otherwise you lose out too much damage, and the Grease the Gears can really help there.
Okay, on Brennus, I've got Victor Braindrat, Rand. On Henri, I've got Jean-Jacques Amour on it. And on Republic, oh, wait a minute. On Republic, I've got George Duval, and on Burgoyne, I think I've got Avenue. Yeah.
Okay.
Burgoyne is also a premium. Where is it trained on?
Yeah. Do you know what your tech tree ship is for Abanu? And for the other Henri, Charles Henry, or do you not have that one?
He was trained for Henri.
Okay. So you've got 2 captains on Henri then.
Well, I've taken Avenue off Henri because I just decided to get Burgoyne because there's nothing else worth getting for the steel ships.
Okay. But what we're trying to say, Gaelic, and maybe you don't know this happens or whatever, but you can take a premium a ship and put any captain on it and build out a... Right. So you should, in theory, have a tech tree ship assigned to each of these special captains. Yeah. So I have a Zap chat about commander efficiency. If you or anybody else doesn't understand that, it's well worth a watch. But anyways, it's fine. Let's move on to your build. So you've got emergency repair specialist to get your DCP and your heal back sooner. Grease the gears, obviously, for the turret traverse we were talking about before. Adrenaline rush, close quarters combat, long range secondary shells, and finally preventative maintenance. So you've buffed your secondaries out to 11 kilometers so that whenever you're in a fight with somebody, when your secondaries are shooting, your main battery reloads 10% quicker. Okay. Now, in order to do that...
Does that work?
Well, it can, but what I'm fixing to say here is in order to do that... Oh, and then you also did preventive maintenance. In order to do that, you are sacrificing survivability. Okay, so first of all, let's unpack a little bit. First of all, emergency repair specialist, I don't think you need it. It's okay, but the problem with emergency repair specialist is it might pigeonhole you later and prevent you from taking other skills that you care about as you gain.
Because I'm retraining as captain, I'll probably be changing some of the skills anyway. Once I get up to 21.
Right, but the point I'm getting at is you're better off to retrain a captain at a lower tier because it's cheaper to do it.
And take them all the way up.
And then you take them up. So you retrain, set them up with how you know you want to set them up. And we talked to, I think it was M-Note about this before. Plan out exactly how you want to set up the captain so that you don't accidentally take a skill that forces you to reset everything again. So emergency repair is okay, but I don't think it's that helpful. I want to take that offer right now. Preventative maintenance makes perfect sense. Keep your anti-air guns alive because your anti-air guns are decent. Keep your secondaries alive too, and also keep your 2 turrets alive. That's all good stuff for preventative. Everything else I would say is okay. If your secondaries are firing and you're buffing your main battery reload, that's fine if you're constantly getting into fights at close range. I think the hardest thing, and Grunty kind of hit on this before, you have to get into that range. So, I think you need to think about some survivability skills here as well. For you, fire prevention, I think, is a must. Absolute must-have. You need fire prevention.
On a Republic, yeah.
Now, after that's done, you have to choose between concealment expert or emergency repair expert, or technically you could go improved repair party readiness instead because it's tier 10. If you go concealment, 14 kilometer range is your concealment, a little bit over 14. That's okay, that's good. It's not great. I don't value concealment as much as I used to, especially if you know how to use islands to mask approaches and stuff, and to hide behind. It's not that big of a deal. It does synergize well with unique upgrade. Absolutely. Emergency repair or improved repair party is probably where I would go next, Gaelic. One of these two. And probably for you, probably just get the extra charge and be done with it. But you see the problem? Because you went with emergency repair specialist, there's no room for that in your build.
Well, yeah,
so
I can change it later though.
you could, or what I was going to say is if you really want to take this up to 21 points and leave it as it is, you could go for improved repair party readiness. This does something similar to emergency repair expert if you get enough potential damage. 2 million potential. So what I would say is don't take any more commander skills. Leave yourself locked in what you have right now, because your retrain points is based off of how many points you've invested, if I remember right, in a captain, not like the actual... No, actually, maybe it is based off your... I don't remember. Anyway.
The retrain cost for a different ship is based on the total points you have. The respec cost to change the captain skills is
That's what I'm talking about.
based on how many points you actually have used, I think.
Okay. If that's the case,
But
then
I
you
might
could...
be wrong on the last one.
I know, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. So, So the point I'm getting at, Gaelic, is, look at your post-battle screens, and do you get 2 million potential damage a lot in Repub? I can't answer that for you. But if you do, then this is a good skill for you, because it also increases the speed at which your repair party consumable recharges, and you can use it again. As you get more damage, more potential damage, your repair party consumable cools down quicker. So that could still work with emergency repair specialist, and then you don't have to respec. You see where I'm going with there? It saves you the commander XP or the doubloons.
I don't think you get there in Republic because your armor isn't good enough.
I don't think you do either. But again, Gaelic is the only one who can answer that. So you're probably going to be better suited respecing going emergency repair.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a fine build. This is a fine build. It does buff your main battery if you're in secondary range. So the thing for you is you have to constantly kind of get in range for your secondaries. Alternately, if you find that you're not in secondary range that often, that frequently, honestly, what I would do then is I would drop both of these two skills, and I would pick up basics of survivability that kind of covers what we were talking about before with your fire damage, and I would pick up concealment, and I would leave it at that.
Yeah, but the problem is you're investing 7 points to get your main battery guns 10% better.
Yep.
And you're not really getting anything in the process, because I don't value the secondary range itself, because the secondaries are not great. We've talked about this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So in comparison to American battleships like in Ohio or so, where the secondaries are a bit more accurate and you get a bit more damage out of them, it makes more sense. On the French one, if you play asymmetric battles and operations and co-op where you constantly get that close and you can get the fires, okay. If you mostly play random battles, I would honestly go with a full tank build.
Right.
I'm about to disagree about the current thing. I don't care what game mode you're playing. Basics is better than your secondaries for multiple reasons. There's better secondary ships you could be playing, and literally everybody in every game mode is flinging HE at you.
Right. Hey, Cosmos.
I mean, sure, I'm not going to argue against that. But if you want to play Republic in asymmetric battles or what operations, then I think it's fine.
Now, it's interesting you say that, as Cthulhu comes in and says we know he's a co-op player, co-op main. Welcome back, by the way. Hope your Chinese food was good. And he even says he values the tank build more. Now, I was looking, too, at your secondary build here. If you really want to get your main guns active, secondary battery mod 1, gets them out to 12.5 kilometer, versus this, it's only 11. Still, I don't think it's worth it. I think you're better off getting the aim. So, Yeah, I would say I kind of agree with going for the total tank build, especially if you don't have the unique upgrade. Because if you get the unique upgrade, I mean that is a 6% reload that's built in automatically. So that kind of covers what you were getting here, and this was a conditional requirement, whereas here it's just always applied, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you really like the repub, might be worth considering respecking, doing this, and then grinding out and getting the unique upgrade. All right. Yes.
I used to run unique upgrade back in my old days on EU. I still have the Republic on both of my accounts. I'm not playing with unique upgrade anymore.
Why not?
Personally, I think the less than 20-kilometer total range is too limiting in this
In
meta
randoms?
we're living in. Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
but I know
I mean-
other people like, for example, Stats Bloke. He loves his Republic and he still plays it with unique upgrade. So it's just expensive to try out whether you like it or not.
That is true. Speaking of expensive, one thing you could always do is get on the public test, and if you've got enough of the research bureau points there, you should be able to buy the unique
No.
upgrade there, right?
Nope.
No, you
have
can't
no
buy
access
upgrades.
to unique upgrades on the PTS, unfortunately.
Okay, never mind. That's terrible. That's annoying.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
if he's got it,
Yeah, that feels kind of ridiculous. How do they like? How else are you supposed to know if you think it's good or not before you spend all the time invested into it?
Maybe I need to do a deep
Alright.
dive on
Yeah.
the unique upgrades.
It would be a really, really nice idea if you could actually test them on the PTS, but
don't they
Gaming says
copy
no.
your account to the public test? So if
Yeah.
you do one public test and it's not there, it will be there the next time.
yes, but at that point he has already spent the research points on the main account. So
Yeah,
he
we're
might
talking
as-
about try it
more.
before you buy it, and unfortunately, the way it works is buy it then try it. So
Now,
yeah,
what you could do, I don't know if Wargaming would do it, but hypothetically speaking, if you, before the next patch, PTS goes live, like it always goes live on Thursday, the account usually gets copied on Tuesday or so. So if you
Okay.
were to, let's say, on a Monday buy this upgrade, wait until the PTS drops, and then request a rollback on your account because you made a mistake.
oh my god, yeah, that's a lot. So like I said, if you like the ship a lot, the unique upgrade is great if you're obviously not getting in a lot of situations where the range matters. And again, I can't answer that question. Gaelic is the only one who can answer it because he's the one playing the ship. So, yeah. Let's continue on. Let's go look at flags. So you got ship hit points, fire and flood chance. To me, that feels a little odd. Heal boosting speed, secondaries, anti-air.
I'm just using them up
Consumables.
because I've got a lot of them.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Did you say flood flags?
Fire and flood chance.
Is that the most expensive flags in the game?
Yeah, I wouldn't use them. I would just hold on to them. Like,
Gives me something to use my coal on.
well, okay. Or save your coal for, I don't know, rainy day, a ship, when they do their events where you trade in ridiculously amounts of coal for a new shiny. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I don't like, I personally, personal opinion, I mean, and I have a lot of flags. There are times where I will turn flags off, even though I've got like over 1,000 of them. Because you
get
just never
more
know.
mileage out of these
Yeah.
fire chance flags on literally anything else in a battleship.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, with regards to like the ooh shiny, what's the funniest funny meme ship?
I mean, there's a lot of them, so I don't know. But anyway, getting back to this one, Gaelic, I really would like to see you in a fire extinguishing flag. That would really help you in any battle, especially for this one, since you haven't taken basics of survivability and up here either. So fire reduction flag would be really helpful. A flood reduction flag would also be extremely helpful. This is asymmetric, and as you guys know, the bots never miss when it comes to their torpedoes, right? You often almost always forget about that thing, and then you take a full flood or fires. So I mean, like, these are really good overall for you to take anyways. Secondary is fine because the way you've built it, I should set this up the way you built it. You know, you buff your secondary range so that you can get your guns on. So that's fine. That synergizes. Asymmetric, there's carriers. I can't remember, but even so, they're lower tier. So anti-air is probably not so important.
There are carriers in asymmetric. Not every game though, but they can happen.
Yeah, then you can just leave it too. Yes, that's right. They brought back the Craterverse. And I was going to look at that when we get to live play Cthulhu.
I'm just gonna say this, Gaelic. You run whatever flags you want because you're literally talking to a guy who runs ships experience on Tech 3 ships that he's done with.
Because I have so many of them. That's correct.
I do that too.
Hey, yeah, but I do it because I like the big numbers. I like the big XP numbers. Look at that game. You know?
Maybe Gaelic likes to see the bigger fire numbers.
Pudding, I don't mind. I mean, that's what replays are in, so you can get feedback from everybody that's played for such a long time.
Right.
I mean, I'm mostly a co-op main as well, but I'll do operations and I'll play asymmetrics.
I mean, I would definitely drop the secondary skill and just go tank build.
Yep.
My
You can't go
gameplay,
wrong.
my gameplay is kind of weird anyway all the time.
But I mean, more importantly, it's if the build works for you, it works for you. That's the most important thing.
The only thing I don't like about asymmetrics or random or rank is these players that get these high tier ships. I don't know how to play them, and expect everybody else to carry for them. That annoys me.
Yeah. Well, welcome to.
You'll get a sub player or DD player sitting at the back throwing torch.
Sub player in asymmetric is hard mode, and it doesn't even matter
Oh,
if
yeah.
he's good or not. The class is just not good for this mode.
So, asymmetric, for those of you guys who don't know, you have low tier bots and lots of them to fight. So, as you can see, there's 5 players on his team, and in this case, 4 of them are tier 10s and 1 is tier 9. You are divisioned with a... Oh, Scottish Hammer. Okay, cool. Tell him I said hi if you see him next time. I haven't seen him in a
I
bit.
will see him tonight.
Excellent. And then, yeah, so... I was going to say something else, I can't remember. Oh,
He keeps telling me every time he puts in a comment on your chat, you never reply back.
What? No, of course I do. I say hi. I don't know what he's talking about.
Now you're
Anyway.
both trying to take control of the 1-2 line, Gaelic?
Oh, standard battle.
This is standard. And when you're playing a standard here, you have to be careful not to go too far forward, too far south, because the bots typically will just push straight to the enemy, to your cap, and then you kind of have to turn around and chase them.
The most embarrassing.
I don't mind chasing.
Sorry, what was that, Gaelic?
I said I don't mind chasing.
You don't mind chasing? Yes, but there's a difference between chasing and then pacing. So, especially in asymmetric, like if you're going back up and you're staying, you know, you're staying on the broadside of these ships as they push through, then that works fine. But if you're chasing, in other words, you go too far south and then you're chasing back up like this, then you lose the angles, you know, to do crazy damage. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've done this.
I play strangely anyway than everybody else.
I mean, ironically, the best thing to do is push through, because 9 times out of 10, the ships that go in the mid, at least half of them are going to turn around and come back.
Yeah, we've discovered on this map and a few other maps, if we push in, for some reason the ships in the middle can lob their shells over the island and still hit us. Being bots, of course.
I mean, the other thing I would say is, I know you know how to handle yourself, I would have told my div mate go deal with the middle because the only thing in the middle is your carrier.
Yes.
But we were having fun. We were having fun working together anyway. We would pick a ship each, or if one was stuck, and the other one would take that ship out to help him out.
Right.
Yeah,
But you get all the damage here, and he gets all the damage in the middle, so you guys both get big damage numbers.
Yeah, so what he's saying basically is you two are fighting each other for damage right now. You're having a good time together,
No,
but you're
we're
kind of
not
canceling
bothered.
each other out.
We're not bothered about. We're just having fun. We don't care who gets what.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Because sometimes I'll say, oh, well, you're going to get it. No, you take it. I went, okay.
No, you, and then you're like fighting over who gets the kill forever.
No, well, actually, we don't. We both decide. Oh, stop it.
Okay.
Sorry, phone.
That's all right.
We both decide if one's still reloading and the other one thinks he's going to get hit by that ship. Sorry about my phone, then he'll ask him to take him out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Vice versa, we'll say, no, you take it. No, you take it. We fight over who's going to take it.
Right.
That's what we mostly do.
So, here I would be focusing on the Veneto. I get that the Cherbourg is in the cap, but the Veneto is much closer and going broadside. Also, I want to comment. You could be using your engine boost to catch up.
Well, I can't because it's still loading.
No, your engine boost, your speed boost down here.
Yeah, it's now loaded in the replay. Oh, you got a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Also, I see that you're not scroll zooming anymore. Did you bind a key now to snap zoom in?
Sorry, you broke up. I don't know what you said. By what?
Bind a key. I could have sworn you used to scroll like scroll in and out, didn't you, with your mouse wheel?
Problem solved, sir.
Or maybe I'm thinking of somebody else.
All stations reporting the position of a strategic target. Engine boost activated.
Oh, did we lose him?
Oh,
No, there you are. You keep cutting out? Okay. Are you there?
no, you keep cutting out.
No, it's you, Garlic. Oh, Sasa's fine.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Nice hit in the Arsveld.
Should I log out and log back in again?
Nah, don't worry about it. It's okay.
Because most of the time I don't know what you were saying. I don't know what you said by. Did I buy what?
No,
No, I
what
was
he's asking
bind.
is you used the scroll zoom, so did you set it to a key to snap in and out?
Yeah, because I'm left-handed, I use arrow keys to maneuver my ship, so I managed to figure out the bottom right-hand side shift key to scroll in and out, rather than use the mouse wheel like I normally did.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I used to use, was the mouse. So now I've set it up so that I can just hit the shift key.
Right. Okay. Because I was gonna say, like, I remembered when you told me about all that kind of stuff, and I had no idea. And it's one of the fun things about doing replays for a long time, because I've covered a bunch of your replays over the years. So
Yeah,
like,
I
you know,
I used to scroll with a mouse.
Right.
wheel.
right, exactly. So you know, you learn about the player through covering the replays too, which is fun.
I think you have a decision to make now, if you trust your carrier or not.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say that with a straight face, Grunty?
Yes. I said it was.
No, I didn't trust my carrier. He did try though. He did try.
Yeah. So the decision we're talking about is you're probably gonna have to go back to the cap to defend your cap.
It'll come. Don't worry about it.
Because like your teammate is not gonna make. Yeah, no, he's already dead.
Yeah. Scottish goes down.
Yeah.
This is one of the
Sacrifice
difficulties.
himself.
Yeah, this is one of the difficulties with asymmetric is a lot of players will kind of turn their brain off, think it's co-op, but with more ships, and they'll just run in and get
But it's
themselves
not
killed.
co-op, and then you just find, and then you die and remember that you were actually full broadside to like 3.5 battleships.
Yeah, the game is a nail biter all the way to the end.
There is a serious argument to be made if you play asymmetric and you land in a standard battle, that you just group all together on your own base cap and defend first.
Yep.
You don't have to, but it's something.
Here's my view about sitting in your own base, right? And I've noticed with asymmetrics, wherever the majority of the ships are, that's where the enemy will go.
So the nice thing about that is you make them come to you.
You know, a really good
They're all going to go. They're all going to go
offense.
there. This is the argument I had with a few players. Look, what's the point of if you defend a cap? They're all going to come straight for you. Not because they always go straight for you, straight for the cap. It's because you're sitting in the cap. They're going to go straight for you.
Right.
Spread out. They're going to be spread out.
Well, yes, but then they're also gonna, wherever you're weakest, they're gonna go right through, and that's kind of what's happening here. So the hard part with asymmetric is when you have the carrier or the sub, then that takes away one ship that can kind of hold the line on an area.
See, I like how Monarch threw a torp.
It's especially here in this particular matchmaking where you had a carrier that spawned in the middle, and you basically like you had two cruisers on one side and the carrier in the middle. So, and that automatically means the middle is wide open for the enemy bots to get through. And unfortunately, they also went through the cruiser side and killed everybody there.
Yeah.
And even if you trust your carrier now, resetting multiple ships at the same time is actually quite hard.
Yep.
The Amalfi in the cap was lucky on 2 of my rounds.
I saw the one.
So
Now you said
for some reason I hit him, but I didn't do anything.
you said a moment ago, the Monarch threw a torp.
Yeah,
That wasn't.
Was that not the Monarch? I thought it was the Monarch.
That was probably the Shimanto that torped
Oh, as he was going past.
Yeah, Monarch has no torps.
all the way back
I
here.
know Monarch doesn't have any torps, but if you've ever noticed in the asymmetrics, for some reason, some ships that don't have torps seem to be able to fire torps at you.
I think the reason you're feeling that is because of the fact that there's that bots will typically fire torpedoes as soon as there's an enemy that's within their range, and they've got it loaded.
From ships that don't have torps?
No, not from ships that don't have torps. I'm saying that the ship will fire the...
That's what it always looks like.
It looks like it because you're going in and hitting these ships, but then other ships that were elsewhere, super far away from your battle, fired torpedoes in your direction. Nice bounces there on the Monarch. So, think of it as like a 20 kilometer Shimakaze, right? A Shimakaze that's armed with 20 kilometer torpedoes will fire torpedoes and hit the whole entire of the map, right? And if you're at one spot of the map, engaged with somebody else, you might be like, where the hell did these torpedoes come from?
Yeah,
Well, they came from...
Prospect.
Yes, they came from another ship way the hell in the backfield. And the reason you don't see that so much in randoms is because in random battles, most players that can hit that range don't luck chuck their torpedoes at first glimpse of something that's 20 kilometers out. They'll wait until they get to something that's closer before they fire their torps. There you go, now you killed the Amalfi. So that's why you said Monarch fired a torp. It wasn't Monarch, it was a Shimanto.
At this part of the game, I didn't think I was going to survive. Being the last, and I was the last player too.
Yeah, it's all on you.
Focus your guns on the battleship behind you. You're gonna make it in the cap in time to stop this. So you didn't necessarily have to shoot in front, but I guess you got a broadside, so you got rewarded for it.
You're kind of in an interesting position ironically enough, you could actually stop here and fire one gun at one battleship and the other at another.
I could have.
It's kind of weird,
But
but
at the time, I wasn't thinking of that.
no, and I like the idea of focusing on just getting the one done. And I think the Hawk is probably the bigger threat than the Monarch because the Hawk has torpedoes.
Yeah.
Did he just knock out the top launcher on it?
I knocked
Maybe,
off
I didn't-
something.
Yeah. Didn't quite catch that. There's this torp. Okay, so you got the kill. And you're up on points, so believe it or not,
I don't
you
have
could
to
just...
do anything.
Yeah, you just run north. Just don't get spotted so he can't shoot you.
Harder.
At this point, where the Monarch is, I thought he was going to come through the middle. I thought he was going to come the other way. This is why I was keep going north, but keeping my ship at angle so he doesn't. Because I'm a one shot away
Yes, you are.
from the end.
Yes, you are. So, you know,
I wanted to keep the ship angled keep it at a certain angle so that his shells just bounce off me. But he surprised me.
You know, I just want to point out the original statement was, "We're here to have fun. We don't care if we win." All of a sudden, you hear about winning.
No, I had a few people and chat egging me on.
yeah.
Just to
the
get
fact
it.
that you don't see the Monarch
in-game
yet.
chat?
I don't think he's here. I think he went in the channel.
Yeah, no, the Monarch did go in the channel. I thought he was coming in that way. You're right, Granny. I thought he was coming that way too.
Well, either way, that's why, you know, heading due north, like, or whatever, like that is good, but now you're starting to turn.
Yeah, because that's when I realised, oh, he's coming up, and maybe I can catch him as he comes out from behind the island.
True. But with 5 minutes to go... Oh, there's
This
this...
is when I found out he was coming up the middle. This is when I found out he was coming up the channel.
Sure.
So I used my planes to try and figure out where he was. And I thought, I can get round and catch him as he comes out.
Okay.
Get a better broadside shot.
But for some reason he came out a lot. He comes out a lot quicker than. And then when I get round that little island, he's further north than I thought he was.
Well, okay, based off your statements, I'm going to pause it right here. So, you're looking at this guy coming out of the channel, and you said the little island. So the problem with this...
Island is where I was going to go. That's
Okay.
where I go.
Okay. Because this little island is going to block your vision on the exit of the channel in a moment.
Yeah,
Now, as soon as that happens, you can't see what this guy is doing.
yeah.
So you're going to prevent yourself from that vision. And it's going to force you to get a lot closer than you probably want to be. Now, so far the Monarch, it's a bot. It's only been shooting AP at you. So as long as you angle appropriately, you can probably be okay. But right now you're broadside.
Yeah.
Okay. So just some things to think about, like, you know, I still feel like...
Do the bots cheat in asymmetrics? Do they know where you are with the guns?
Oh yeah, the bots never miss.
I mean, they never miss, I know, but do they have the guns pre-turned correctly? That's what I don't know.
Not sure about that.
That's what surprised me.
They don't.
At the end.
See, right here, that small island, he could be anywhere behind that small island right now. There he is. Okay, so he's coming out. So the island didn't block the concealment just yet. You got around it in time. But now he goes behind the island, and now that little island blocks your vision.
Yeah,
Actually,
but I got my
he
shot.
just shot, yeah.
I shot before I lost the vision.
Yes, you did. You didn't do a lot of damage. By the way, you're at 373,000. Okay, he's in the cap now, so you have to think he's over on this side of the island.
Well, actually, I didn't think he was on that side. I didn't think he was that fast.
Well, take a
Yeah,
look.
yeah.
He's in the cap because you're in there with him, right? So he's in the cap. So he's definitely quick enough to be you know, if you look at where the cap lines are, he's got to be behind the island somewhere like that.
I think you're getting too close. You don't want to be in his secondary range because that's
Of course.
just an additional chance that he sets you on fire, and you don't want that. I think you want to be like at least 9-10 kilometers away from him.
At this point, I just thought I'll go down in a blaze of glory.
Okay.
Ironically, if you manage to ram, you probably win because you're ahead on points.
Yeah, but I'd really hate to chance that.
I do too, but I mean, his options are rather limited with 7,000 something hit points.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. Insert your dominance on a bot. It's a bot for crying out loud. Stop being afraid of it.
This is what surprised me. He got that far ahead and his guns were not even pointing at me.
So they
Okay.
don't cheat.
No,
So bots don't
they're
cheat
not
that way.
pre-aimed.
Good.
Okay.
Good first
We'll be
salvo.
looking at like a last now.
And right up the butt.
Nice.
Almost 400,000 damage.
I know it's not a great replay, but
Hey, every replay is a great replay, Gaelic. Especially the ones you're in.
Random players are cheaters.
So good
Who's
random
better
players are
than-
cheaters.
Everybody that's better than you in any online game is a cheater, and everybody
That's
who's
right.
worse is a noob. Everybody knows that.
No, but what we were talking about, Starboy, is because these are bots, we were trying to figure out if the bots like just automatically know where you're at. Because they will automatically move to dodge torpedoes that you fired at them, for example. In asymmetric, even if you break the lock.
asymmetrics have got a habit of just breaking and stopping instantly.
Yes. And they also know if you've got AP in the barrels because they will actually protect their citadels. So, you know, it's not a bad question to figure out. Do they also pre-turn their turrets or not? And Gaelic, your replay actually showed us that they don't. So that's kind of cool.
And important to know when you're so low, because like
Yeah.
if that bot was pre-turned, he would have shot at least once, and that could have been the end.
Well, that was the chance I took at the end. I either go down with a high score or I win.
Yeah. Yeah, fantastic. And Uniball in asymmetric, no. In co-op, yes. And I think bots in operations, I can't remember. I think you want to break the lock in operations too. But for whatever reason, asymmetric, they just automatically know if you fire torpedoes.
Well, I hope that replay did some good to players who want to avoid Republic.
Yeah, I mean it's a great battle. Looking at all your gun damage and stuff like that, I mean 113 shell hits for 326,000, almost 327. I mean, that's a lot of damage you made there. And then look at your secondaries. 38,000 damage in secondaries that don't pen much is actually pretty impressive. So,
I mean, kind of. But at the same time, if you look at it, like 320 hits for 38,000 damage. It's
I know.
depressing.
It's the damage through volume. It's damage through volume here. Sneaky wargaming indeedy. So let's see. Did I properly? Okay, I have the render up. So let's get the render going. And then, of course, if you guys can think of a title for this replay, please feel free to share it. And Viking, of course, ask your question. You never really have to say, "Can I ask a question?" Go ahead and ask your question.
I think in your Discord, I titled it "The Lonesome Brigade."
Yeah, we're looking at
Okay.
the wrong render.
Oh God, you're right. We are. Okay, sorry.
So,
second.
Grunty Pudding, I value your comments about that game too.
Like, I'm sorry. My attitude is they're bots. Why are people afraid of them? Like, I was playing with Zelda yesterday in ASIMS, and I took a Des Moines, right, and held the middle against 5-6 battleships, and they're all like, "How are you alive?" I'm like, "They're bots.
Mm-hmm.
It's not hard to figure out what to do against the bots."
Okay, Grunty,
That's
what about
smart.
Grunty? Your comments about that replay? I value your comments too.
The only thing I would have done is I would have asked my div mate, "Can you take control of the middle because of the carrier?" If
Yeah.
he goes middle,
Mm-hmm.
every time I've played this map and I notice there's somebody middle, those bots get stuck in the middle and turn around, and then the guys coming down to 1-2 line just slap them. So it automatically sets up the crossfire of who they showing broadside.
Well, like I said, we were just out to have fun because we had nothing, no missions or anything to play for.
And
So
yeah,
we just went
go
out
have
there
fun.
and just went for it.
But like the other thing it brings up is because your buddy's in a Wisconsin.
Yeah, I don't like that shit.
Well, no. Typically, people are fighting for the damage,
Yeah.
and Wisconsin needs to get that funny button to say extremely relative because it not only gets the reload, he gets his heal back faster.
Yeah, I don't know
If
how
there's nobody else shooting the things in the middle, he's constantly getting that, and he's wrecking face in the middle.
Yeah. He was there as a distraction, to be quite honest.
You'd had a much easier game overall if you split up.
Mhm.
Then it wouldn't have come down to this close call in the end.
Well, it was fun though.
Yeah. Well, and remember,
I was
it's all that
enjoying
matters,
myself.
Skylar.
I mean, I was the last person against 4 other ships, and I managed to pull it off. And I didn't think I would pull it off.
Yeah, that was good.
I
Yeah.
mean, the most important thing is you guys had fun and enjoyed it. Like, as much as giving tips and trying to get better, if you ain't having fun, why are you playing?
And
Exactly.
you got to keep in mind the purpose of this battle. You even said yourself when you went into it, you started with, well, we're just going to screw around and have a good time. Well, okay. You screwed around and had a good time. You didn't think about positioning. You didn't think about what blah, blah, blah. You just said, we're just going to go and screw around and have fun.
Yeah,
And
we
then
just went
from
for it.
there, it turns into this. So, the mindset at the start of the battle really does matter. And it's fine to have a mindset of, I'm going to screw around and have fun. I think it's something that people, all viewers, all players need to understand. It's when you're up against somebody, the person on the other side of that screen may not have the exact same thought process, goals, mindset as you do. And that's okay. It's a game.
It's just, to me, it's just a game. That's why I stay out of randoms, because there's too many people just bitching all the time.
Yeah.
To me, it's just a game.
Yep. And ranked and stuff like that too. Absolutely, yes. And once you make that realization that people on the other end of the keyboard don't have the same goals as you do, it really opens up them. Another reason why I say go to player events if you can, because it helps you realize that they're human people that are there.
Yes, Doug. Yes, Duckman, I am a Scotsman, and no pudding, I'm not East German.
What an East German would say.
Yeah, how'd you get East German?
I don't know.
He's
My
American. They're bad at geography.
Oh no, I'm not. No, I'm not American. I'm not English
pudding
either. I'm
is.
Scots.
Jesus.
Anyway, it's not often you get to see someone playing a Republic. I know.
No.
Not often you
the
get to
ship
see somebody
has-
Republic. It's a good ship.
Has really fallen off the meta.
It's the same as you see players playing Italian battleships. I love the Italian battleships. I'd
you
rather
see
play
it
an
now.
Italian battleship than a German battleship.
Colombo is probably one of the most popular ones right now because of the unique upgrade.
Yeah, but that's the only
I-
reason.
Colombo is popular right now.
I
because of
like the
clan
Cilia.
battles.
I like the Cilia.
Okay.
Right, like I'm playing a lot of my Colombo just so I can get practice in it, because that's what you're using in clan battles, because it counters the stupid Conde double Nova pushes.
Okay.
So like a lot of people got to remember this. Like you may see a lot
No
of
comment, Ensign.
certain ships because people may be practicing for clan battles.
Yeah, that's might be a
familiar with
factor
it.
too.
Well,
Okay.
here's the thing, right? Our clan has not done clan battles for
It's
a year and a half now, because we were always fighting out a squall against Storm and Typhoon teams all the time. We were getting matched up with Storm and Typhoon teams, which kind of put us out of the league. So our clan stopped doing it because we weren't getting anywhere. Being up against, like I said, Storm and Typhoon teams all the time. then they stopped doing it. But I did say when asymmetrics first come up, if anybody wants to get back into clan battles, join us on asymmetrics. It's a good chance to bond together and play like a team and get to know how each other plays. But there was only the two of us all the time.
If anybody's in a clan and you are, like, not to sound degrading, right? Low
in the past,
like, if you're like a low storm team, and that's kind of where you end up at the end of the season, my advice for you is the first week of clan battles, don't even play it.
I mean, we were getting to the
all the
point
way up in the storm, so when you guys come in, you're facing more teams of your level.
We were constantly coming up against Typhoon and Storm teams while we were struggling to get out of Squall. We couldn't get out of Squall because we were being up-leagued by these high... We were outclassed. We weren't getting anywhere because we were constantly outclassed.
The other trick is switch ratings.
Bravo team, best team, right?
I'm not gonna lie to you, like, you know...
Didn't help because a lot of...
Oh my God.
Absolutely convinced that the alpha rating is beyond cursed.
A lot of my clan members have got this mindset that they're out there and they have to win, and then it got to the point where we couldn't win against these Typhoon and Storm teams, so they gave up playing clan battles because they weren't getting anywhere. They wanted to win all the time, and I kept telling them, you can't win until you start playing like a team and then prove and coordinate like a team. But a lot of my clan members still thought that clan battles was random or ranked. That's how they played. That was their mindset. And you can't go in like that. Clan battles is completely different to random and rank. Random and rank, you're playing for yourself. You're not playing as part of a team.
Right. Anyway,
You know what I mean?
we have gone past the scope of your replay, so
Yeah, thank you very much.
and Viking, if you're still here, dude, I get that you are upset that I didn't. Okay, I didn't answer your question immediately, but please understand, if I'm trying to finish a replay and go through and conclude that replay, it's extremely hard to do that if I've got 6 total people in a Discord and everybody wants to chat about something. It's not like I can just immediately stop the chat. Let's answer your question directly. You need to be a little bit more patient, if you don't mind, so that I can get to your answer, because I really do want to answer your question. But if I simply say no, and that's it, and then let the conversation continue, then I have done both parties a disservice. And if I completely ignore and start talking about your answer, then I've done the people in Discord a disservice, including the person who sent in the replay. So I understand you're frustrated that I didn't answer your question right away, but please understand that I am one person trying to manage a whole lot of things at once, and I just simply don't have the ability to give you the proper, respectful response that you deserve until we've completed one thing and moved on to the next. Okay? So that's all I want to say. I want to answer your question. The other thing, I did ask you to post your question, yes, but I didn't have a chance to say anything because everybody else is chatting. And I can't just cut them off automatically. You know what I'm saying? Get more clones. I'd love to do that, Taldachi. On top of that, we had a raid coming in from WorldSpawn. So WorldSpawn, thank you for the raid. I'm sorry you came into all this mess. Oh my goodness, welcome. And then on top of that, Viking, unfortunately, a commercial break is about to start. Once that starts, if I'm answering your question, you're probably not going to hear it either. So that's the problem I'm at, is it's like there's all these freaking things going on at once, and it's like, it's not your fault, Gaelic. And it's like, I just can't get to everything at once. So commercial break's going to start. I'll answer your question in one moment, okay? As soon as the commercial break ends. The answer I will say right now is no, and I'll explain why when the commercial break ends, okay? Because it's about to start. But the answer is no, I don't. And I'll share why in a minute, because it's going to take longer than 30 seconds or 20 seconds to answer. And if you want to go, that's fine. It's okay. It's all right. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here. I appreciate the question. It's a very good question, and I would very much like to answer that. I just don't want you to miss it if a commercial runs while I'm answering, because it's a very important question. So there you go.
Seth, while you're on the commercial, you don't want to show this commander.
Oh crap, good point. Let me get off of that screen. As you guys know, the new Dutch commander is up for testing right now. So I was doing a little bit of testing earlier. Also, I forgot to say vote, because there's a vote going on for which of the replays should go to YouTube. Which I also wanted to do because it was the end, so, but you know how it gets. So we've got the kid. Oh, never mind, it ended. Okay. Alright, so Republique was voted number 1. Alright, we've done two replays of the kid already, so I'm gonna go ahead and do the Converti one as the other one. And that one, you guys went for Risk, which was the second Converti one. That's interesting. Okay. Tech tree ships as a reward is lame. Fair. That's a fair fair response.
As a reward
And
for what? I missed the
I'll
question,
explain
I
it.
think.
Again, this is why I wanted to be able to talk about your response, but not in a way that we move off the subject, then come back to it, and then move on. You know, I want to hit it, but I got too many damn things going on at once. There's no definitive answer regarding tech tree ships is good in Battle Pass or not. Oh, well, yeah. Okay, 10 seconds. Viking, are you still in a commercial break? Or are you done? Are you still here? Shin, what break? And by the way, hi, I saw you earlier, and thanks for coming back. And you asked me how many more replay slots. I am done for today. We've done all 5, but we'll be doing 5 more on Sunday. So, I don't know if I owe you a sub replay or not. I think I saw you just posted a Shinano game. So if that's a sub replay for you, then that's perfectly fine. Just let me know.
Commercial break should be over.
Yep, commercial break should be over by now. So, you want to use that as your sub replay then, Shino? You don't mind waiting? Okay, so we're gonna focus on your Shinano game then. We'll do that one because because you are sub, right? So, okay, perfect. Okay, all right. Now let's get to the question, because that's a really big question, and there's a lot more to unpack, I think, than Viking asked. Okay, so Viking said, I want to try to find the actual question that he posted. Because I can scroll and everything like that, so give me a sec. He said, do you think that giving tech tree ships to players is bad for... I think you're talking about people who spend money for the game? Is that what... I think you're talking about that? Here, hold on. I have a question, please. Do you think wargaming... Here's the exact question. Do you think wargaming, giving tech tree ships for rewards, is good for paying customers? I'll answer first, and then the rest of you guys in chat, in the Discord, you're welcome to weigh in as well. And those of you guys who are in the channel are more than welcome to weigh in as well. Okay? Do you think wargaming, giving tech tree ships for rewards is good for paying customers? First of all, Viking, are you talking about... Whoop, not the armory. Are you talking about a tech tree ship here in the free portion of the Battle Pass? Is that what you're asking? Or are you talking about the Christmas event where they gave out up to a free tier 10 ship to players? Because they did that too recently. So I'm not quite sure which one you're asking about. I'll try to answer both then, in that case, unless you answer in chat. In this case, giving a tech tree ship at tier 8 for free to everybody, this is a ship that is in Ipiranga next patch. This is a ship that's in the battle pass.
They're giving away the Ipiranga in the PT server.
I have not.
In the PT server battle pass, at least.
Okay, and Shin says that's a placeholder. Anytime a tech tree ship is released in early access, Wargaming is trying to get information. He's trying to get gameplay performance and stuff like that. So I don't have a problem with Wargaming giving out tech tree ships for free. Tech tree ships are free anyways. Does that mean that a player that plays the game gets a tier 8 ship and they've only played up to tier 4? Maybe that's a possibility. At the end of the day, it's a tier 8 ship. It sucks facing players like that or having players on your team that are like that. But yeah, I don't look at tech tree ship as I don't look at this as like a specific reward so much. I think I would be more upset as a paying player if a ship that I bought then shows up as a reward for any player, especially new players or whatever. Like if I spent money for it and then now it shows up, I could see being angry about that. The other area that I don't like is Wargaming giving away a tier 10 ship for free to new players. That to me has always been something that I've told Wargaming is a terrible idea. Terrible idea. Starboy, yes.
Because then you all these people who don't know how to play the game in the high tier.
True. Wargaming's done this for a long time. They started it with the Yamamoto, the Arpeggio Yamato at tier 10. You could buy the damn thing, and then everybody goes in there and blah blah. You bought Ipiranga Ipiranga is a tech tree ship. So Ipiranga being a tech tree ship, here, isn't that big of a deal. If you're talking about like you bought a premium ship and they give it away, I can see, like I said, I can see the being upset. But it's going to be something that everybody can get anyways, and if it's something that you can get again later, as somebody just mentioned in chat, I didn't catch you. Shin, thank you, Shin. You will most likely get some form of compensation for having a duplicate if you already have the ship. So you get credits. You probably get a port slot. So, whatever.
I'm not aware of Ipiranga being given out next patch. Where does this come from?
No. It's someone said
in
it
the
was
public
the
test.
placeholder for the public test.
If you can get for free, why give it as a reward? That's a great question. And the answer for that is that Wargaming wants to incentivize players to play the game, right? New players especially, new players who are playing tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 are missing out on a large part of the content that this game panders to right now. Whether you agree or disagree, it used to be that you spent a lot of time playing tier 2, 3, and 4 in addition to the rest of the game. But Wargaming changed things around. It makes you want to quit because you're an older player and you understand the value to grinding. I do too. I started this game 10 years ago, dude. I started the game, spending 100 games just to get through like a tier 7 ship. And now you can get through it so quick. And that's because Wargaming's responded to players that want that instant gratification. They want that immediate result, automatically done. Unfortunately, in order to do that, they've changed things around. Wargaming has also made missions and stuff tier 5 and up. So they incentivize players to play at the higher tiers.
So now you just have the AI at the low tiers, basically.
You just have bots, yeah. So here's the thing: at the higher tiers, a player that's playing a higher tier, especially a new player that jumps to a higher tier, okay, those players, yes, they don't get the game, yes, they screw up and stuff like that, but there's a reason Wargaming's do it. There's probably several. One, I think, is it gets the players be able to participate in parts of the game that they wouldn't otherwise be able to do so earlier, which maybe encourages them to keep playing. Okay. The other thing, Future got it. I think what it's also trying to do is it's trying to get players to be playing at the mid to higher tiers more, because if they do, then they're probably spending money. Unfortunately, Viking, you as an old player, me as an old player, Grunty as an old player, Puddin as an old player, Wargaming cares about you, but not as much, because you're a new player, or you're an old player. If you're an old player, you've already spent the money you're probably going to spend on the game, or like me, you've spent none. You've already got everything in the game. So for you, there's not a lot to focus on. Unfortunately, new players, they come in, oh, this game is so cool. Oh, check it out, I just got a tier 8. Oh my god, I'm so close to it, blah, blah, blah. And then what do they do? What premiums are there that I can do that's close to it? Maybe I should get premium time because I'm running low on credits and blah, blah, blah. So unfortunately, I say unfortunately because I disagree with the policy, but unfortunately, it clearly works. Otherwise, Wargaming wouldn't be doing this. They have, like I said, they've done these events in the past. Okay, I've said my piece. I'll step back for a sec. Chat, Discord, speak if you like. Thank you for your patience.
I don't still understand the questions. Are we mad that existing players don't get good enough rewards, or are we mad that new players get other rewards, or?
I think Viking, if I'm reading him right, is upset because players are getting ships that he took time and effort to grind out, and they are getting it for free. I think that's the part that he's upset about. So, in a sense, Wargaming is not valuing the time that he's put into getting this stuff. Hey, Firestall. No, I don't think Gaelic is a teenager.
That's completely different than the initial question he posted.
Which is why I said I don't want to just give a quick response, and I wanted to have the time to really delve into this and be able to answer the question fully. Gaelic is 60 this year. Yeah, but you've got the heart of a teenager, Gaelic. I don't know, I'm kidding. Yeah. No problem, Firestall. So anyway, Viking, feel free to share. Am I right, or am I missing the mark on your question? You're talking about steel earlier. You don't want to play the game for useless rewards. True.
But still, where is the current useless reward? Like, the initial question was like paying customers getting tech tree ships. Mm-hmm. And I'm still lacking an example where you actually pay for a tech tree ship. Unless you buy the bundles to now get the early access. Mm-hmm. But that's like, it's optional. You don't have to pay for that. And everybody knows that the early access is a huge, I don't want to call it scam, but...
So if you're talking about...
huge money thing.
Are you talking about this?
Like, this is free. Like, you don't have to pay for that. So I'm not getting it. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm missing something.
Well, that's okay. Viking, go ahead and share. If you're talking about steel, if you're talking about getting steel here, who's the guy in the background? That would be Grunty. You should be able to see on the right of the screen. You see my name lighting up here. And my name and my icon there, that's a Discord overlay, so you can see exactly who's talking when they're talking. Like Tannis just popped in for a second, said hi. But Grunty is the one who said, I'm confused, I don't understand. So if you're talking about steel, and steel being something earned, I understand that. And given away for free, sure. Well... I mean, I guess Viking, that's fine. And if you just value my opinion, that's fine. One of the things that's kind of a core thing to my community and my streams is I do like to allow other people to come in and share their opinions. One of the nice things is it's because we get to talk through things from different perspectives. If you're not interested in how they respond, that's fine. Probably be a nice, probably be better of you to say it in a nice way, but that's okay. So if you're not interested in their answers, that's fine. If you're only interested in my answers, did I answer your question fully? Or is there something else that I should be saying or something else to, respond? You might have felt that was nice, but as you see from chat's response, I think some of them felt that it was maybe a little on the rude side of things. But that's the difficulty with typing through text and talking through things. And again, that's why I wanted to be very specific when it came to responding to your question with a lot of time to properly answer. So, Viking, have I answered your question? Or is there something else that I am missing? Oh, he's talking about the Snowflakes event.
No, I think he called me a snowflake.
Oh, okay. Well, I could call you a snowflake too.
Am I a snowflake?
No, you're just a typical sauerkraut.
Oh, I get that. Bump, bump.
But
I mean, my attitude is that I don't care. I mean, oh no, somebody got a tier 8 without doing the grind.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yay, there's more seals for me to club at the higher tiers. What do I get, a port spot so I can add that to the other 200 empty spots? Like,
yeah. So interestingly, sorry, go ahead and finish your thought.
It just doesn't bother me. Like,
Yeah.
getting players to play the game is, I think, more important. Keep the game alive.
Yeah.
But, like, it doesn't matter what tier you play. Skill level is so skewed anyways, it doesn't matter.
Viking, I saw your comment about being an older generation. And if you're pissed at wargaming, hey, that's fair. I get it. There are times where I'm upset at wargaming too. Whatever. I'm just curious how old you think everybody is, because as you saw, Gaelic is 67, or Gaelic is 60, Firestall is 67, Putin is, you can share your age if you want. I'm over 40. I mean, so you're talking to a lot of like old-fashioned people here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I'm in school and I'm still old-fashioned, so
getting players to play the game is so lame. That means wargaming needs new players. They always need new players. And Chad, if you want to share your ages, you're welcome to as well, of course. Joker's 55.
I mean, I'll put it to you like this: if you hate wargaming so much, uninstall and move on. Right? I used to play Destiny a lot. Like,
you did.
Where they,
oh God, you did.
Bungie pissed me off so much. I've uninstalled the game, and my buddy's like, "Oh, dude, you got to come back." I'm like, "No." I'm like, my attitude is Bungie can go to hell.
Mm-hmm.
The straw broke my back. I'm done with it. I'm never playing that game again.
Right. So I mean, and that's not to discount anybody or blah 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 when I'm talking about ages, but I'm just trying to say you're probably amongst like people here. So his attitude is priceless, yes, and staying open-minded is a good way of handling things. Typically, yes. So anyway, wargaming needs new players. Why? Well, naturally, people are going to stop playing the game. New hotness comes out, new shiny. They lose their computer. They don't care about the game anymore. They're pissed off and they quit. People are going to stop playing the game. New players are going to come in, and wargaming does things to try to get new players to come in. That's just how it works. So, but that's part of the experience of playing a free to play game. That's all. Yeah, CV guy, because poor eyesight, so it's easier to play carriers. Nothing wrong with that. Gaelic plays with quite a disability, but he still does fine. So, I mean...
Well, I don't think being Scottish is a disability.
That's not what I'm talking about. Jesus Christ. Gaelic, if you want to share, you're welcome to. I didn't know if it was okay to say anything or not, so I didn't share it. But...
Gaelic's laughing.
Damn. I Jesus Christ, yeah. So Gaelic, if I remember right, okay. If I remember right, Gaelic is missing 1 or 2 fingers in his hand, and he's left-handed as well. Are you missing one, or is it your whole right hand that you're? I can't. What is it? What is it that you're missing? I can't remember. You're just left-handed. Oh, okay. I thought you were missing like a middle finger too, or something.
Hey, don't you dare call left-handed a disability.
But it is.
You're missing your mind. Okay. Well, then it's not a
think we all ought
disability.
to
Then
be
I'm
playing
sorry.
WoWs.
I know. I legit thought that you were missing a finger or two, and that's the reason why you couldn't do something else when we were doing a previous replay. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So only has sweaty players in general. The minority of new players and players like you have all ships millions of coal, and then there's nothing to spend it on, and we get a free tech tree ship. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, that's kind of you're part of the group I was talking about, where wargaming cares about you, but just not as much. So it sucks, but look at it this way: there's things that you can spend your coal on. There's things that you can continue to do, and frankly, you don't have to, do anything else with the new tech tree stuff. So, yeah.
I'm starting to think that part of the issue with the Italian ships is that you can't really do anything to battleships.
Oh yeah, of course. We talked about this actually a bit ago. Viking. We talked about this a bit ago, and I don't think it ever made it out as a Zath chat. But one of the things I think Wargaming has recognized is that they gave people way too much stuff too quickly, and they're trying to wean people off of that. And in result, they've kind of cheapened out their rewards. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it, it's kind of the way it is. What do you spend your coal on? Well, here's what I would spend my coal on if I had a lot of coal and didn't have much. Oh God, not the Wishing Wharf. What I would spend
looks awful.
Yeah, what I would spend my coal on is where is
right
it?
there, the Wishing Wharf. There's things in coal you could spend on, whether you like the reward or not.
Wait, what?
I would
You can buy something for coal here?
Yeah, I believe so. I thought it was in there, or is that just the Creatorverse?
That's just the Creatorverse.
Anyway,
By the way, I'd be so pissed
the
if I
Wishing
bought
Wharf
these
is
commanders.
750 doubloons for
Anyway.
Okay.
let's focus on the topic at hand. Coal. What are we spending coal for? You could spend coal on containers to finish collections that you haven't finished, if you haven't already bought all the commanders available for coal. This is where I would start, Viking.
Commanders.
If you have you have everything. Oh, well then buy more chicks. You have everything that's available for coal. Okay, so as you can see, I've got a lot of coal stockpiled too. Every now and then, new ships come out. You can buy that for coal, of course. We talked about containers. Upgrades would be a good option. You can put coal upgrades on your premium and tech tree ships that you enjoy playing, and you can find ways like, I always talk about damage control being a good upgrade for people with American battleships, right? Because it extends their DCP time for a bit. Submarine surveillance is like a must-have for pretty much every sub that comes with sub surveillance. Radar is great. So, you can absolutely spend a bunch of your coal doing that if you want. I'm teaching you to suck eggs? Okay. If you want to feel that way. I'm just trying to help answer your question on what to do with coal. But honestly, that's about it. I don't know what else we could do
Flags? Can you
with
buy
coal.
flags for coal?
You can buy coal. Yeah, flags for coal. Where is that? Am I missing it? Signals. Here. Yeah, you can spend coal on flags. Gaelic mentioned that before too. So, anyway, I think that's about all we really have time about. I don't know what else. Yeah, you could buy boosters too. That's a good point, Mike. Thanks. You could buy boosters so that you can, So, you said you have everything for coal. Why tell you what to buy? Well, you asked, what should I spend my coal on? And I wanted to answer that in case maybe you didn't consider spending coal on something. Oh, Epoch camos for 50,000. That could be kind of fun. But I'm trying to give you a direct answer to a question and that's about it.
Have you ever
I don't know.
thought, for an example, you're at the end game, and now you can just enjoy the game? You don't need to worry
Yeah.
about things?
Yeah. And that's okay. You can accumulate tons of stuff. I mean, look at all the resources I have. I still play the game. I still have fun. I chillax. Whatever. Doesn't matter. There should be more ships for older players to buy. Hey, that's a fair response, and that's a fair statement, and I completely agree with you. A lot of the ships that Wargaming puts out for steel, they bring back at coal for like inflated amounts, like black. There should be more of those, and I don't know why Wargaming hasn't brought those out. They should, but you know, they haven't. So I don't know. It is what it is. What do we have here? Operations. Oh, flagships are still available. Brawls are tier 10, 5 or for 5. Okay. Question would be, why ask questions that you can save them for future investment? You're welcome. Thanks for asking, Viking, and I'm glad I was able to answer it for you. And take care, dude. See you next time. 5 versus 5, tier 10. Okay. So, I'm going to start up a poll. You got 5 minutes to respond. Salvage a victory in auction is what they do for like large amounts. That's a good point, Shin. That's a good point. And you can absolutely use that to buy stuff that maybe you don't have. And that's usually for a lot of stuff. So, you'd like to spend 600,000? Sure. How can someone that is so rude to the broadcasters not been banned yet? Being polite is free, man. You got patience. Thank you, Future. Can you believe I used to be a teacher?
Yes, I can believe that. You certainly have a good attitude for it.
You're 70. Awesome. Congratulations on making it to level 70, and I wish you far more years and health in your life. My dad is... God, now I gotta do math. He was born in 47. I should know this automatically. He's like 76. So you're pretty close to my dad's age.
Matt, I don't think it was being rude. I just think it was being very direct in his questioning and his answer.
It's very easy.
Direct.
Thank you, Duckman. It's very
Yeah,
easy
but it's a
to
fine
misconstrue.
line.
It's very easy to misconstrue text, which is why my response is always to look at the text in as positive a light as possible. And only unless somebody says something extremely rude, like, you know, you're an ass or something like that, do I then respond to them in kind. It is the older generation being blunt and specific. But, you know, there are times where I've told my dad, you probably don't want to be sitting at Wrigley Field yelling at somebody in front of you for standing up. But you know, it is what it is. So, yeah.
I mean, the other
Anyways.
thing is, like, I can feel his frustration of, I've got all this stuff.
Oh
and I
yeah,
can't
we live it.
Use it.
We live
Right?
it.
Like, you know,
You play with
I
it.
can get that yeah, I mean, I can get that frustration too. But like,
Hmm?
I prefer a very direct, honest person. Like, just give it to me blunt. Don't sugarcoat it.
No, it's not why we all have to move on. We have to move on because the commercial break's about to start. I know you said you had to leave, and I've got a poll up for what we should do next. So make sure you're voting, and then once the poll is over, let's get to some games. Obviously, currently Asymmetric is in lead. If Asymmetric wins, then we'll div up and whatever. I hear how polite you are on your streams, Puddin'.
What?
Yeah, Puddin's got some very polite streams.
Sure.
You know,
Did you
and
lose a
Viking,
Gaelic?
Viking, I'd say, you know, do what you enjoy. Always do what you enjoy. If you like something, cool. If you don't like it anymore, go do something else. Take a break. You can always come back and play it again later. Not a problem. But chat, I do want to take a moment and say that, you know, and that's starting soon. You know, it's always important to me that each one of you, I give you the respect that each of you deserve. And I really appreciate that you guys are being respectful of each other as well. You know, you take something a certain way, others might take something differently, and that's fine. Puddin' is overrun by Memelo. There you go. All right, commercial has started. Ads, what are ads, right? Because some people are subbed. But anyway, World Spawner, I don't know if you're still here, but I do want to make sure I shout you out again. Since you rated on in, so thank you very much. ChatGPT aired out. Totally listen up. World Spawn is serving up some serious Sigma vibes. We're all about that tactical life and high IQ strategies. Try battles of coaching tech. Wakandian warrior is bringing the alpha dominance. Oh, that's my thing. You play shifts for 8 years, and I think the way Wargaming treats all players sucks. Okay. Asymmetric. We're going to do asymmetric.
I mean, I can't disagree with the statement.
No. No, I can't disagree with the statement. It's fine. It's fine. It's a fine statement. And, you know, you, Puddin', coming from your Destiny games, I mean, I'm sure you felt that that way yourself, right? Like, as an older player, like, there's less stuff for you as well. Just how it is.
It's, well, okay, the thing with Destiny is they just keep changing everything. Way too much.
So my next stream, Shin, is going to be Sunday, 12 to 6 Central. So 12 p.m. Chicago time to 6 p.m. Okay? Since you're using your sub replay, I will be prioritizing your sub. So we will get to it. We'll probably get to it earlier. If you're not present, I try to go with people who have been prioritized first. If you're the only one, we just go right to you, and then we'll move on to the next, even if you're not here. Okay? Till 8. I'd love to go till 8. Unfortunately, I can't. Okay, commercial break is over. If anybody wants to join, we're doing asymmetric. We're going to screw around. I don't care what tier and stuff. Send me a message in-game. We'll get you in. Armact, let's go. 12 noon Central, correct. So Chicago time.
Did you opt into the leaderboard for the summers?
Probably not.
Actually, I forgot if you had to opt in or if it was automatic.
I think it's automatic.
I thought it was automatic, but I could. You're
Really?
welcome, Shin. Appreciate you coming and hanging out and being patient.
Win the summers.
An event
you know-
where you don't have to opt in? That's a new one.
Oh. For you guys saying, you know, why didn't you guys just ban this dude already? You know, like I said, it's important for me, unless somebody like I specifically feel is trolling or specifically out there to be a complete jerk. That's the only time I'm ever going to ban somebody. I've only ever banned, I think, 2 people in 6 years of streaming this game. 2 people, guys. Okay? One made a joke about eating Stevie, my cat. And frankly kept on going even after I said that's kind of not cool. And at that point, I'm like, get the hell out of here. And then I don't remember somebody else, but, you know, whatever.
I miss that
Gotta go
idiot
on the
so
website.
much.
Huh?
I miss that idiot so much.
So you go to the
I was
website.
gonna say, you would love my response to him. Why did I get banned? Why can't I get unbanned?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, but, you know. And that was back when Stevie was alive. So it says to accept the invitation, but this takes you to Discord, if I remember right. Yeah, it does. I clicked on that before. After joining the server, you need to authenticate your account, and that's it. So you have to be in the Discord, but then you automatically receive a mission to earn 555 community tokens, assuming you're in. Jesus loves you, of course. Come on in. You're over on YouTube as well, right? Let's see, missions coming.
I just took out half of North Carolina's health in one salvo. That felt good.
I don't have a mission. I do not have a mission.
No, that mission is a one-time thing when you first join the server.
Oh, okay.
You probably got this like ages ago.
Probably. Probably. Linking accounts screwed up you big time. Wargaming says they can't unlink. Ouch, that's annoying. That was your Haida game, Mike. Okay. Wow. Okay. Build viewer off. So yeah, if anybody wants to join, Jesus is in here. That sounded great. Tanis, are you looking to join? Because you're in game right now, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to just get this done real quick, and then but don't wait for me if it fills up.
Okay. Starboy, links are blocked for most viewers, so I do apologize, but your link didn't show up. It's because you get like these, free viewers and get all kinds of spam and stuff. So if you want to DM me the link or something, whisper me the link, you can, or if you want to just tell me what the link was, I think you were showing the thing. So Wishing Wharf, what do you get for this? Incheon, Anshan, Loyang. Okay. So Incheon's the thing for Wishing Wharf. Got it. And you spend money to get tokens, and then it's all slots. Okay.
You can get one roll rather cheap with these sequential bundles.
Yeah, right here.
I wouldn't even advise that.
Now, Grunty, you had posted something about getting doubloons back. Was it this one here?
Yeah, all these doubloons that are in there accumulate to 4,600.
Okay.
So
yeah, but doesn't it cost like 11,000 to get the?
Yeah, you get a ship here in the end that costs like 19,000, which is the standard price that Wargaming charges for tier 9 premium ships. Which, whether or not this might be too much or not is a different question, but that's their standard price. So
yeah.
If you get 4,600 back, you get the ship for a bit less than 15,000, which, at least for Wargaming standards, is a good price. I can't believe I'm saying this.
Okay.
Sure love getting hype caliber in like the first couple minutes of the game.
So you're saying you go all the way to the end here, and then you get... Wait. I'm sorry, I missed that because I was looking at Starboy's link. I'll show that in a second. So can you repeat what you just said about you get doubloons back, or what are you talking about here?
Yeah, there's bundles. Like every third bundle or so here has doubloons in it. And all these bundles accumulate to 4,600 doubloons. So you can basically, if you buy the whole chain, which costs 19,000, you get 4,600 back. So essentially you only pay like 15,000. And the third last stage is a ship. It's a tier 9 ship.
Yeah, the Tianjin.
Right.
Okay.
So it costs 19,200, but you get 4,600 back overall. So it essentially only costs like 15K.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So 15K, so that's like $60 for a tier 9 premium ship. That normally is tier 9 for Wargaming is like 70 at something, or even 80 maybe. So that's why you're saying that's like cheap for Wargaming. Okay.
Cheap for Wargaming, yes.
I understand now. Thank you. And then the other big update is the Creatorverse is back, which is for Cole now. This is all stuff that you had to spend money for. So it's kind of funny now that they bring everybody back. But again, it's Wargaming. They own his stuff, and then they can go and do whatever they want with it. So if you don't have the stuff, you can always get that. And then you've got premium containers for commanders, camos, other stuff.
I'd be so pissed if I spent money on those commanders and they're now available for Cole.
I heard one of these guys quit streaming too. They quit YouTube. Wasn't that the case?
I don't know.
If you buy the ship alone, you don't get boosters unless you buy the Admiral pack. Yeah, true. I could have sworn somebody posted about Off the Ranch. Demo Matt. Is one of these guys Demo Matt? Tells you how much I know about other streamers.
No, that's the one that was in the Veterans Day thing.
Veterans Day thing, like a stream?
Oh, with the fat electrician?
Yeah, yeah, it's the Fatter Electrician demo mat where the Veterans Day commanders.
Oh, okay. Moist Critical. I knew one of them, their father played Warships. I just didn't remember which one. All right. So, at tier 10, I can show you guys, because it is now off NDA, the new hotness.
The Montana?
No. Would you like me to play the Incheon,
Yeah.
the Wishing Wharf ship? Was that a yes, Grunty?
I didn't say anything.
That was
Oh,
a
I
yes
thought I
for
heard
me
some-
because I want to see how it plays.
All right. So it's going to take a minute before we get into the game, those of you guys in the div. Sorry. Thanks for your patience in advance. It's got, what are these? These are 203 millimeter main battery guns. Now, if I remember right, they've got like destroyer dispersion, which is similar to what they just did for the Tulsa. So they've got like much better dispersion than a regular would. Okay? You want Fat Electrician's wife as a captain. Okay. She's got smoke.
Weird.
I believe this is regular Pan-Asian smoke.
Fat Electrician's wife does like little bits in some of the videos, so she is like a little bit of a character on the channel, separate from. It's not as weird as it at first. I'm not saying it's not weird. I'm just saying it's not as weird as it. Anyways.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine. It's good to know. Cruiser destroyer dispersion are are similar beyond 13. Okay, so it's better at close range. That's fine. And then there's it's got torpedo reload booster, and it's got a repair party. So because it's got a torpedo reload booster, it's probably a ship that you're going to want to play in randoms or ranked, and utilizing Sajan Bing because he's got the special characteristics, right, of his talents or whatever, right? And he gets what is it? This one, right? He gets enough torpedo hits. 6 torpedoes.
Yeah. How do you get
Right.
Shinbing? Do you complete the collection?
Yeah, I believe that's how you get it. The torp angles are terrible, though. Okay, good to know. So there's other commanders out there too that you could use, isn't there? There's a couple of the wrongs, right? Da wrong right here.
But I don't think they do too much for it.
Well, they've got the
I mean,
buff
that's-
survivability expert. That's the
That's
only real
nice.
thing.
That's nice.
Yeah. So I'll probably just slap this guy in for right now with this kind of a build. Start with Anchorage, swap in Tulsa turrets, and give it deep water torps. Pretty much. So it's a cruiser. It's going to sit in smoke a lot. I figure it's probably going to, you're going to want to luck check your torps a lot. And you could go for Pack a Punch. They're 203s, so AP might be better suited. So you could say I don't want heavy HE and SAP. I don't know.
And you probably don't want that because it makes your concealment worse. Like it is kind of a Des Moines hull after all, right? So
Well, where's my other one? My other one's set up for the Yu Yang. Do I have commander skills on this one already selected? Wow, I do. That's wild. Bow stern is 25 millimeter instead. It's Buffalo hull. Oh, okay. So let's just slap Liu Bei, because we just saw him in Dynasty Warriors Origins on Wednesday. Let's slap Liu Bei in. So what do I want to pick for my ship here with these consumables? I always like priority target. It has a heal, so we definitely want to get Superintendent. Concealment. Can go with Adrenaline Rush. Do we want Pack a Punch? They're deep water torps. They do good damage anyways. Are my secondaries worth anything?
Of course you want Pack a Punch. What if we run into some Nazi zombies?
I think you only have 2 torpedo launchers total. I don't think specking for the torps is worth it.
Okay.
I'd probably
All
rather
right.
take something like top grade gunner or so.
Cruiser build, yeah. So top grade gunner, fair. Now this is with an enemy ship is within your standard detection, but of course if I'm in smoke and firing, then I still get the boost, right?
Yeah.
And when I'm firing my main battery, 8.5 kilometer detection. Woof. Okay. All right, and then one additional skill. Let's see. 22.5 second turn time is fine. I'll probably do consumable specialist to spam the consumables quicker. I could try something like this. I don't think there's any key skills I'm missing. So I'll just master this. If I'm wrong, I've got other 21 pointers I can throw on. So let's see here. Main armaments, sure. Probably engine room protection. It's got defensive anti-air. Oh boy. Probably gonna go for... I could do the smoke module. It's Pan-Asian smoke, so I probably don't... We'll think about that. What do I have for...
Gonna say with the
invisibility?
4x2 setup, you're probably better off with the aiming systems.
Yeah. Yep. Probably go propulsion. Yeah. Can you spell eclectic mix? I think you just did. We'll go concealment. There, Bach. Putin is one of your favorite fans, biggest fans, because
Oh my god, he got
called you
mod
out earlier.
abused.
Hey, can you shout him out while you're mod abusing him?
Did you just time out your only fan, Putin? Is that how you
I don't-
treat them?
I don't get it. What's the joke here?
Putin is a joke.
Ooh.
Oh,
Boom, roasted.
all right. I think I'm good.
Turn is one again, Grunty?
He loves you, doesn't he? Doesn't he? Can I put 2 flags on? Oh, I can. Cool. No destruction effect just yet.
It just
Don't I
clicks
have-
back into chat.
Is this is the default God, this is such a boring camouflage. This is the default camo?
Haven't you seen the most of the default camos lately?
Yeah, but one could hope that, they don't go like that. Okay, I need one of you guys in a cruiser to swap if you don't mind. Hey, Ronan. It's holding up fine. I haven't tweaked it at all. I probably should have, but I didn't. Thank you, Tannis. Art department's on strike, indeedy. Oh, Starboy. That's right. Starboy shared a link, and I can post it in chat too, but I'll show you real quick here. Oops. Here. This is the current leaderboard. I'll post it in chat here. There we go.
We're getting the
So-
summers?
Yeah.
1,000?
Remember, it's
Plus to
number
get
of...
in. I mean, that's
it's
kind of
ribbons.
what I expected. I wish
Yeah.
they would show which ship it got in. That would be
Bo is in
interesting.
second. Wow. Okay.
What did Bo play? Did anybody see Boo play when he had this game?
How many people do you have at a division right now?
We're max, whatever that is, 5, I think.
Ah.
Oh, Elgato's here. Nice.
Hey, Zath, one thing I wanted to tell you
Mm-hmm.
is go ahead and pick whichever one of the Cuniberte games you think is more informative, because there was only one vote for it, and I'll just go ahead and say that vote was mine, so...
So do you think that one was more informative?
No, I actually only realized that vote was going on at the last second, so I just picked one and hit vote.
All right. Commercial starting soon. Yeah, we got
So,
thrown off a little bit on timing.
If you think the
Okay.
first one was more informative, go ahead and go with that one. I'll leave that one up to you.
I really do feel like it was. So, all right. I'll switch to that one. Torp angles. Yeah, because
those aren't
it's
that bad.
That's not
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, it's not the Zowline torp angles.
No, it's not Zhao.
It's better than Anchorage, I think.
God, I was gonna do something else a moment ago and I forgot now. Oh well. Commercial break's about to start, guys. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's what I was going to do, but I'll do it in a moment after the commercial, I guess. We might as well use defensive anti-air on the Yorktown. Ronan, it was going to be for Ronan. I was going to ask Ronan a question. And of course he, you know, the damn planes started a fire on me. That's cute. That's cute. What are we looking at for? Oh my god. Okay. We started playing very late today.
I blame the rain.
Ah, yes. Rain delay. The Chicago Bears' greatest asset.
I thought it was their only asset.
Wait, what's the deal with the rain?
It's raining in Chicago. Instead of snowing.
Like always, or...
Did they forget to call a timeout on that too?
Yeah. Buzzing!
Sorry,
I guess now is a good time to smoke up.
I shot high explosive.
Oh my god, the bots, how dare they use radar on me?
So, that's as a Chicago native. Do you think next season is going better? No.
I mean... I'm a Chicago native. We don't think things like this. Only sportscasters think things like this.
That's okay. The Bears have gotten a Super Bowl in your lifetime. You're good.
Listen, you have to remember.
Yeah. Oh, tell 'em.
The 85 Bears weren't that good. The rest of the league just sucked that bad.
Fair statement, I suppose. What's going on with the music? Can I Citadel Talon?
Yes, you have 203s.
So far, it hasn't happened. Oh, hello, Mogami. Fortunately, though, I was gonna say, fortunately, though, Armact is in the front, so he'll be the one taking all the impacts and stuff. Oh, torpedo hit. Neat.
Of course, that's right as you say that, I smoke up because I got scared.
Yes, you made inky. Okay, where are these torps going? Let's go here. That's a Vladivostok. That's kind of scary.
Tell me about it.
But, you know. There it is. 84 years pounded the crap out of the Cowboys. Yeah, I remember the fridge. I don't remember too much about that team otherwise, though, because I was pretty damn young.
Does the Richelieu have corpse?
No.
It just has one. Alright, I'll smoke up here.
You know,
Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da.
I seem to recall Colorado having a single torpedo as well.
Boink. Oh, damn.
Hey!
That is
2
the
torpedo hits on
single
the flat.
best shot I think I've ever made in this game.
Wow. And we didn't even see it because you're on the other side of the map.
Oh no, it was on this side of the map. Or wait, kinda.
No, it's on the
Rock
middle.
was. Yeah, it was in the middle.
You thankful you remember the decade? I don't know what we're listening to, so I'm just gonna skip it.
Was it classical?
I could barely hear a damn thing.
It might have been the beginning of my song then.
Oh, okay.
Starts out
Sorry.
real quiet, and then the drums and stuff kick in. That's fine. I just like it. It's a funeral march.
Oh.
You know what fascinates me about Bear fans?
Funeral marches are
Bears
great.
Fans? From what I could tell this season, they seem to be more concerned hating about the other teams in the division than rooting for their own team.
Bears fans?
Yeah.
Well, why do you want to root for
How does
your team
one
if they're just gonna
so much
lose all the
All-American
time?
football teams.
I mean, why are you even a fan then?
Because you live in Chicago and have no choice?
Just because you live in Chicago doesn't mean you have to root for Chicago.
Yeah,
And that's why I'm a Colts fan.
I seem to have made a miscalculation.
Good. We need a time extension. So 5
Actually, never
torpedo
mind,
hits.
It's not that bad.
Wasn't 5 what's needed to trigger Sajin Bing?
I think
I
it's
think
6.
it's 6.
It's 6. Okay.
6 or 8. No, 8 was Spursky, then it's 6.
Hmm. And look at 10 is like just holding.
I'm just
This
sitting
channel.
here because I'm perfectly angled. I'm at a
You
0
shall
degree angle to the
not
Nebraska.
pass.
Yoinking that Nebraska.
Boink.
Yes, you are.
200 HP. I'm sorry. That was not my intent.
Nah, it's fine. I wasn't reloaded. Oh, hello, torpedoes. No, I'm too fat. No.
All right, I can finally start shooting. Oh, hello,
How long
Harbin.
does smoke last?
Oh yeah, you're in the
Alright, so
summers.
Harbin.
There you
I
go.
hope
There
they
you
win
go.
it.
You're in the summer, so you can win it.
Sure, why not?
Someone tells me you're not going to get enough ribbons playing the summers.
Well, I mean,
Like-
ironically, what, the top 3 players already have it anyways?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I figured Bo probably already has it.
Oh, has a
Think you
press
get-
account.
5,000 steel, I think, was the compensation, if you have it.
Oh God, I'm not even going to bother trying then. What's the
I don't
point?
even want it.
I mean, you know, there's no reason to screw other people out of a ship. That's how I look at it.
Oh no, torpedoes, my worst enemy.
Oh, thank God I dodged them.
You're within the top
wanna know-
2.8.
I just want to know in the end if the winner was playing a secondary battleship or it was something like a spamming cruiser, like a cobalt or so.
Yeah, I would think a spamming cruiser would do it.
Knowing Bo, you used a cruiser. I don't know which one.
Yeah.
Probably a Smolensk. Who plays Smolensk a lot?
That's true,
Maybe
could be.
Marceau.
Could be a Mars. I don't
1,000
know.
hits.
This seems a lot for a destroyer.
Edgar.
That could be 2, yeah. Edgar is possible.
You got the Summers as your first steel ship? Right before they pulled it? Congrats on that. Good timing.
You know, ironically about Edgar is it does not enough damage if the ship's angled. Right, because if you're in a Smolensk, you're gonna burn the thing down too quick. Probably same thing if in a Colbert.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you can shoot AP in the Smolensk and just mounts to get
I was
the
gonna say
ribbons.
somebody didn't do the water and fire event.
Yeah, Putin definitely doesn't know anything about farming ribbons, does he?
What's the Warden Fire event?
So it was a web event that Wargaming did like 6 years ago or 7 years ago, and you had to get a certain number of a bunch of different metrics. Kills was one. I don't remember off the top of my head, but one of them you saw by Bo and an Edgar. Yeah. So one of them was to get hit ribbons, and that was the one that I was always lacking. I was always behind on. And so what we would do is we put ourselves in a div, myself, Seabear, and Puddin', and we would we have Puddin' spot in his destroyer. I think you were in the Mahan, and like literally, Seabear and I would shoot with our Belfasts AP at bow-on battleships and cruisers so that we could bounce as many shells as possible, because a ricochet still counts as a ribbon, as a hit ribbon. So we literally farmed hit ribbons by shooting bow-on targets. The best part of it, though, is that half the time, the person we were trying to farm turned and went broadside. We're like, what the hell are you doing? You're ruining my farm. Or there were times where, of course, Puddin' would kill somebody, and we would do the same thing. So yeah, I would agree with you guys. And no, you can still use Smolensk in that fashion and fire AP with the 130s.
Same with the Colbert, like you
And the
could.
Colbert too, yeah.
The one time I played an IGN DD, And the one player who actually stayed bow into him so they could get all the bounces, I nuked with torps, and then it was, nope, you're stuck with Mahan, that's it.
You know, you could maybe even get it done in a Lucian if you want to play Destroyer. Might even be better than Marcel.
Yeah, I don't know I'd want to do it in a destroyer. Alright, I was gonna say, y'all can choose other than tier 10 if you want. That's perfectly fine.
What, there's other tiers?
I know,
Yeah,
right? But if
there's
you guys are
other
grinding
tiers.
ships or something.
That's crazy. Yeah, there's other tiers.
Just,
that
yeah,
exist.
well, that's what I was thinking, Starboy, right? Hit point pool.
I mean, your hit points don't matter. Like, it's just like, if you're the stealthy destroyer that can go dark and they don't hit back, you just farm at range. Lucian is very good at farming at range. Has good ballistics, very good reload.
That's
Y'all
true.
need
Easily
Sevens?
accumulate ribbons.
Alright, what am I doing? Here, assassin unit. Okay, so, what am I? I cannot play Battleship. Okay.
I can unready.
No. You play your ship. I don't care. I'm trying to talk through like what ship I can play, because I like to let you guys pick your ships and then pick your ship accordingly.
Why don't you say that? You could also play the other ship that you get from the sequential bundle, the Tianjin. Show that.
I don't know that that's off NDA.
That's not a new ship. I think.
It's not a new ship?
I don't think so.
Well,
No,
we
I
can
think
save that one
Christmas
for Sunday to
containers.
find and figure it out.
Well, let me get a
For
game
them.
going first, and then I'll look at it and figure it out. Okay. Tier 10. I could play a lower tier as well. I could take a tier 9, or even I could take a super ship in just to screw with you guys. Cruiser or destroyer. I'll go with you know what? I know. I'm gonna do Hildebrand. Why not? Hildebrand.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Tianjin got added last year, and it was even in the Santa containers this year, so that is definitely not new.
Oh, okay. I can't keep things straight anymore.
I had to look up what it was too. Like, I'm completely honest.
So that means I should already have it. What tier is it? 9?
It's 9. It's like it's Pan-Asian, and it has something. It's like a Vega/Petro clone, something in between, with high precision spotter plane. It's a cruiser.
Oh, it's a cruiser. Oh, yeah. This is the okay. I was thinking it was some Pan-Asian battleship. Okay, we could look at that next. Let's get in the game. If it'll let
The
me.
battleship is that from next patch that you get instead of the Dutch commander, the
Oh.
Hong or something.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably getting those mixed up because they have similar names.
Oh, I have to be stuck with the aircraft carrier.
What?
Yeah, how do we end
I
up?
don't
receiving
trust your
this crap?
little cruiser symbol above your ship. If I see planes come off there, you're an aircraft carrier.
Fair enough. All right, so what you're telling me is I need to sit still the whole game.
Action stations.
You already messed up. You're moving forward. What are you,
Yeah,
a
I
know.
Mario player?
You can only go backwards. Come on.
Hmm.
Well, it's just going backwards the wrong way.
This is true. Good song choice. Heard it through the grapevine. Let's go.
Dollars and cots.
Hey, I also saw this in COTS. Oh, wait. I have to hit the 5 key for that. Here we go. I saw this in COTS.
Could
And I
I?
just hit the ship buffed.
Well, now you can buff it again.
How much that cost me? It's like a
Could I
piece of
pre-drop
donuts.
a set of rocket planes?
Oh my god, I just saw you're in a carrier. This is gonna be good.
Oh yeah, no, I'm awful at carriers.
You should absolutely pre-drop. But you're gonna lose them all right now anyway, because you just YOLO'd right into all of them.
Yeah, it's too late.
Yeah.
No, he missed the North Carolina all the way over on the 9 line.
I'm gonna make acquaintances with that
okay.
guy sooner or later.
That's how you want to play it, huh?
Autopilot mode enabled.
Yeah, with carriers, even in asymmetric, you want to try to focus on isolated targets, things that are by themselves. Not stuff that, like, you know, is near everybody else. Because overlapping anti-air really hurts. Oh, go away,
Oh, hey, 2
Cleveland.
Catalunias.
I really didn't want to see the freaking Cleveland.
I really want to see the Cleveland.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm
Maybe
turning
make
back
them
in. Don't
disappear.
worry. There you go.
Oh, hey, look, they're all clustered up no matter what you do.
God darn it.
Well, just chill out. Let me see if I can delete one of those Catalunas.
Alright, I took out 12 AA on the Cleveland.
Woo! Hey, I still hit all 3 of my torps.
Fire on the North Carolina.
Oh, hey, I can launch planes again. Who wants the pizza delivery?
Special delivery.
Oh, that.
That's funny, they programmed the AI now to not DTP1 fire.
Yeah, they will immediately
it's like
DCP
that.
too, though.
They need 2 things broken.
The funny thing is, though, since you know they will act this way, you can actually kind of abuse it and just shoot something else and let the one fire burn for the full duration.
This is true. What's my secondary range? 12 and a half. Oh, cool. Let me just expose them a little bit. What's up, homegrown cowboy? I'm showing sight to the Bismarck. That's probably a bad idea. That's just a Bismarck. Hey, finally a Citadel. Let's go. You're just chilling? Nice. Us as well. Torp bombers, go! Guess I'll move the carrier this way next. Putin, who are you on?
The Pranga thingy?
Okay.
However you pronounce it.
Ipiranga.
Listen, there's a reason I give ship names.
Yeah, what are the nicknames for the Pan American battleships anyway? I haven't heard anything good.
Pretty much just tapped for the tier 10 because he's an annoying.
Yeah. Oh, I got my special bombers ready. Let's go. Here we go. Chat, how many of you guys have Hildebrand?
I got lucky and got it on the first pull.
Damn. That is lucky.
I don't.
What's special about the Hildebrand bombers?
They really smack.
Do you remember what the atomic weapons did to a couple cities? That's pretty much what those things do.
Damn.
But the ships. I'm pretty God you're not a DD when
Yeah.
they connect.
Oh yeah, they're AG.
18k. 18k plus a fire.
BB, those hurt you.
That's right, they do. And my Torp bombers are ready, so let's go use the Torp bombers. Why not?
And that's how you know you're a veteran of this game. If this sentence means anything to you.
BB, I heard too.
Yeah.
Got his heal.
What does it mean?
So there was a very famous, or rather infamous player who played CVs.
What?
And that was his signature chat line whenever he managed to hit something.
Yes. BB, I heard you.
Speaking of, that Monarch's lining up for a Padlin.
Maybe for you.
Like if you played high tiers back in the old days, you must have seen that player.
What was his name? I can't remember.
War Beastie.
War Beast, that's what it was. Yes, I ran into him a couple times. I remember that.
Good old War Beast thing. He got pissed at 3 and myself because I ran the full AA Monty and just nuked all its planes.
Did you say see me those hurt you?
Oh my god. That would be something. I'll kill
I
him
did
anyway.
something worse, but I'm not going to say it here because it does involve another person. Another well-known CV player, I told him he should probably go get tips from that individual, and that pissed him off.
Oh god. Alright, there we go. Easy win. I like easy wins sometimes. Nice, relaxing, you know, chill.
You need to cycle planes faster.
Oh, alright. I got my Twitch drop mission done. Yay. Alright, I got time for one more.
Can we do 7s?
Yeah, 7s is fine.
Does anybody in chat want in? Like, I don't mind tipping for a new individual that's
Why
ready.
did I just click on Dockyard?
I'd like to hop in for one.
Alright, let's get you in them note. I was looking at something. What was I going to look for? Combat missions. Was it combat missions? I don't remember now.
Yeah, I don't have anything I'm really grinding or playing at tier 7. If someone else wants to jump in, I can clear out myself too.
I was gonna look something up. What was I gonna look up? Event pass. So when does this reset?
Or it
Today's
doesn't. You
Friday.
have to finish it up because it ends in 4 days.
Okay, it doesn't reset. Got it. All right, cool. What's wrong with your eye? Note, send me a message when you get in. And we're doing 7s? Can, if you guys don't mind, I'd like to play a Battleship too, if that works for the rest of y'all. Oh, the camo? It's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pizza delivery service.
Well, I was worried he was going to say my gameplay, but
Ha! There we go. The skin. Leave it in the alternate universe? I mean, the turtle stuff is fun. And I feel like, you know, it's fun to say, who wants pizza? And they just go whack somebody, you know?
now I'm hungry for pizza.
Me too. Good thing I'm going to have some in about a half an hour.
Chicago
Deep
style?
dish. You better believe it. It's frozen Geno's East, but it's still damn good. I can smell it. It's just cheese. But what we do is we take the frozen deep dish, put it in there, and then we add on top of it, we add a little bit of bruschetta. Which, as it cooks, you know, obviously, like, all the oils and stuff kind of work their way through it all. Oh, it's so good. Just a little bit. Very yummy. My wife doesn't like the same things that I like, and I don't like the same things that she likes for toppings. So, Parma ham pizza. There you go. See, I like bacon.
Well, there's a whole lot of options for me here. So definitely know what I'm going with.
I can jump into something else if you want, Note.
No, that's fine.
So, like, I like garlic and bacon. And she likes mushrooms and black olives. Yeah. So, you know, whatever. Let's go.
Mm,
I
the
see
New
no
York
problem
pizza's
here,
best side.
Sans. You just get 2 pizzas, which means you have a whole one for yourself.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, we get one frozen, and then we eat it in one course of one night. If we did that, I'd have to eat half of my pizza, she'd have to eat half of hers, we'd have to refrigerate both, and then reheat the next night.
Where exactly is the problem?
Yeah, I'm not seeing the failure in this plan.
Oh my god. We could also put the toppings like, you know, on half and half, like before it goes in the oven and stuff. But she usually makes the pizza. Yes, exactly, Shen. She usually makes the pizza while I'm streaming and stuff. So like she put the oven on, I could smell it. It's going and stuff. So if we were to do the you know, try to do some extra prep, I'd have to like walk away from you guys for 5 minutes and do that, which
It's time
some
to
of you
start
guys
the
I know
level
can't
7
handle.
hype train.
That too much
Pizza's in the
grease
oven.
reheat-
Start the hype train.
There you go.
that
Yeah, it's
too
not
much
as fresh.
grease when reheating is just a matter of reheating it in the wrong method.
No, it's just a matter of you need to start drinking beer again, so all that grease gets soaked up.
Oh, that's right. That works. You would steal
Yes.
slices from both. There you go. So tier 5s. No carriers. Alright, this will be fun. So my commander is Lutyens, and I'll mouse over so you guys can see the build. So I've got him on my the tier 10, the Schlieffen, and the reason I said I'll play tier 7 again is because I can use him on Prince Heinrich, which also, it's basically the premium version of what you're playing, Tannis. So there you go.
Yep.
I heard mid-tier asymmetrics are actually really, really hard.
They can be.
Never played one myself.
Dorothy, I hope you're sitting down. They're bots.
I know, but there's lots of boards, and your mid-tier ships are not as powerful as your high-tier ships.
Oh yeah, but it's the Congo. As long as you're kind of careful, it'll be fine.
Yeah, the bigger problem I think at the lower tiers is you just have more HE spamming boats, and then you just get yourself burned down. So when you find Prince Heinrich,
Congo, and that's the first one spotted.
You also have the problem with the battleships, like in the high tiers. You get your 32mm bow, and none of the other battleships
Okay, Tannis,
overmatch
I'm coming your way.
angle. In these mid tiers, you necessarily don't have the armor to actually bounce AP shells from any angle.
Alright, who's shooting me?
It's
And especially like you don't probably have that problem
hi,
as
Deli.
much, but mid-tier cruisers don't get heals, so they often get just screwed.
Yeah, cruisers in mid tier are just glass cannons.
And then it's often a domino effect. One of your allied ship dies, and then another one gets focused, and that
And all
one
of a sudden,
dies.
half the team's dead.
Yeah,
Yep.
and suddenly you play 2 versus 8 or so.
new radar for you there, Zath.
Well, thank you. Don't they have torpedoes? I think it does, right? Yeah.
It does. They're kind of long-legged too.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Now I get to shoot him for free. How long until your radar's out?
6 seconds.
You can tell when it's about to go out because the green circle starts flashing.
5 overpens. Wow.
Mood.
Thanks, game.
Yeah, you should have shot it while it was angled.
Should have had 6 overpens.
I've been shooting this in Middleburton. I've gotten 1 penetration and 2 penetrations and 24
I just got an
overpen.
angled citadel with HE.
There you All right, Congo.
Tannis, you might not want to have just charged in there.
Oh yeah, but you know, it's a
Oh,
little
yeah.
sillier this way.
Ship is on fire. Torpedoes, get ahead.
Oh, torpedo.
Oh, I was lower than I thought.
Yeah, well, now you're exactly as low as you
10
thought.
seconds. Yeah, I can survive for another 10 seconds and pop the heal. It'll be fine. And it turns out I did not have that much health left.
Just last words. I need to be careful not to join you here as I face tank 2 battleships.
Yeah, see, this is why I like to play more defensive early on. Let them come to you, focus on choke points, and then, you know, then you rush in and kill things.
Pretty fun taking Pensacola into these ASIMs and then
Oh, yeah.
tanking battleships while just putting your secondaries on it.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, why are my secondaries not in the Congo? There we go. No delay in supper. Yeah, that's the catch for you.
Right now I can see how you're actually supposed to play the Heinrich, because I have a bad habit of going broadside to get the back turrets. Good.
Yeah. Forget they exist.
Your
What?
Congo, I think your Congo just took a shot at me.
I think he probably did.
I thought I was behind the island.
Armact, look out! All right, New York.
Thank you.
Up, the deli is back for more.
His torps are reloaded.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking the same thing.
Round 2, fight!
No. Okay, so now we go full speed.
Enemy cruiser foundered.
Oh no, Jesus died.
Rip.
Oh, he'll come again.
Don't worry, he'll
From
come
the
back
grave.
after a couple days.
Torpedoes.
Don't worry, he's come back in 3.
Oh my god.
We'll be back Sunday.
He could be actually, because we'll be doing more replays and whatever, right?
Yeah, no pressure, Jesus.
Yeah.
Just put dirt on it, you'll be fine. That's right. Oh, hi, Congo.
Walk it off.
Yes, preferably on water if you can.
On dirty water? What?
Hey, however Jesus wants to, I mean, if you think about it, his blood is wine, right? So, yeah, it could be dirty
Yeah.
water. Now, Tannis, do you know why I'm shooting this target?
Because it's the only one left alive.
Nope.
Why?
It's because my secondaries have something else to shoot, and my primaries can shoot something.
Oh, wait, I thought
Oh, you're not trying to yoink my Congo. This is my Congo. It's got my
Uh-huh.
name on it.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were. I didn't see your turrets there. I'm stupid.
The real
No
beast
worries.
has just wanted to steal damage.
Well, SAT school, if anything goes XP grinding.
Oh yeah, because you need XP on your Prince Heinrich. And
Damn right I
your
do.
AL Prince Heinrich.
Now that we've killed the target, we're gonna use Hydro.
He's been trying to grind out of this ship for the last 2 years.
Yeah, is the Zeton like a noticeable upgrade on the Heinrich, or no?
She loses one turret in the front.
Oh,
I like to call it a Rune 2.0.
Yeah, people call it the Star Destroyer
2.0?
for a reason. Doesn't she get 2 torpedo launchers though?
I believe so.
I should
Yeah,
know.
see,
I have it.
All I know is that she doesn't have the best reputation.
Jesus loves you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you jumping in on YouTube, hanging out, and all that kind of stuff. Of course, anytime you or anybody else on YouTube, Kick, or Rumble, and of course anybody on Twitch want to tune in, check things out, you can. Oh crap! Who is my Ronan? Ronan, are you here? And chat, the rest of you guys, I could use your help too. I want to do a little bit of quick tweaking of something here with my bit rate. So I want you to tell me, what do you think of the bit rate now? I've just changed it from wherever it was before. I used to be streaming at 4,000. Now I'm at 3, and I'm just curious, how does that look to you guys?
noticeably
pretty pixelated.
crunchier.
Yeah, it's noticeably crunchy, indeedy. Indeedy. Okay, now, let me try... Let me try 4,000. See, we actually managed to get my rerun channel down to 1,000 bits. And with Ronan's help the other day, and we figured that that's a pretty good sweet spot for upload speed as well as viewability. How's that looking at 4? That's a lot
Dang,
better.
that was a well-aimed torpedo from
Yeah, the
that's fine.
Tiger.
If I hadn't been using engine boost.
I was having flashbacks to the Oklahoma game when Tiger was running at me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no,
Okay.
I can't die to a Tiger twice in the same day.
4 is great.
Really.
Okay. Now do me a favor. Now that we found 4, I'm going to hit my settings again. I'm going to change it back to 6. One moment. It's most noticeable when you're moving around. Okay.
Yeah, it's most notable after when there's like lots of things happening on the screen.
Do you guys notice
the little waves in the front of the ship are rendering better?
Right. So do you notice a difference between 4 and 6 now?
Yes.
Is it like a big difference?
It's noticeable, but it's not super massive. But if you're jumping from like
1 to 1.
From like 1 to 6, it would be leagues above.
I'm gonna touch the butt.
4 to 6, it's less noticeable, but it's still noticeable.
Okay, it's sharper. Now, I'm going to try one more. This time I'm going to go to 8. I feel like I'm at an eye exam. 1 or 2? 2 or 3? Anyway, here we go at 8. Do you guys see a difference now?
I have stopped seeing a difference.
Okay. Nice. I didn't think I did that one.
Just ended.
Yeah, that's okay
Also,
though.
like I'm looking at the.
I thought I did better.
I'm actually
battle.
looking at the stats right now for your player.
Yeah.
I'm only getting you at 6.4. I'm not getting 8.
Really? Let me see. Is it still on 8?
Oh yeah, I'm only
Still
getting
on 8?
I'm only getting like 6.3.5.
Well, I could have sworn Twitch is like max is supposed to be 6, but you can go up to 8, right? Isn't that what they do?
I think I've read that, but I've never seen anyone 8. You might need to stream in 1440p for the 8 to take effect.
Yeah.
I don't know, but for 1080p it doesn't matter. Like I think it's
No.
Do you know what skipped frames are?
Yes.
skipped frames are basically your lag where you don't see the frame that was actually streamed. Right.
I have like 40,000 of those.
That's,
Okay.
For how long have you been watching?
Basically since 1 or 2. 5 hours. So that's not that bad.
Like I have 7,000 and I've been there from the beginning. 40,000 is. You shouldn't probably notice it, but it is a lot.
Yeah. I'll cut it back
Shouldn't
down
be
to
that
6,000.
many.
I'll cut it back down to 6,000 just to make it simple because, like you guys said, the difference between that wasn't that big. Or should I try 5? I didn't really try 5.
Well, you'll have fun. I'm off to eat.
Yeah. Maybe we can experiment some more on Sunday. I think that would work well.
Yeah, I am also off to eat.
Why do you have to limit it?
Because I have Comcast internet, which Putin knows quite well in the Chicago area.
Speed.
Yeah.
So my upload speed right now is 300 megabits, which, hey, it's great. Not a problem. I'm streaming 1 on Twitch, 2 on YouTube, 3 on YouTube Vertical, 4 on Rumble, 5 on Kick. So any bitrate that I adjust, that is times 5, right? So right now, at 6 out, that's 30 up. Just from that alone. And that's just video quality. That doesn't include technically audio and whatever else that comes to play. You know, me using websites. Armac, hey, thank you guys for the games. So those of you that jumped in the div. So that's you know, that's great because I've got 300 megabit upload. The problem is that this month my current promotion expires. So I'm getting 2,000 down, 300 up at $50 a month, 50, because of a promotion that discounts the overall price, and then because also I bundled cell phone service with them, so I saved $35 a month. So gets down to 50. Now, that promotion expires and the bundled savings expires at the same time as Comcast also raising their internet rates. So now, going to 2,000 down and 300 up would require me paying from $50 a month to $165.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
So what's realistic? What are you getting in your new deal as up?
Shafted. Screwed. Wrecked.
No, I mean, how much are you gonna get in your new plan that you're gonna change to as upload?
So I am investigating. The only plans below what I just said are 20 upload and that's it.
Yikes.
And
So-
no download.
I don't care about download. Download is 500 or 1,000. Download doesn't matter for a streamer. And frankly, for most people as well, for gamers especially, it's upload that matters far more than download.
Is there no
So-
option to just pay extra for more upload?
No. The way Comcast does it is you are on one of their plans and that's it. So 20 up is standard. It is not enough. I agree, Duckman. So that's why I was asking about the bit rate. If there was a noticeable difference from 6,000 to 4,000, you guys noticed a big difference. What I might try doing on Sunday is see if you guys notice a difference from 6,000 to 5,000, because every little bit helps if I do switch over to something that's 20 up. I could technically do probably the 300 meg upload one for $165 a month, but that just really hurts to go from 50 to that. You know what I mean? That hurts. So,
Nah, that's not what...
I mean, if you think about it, I'm streaming to Twitch, I stream to YouTube vertical, and YouTube horizontal. If I just did those and cut out quick Kick and Rumble, I could easily do that. And at 6,000 apiece, that's 18, plus 1,000 up from rerun, that's 19 out of the 20. That's still really damn close. So if I drop this to
way
5,
too close. I would want to have at least double the upload speed theoretically than what I'm actually using while streaming.
right.
So if you had 20 up as from the provider, I wouldn't want to send out more than 10 to the stream.
I agree. And so the other thing I've been considering is if I want to go back to Restream, if I restream to Restream, or if I stream to Restream and YouTube Vertical as my two outputs, now I've cut one of my upload streams gone out of it from 3 to 2. So that frees up a lot of headroom. So I would stream to Restream for Twitch and YouTube horizontal, and then I would stream to YouTube vertical. I'm thinking about trying that, but it would require me to see if Lumia can properly hook in. I think I figured out how to get Lumia to work on that. But ladies and gentlemen, this is streamer life. So I've been looking at that, and with the help of Ronan, and Ronan, thank you again for your help, we were able to drop my rerun channel down to 1,000-bit output. It's running at 1080p 30 FPS, and most people don't notice much of a difference because so much of the output channel is static. You know, it's a simple color or text, and that's it, and you don't see much else. You guys can take a look if you want and tell me what you think. There's the rerun channel if you haven't seen it. But we found a way to make that drop, and I was doing that at 6 before because I had the bit rate, so why the hell not? So I'm looking at if I drop something to save money, yeah, I really do appreciate it. If I'm looking to drop something to save on money, there's no point, in my opinion, going from the 2,000 down to the 1,000 down system because, you know, it's the upload that matters, right? So if I can do the 20 up, and that's okay, I'll probably drop down to 500 megabyte down and 20 upload. That is only $80, and I hate to say only. I'm still going from $50 to $80, but $50 to $80 is crazy. You have to lock the quality at 1080 because auto kept fuzzing out. I don't know, Duckman. I've never heard anybody say anything about that. But do let me know if that is a problem for other people too. That's a good question.
I think Chrome and Twitch automatically mess with the quality if you are not running it in the foreground.
Yes, that is also true. That is
So-
also true. So at some point, Duckman, maybe tonight, if you're willing, take a look with no other Chrome window open, no other stream open. Okay, Firefox, same thing though. Just close all your other tabs and all your other Firefox windows. Only open rerun and see if it works. Just do that later tonight, and tell report back. Please do report back, because it could be that they think the bit rate is lower, so therefore you need a lower resolution. And if that's affecting you, it could be affecting other people watching the rerun. So I really do want to know that. I've always been a fan of trying to make the best quality stream for you guys, the viewers, as possible. But at the same time, going even from $80 to $165 a month is ouch. Also that I could add Kick and Rumble, which I don't even know if anybody's watching over there. You know what I mean? Like, I've had a couple people message me on Kick, and frankly, I have a strong feeling those are just bots anyways. So what does that matter? It was fun to try doing, and I would say it's not a necessity for me to multi-stream to more than, at least Twitch and YouTube. That's where my following is. That's where people know me, and I have no problem just focusing on that. But it's fun to just say, hey, I've got 300 megs up. Okay, let's just use up, 45 on this PC at once. It's just fun to look at and do.
Are you locked into them there? Is there only one provider in your region, or?
So I could do Starlink internet, which is even more expensive.
Oh,
I
God.
could do AT&T, which maxes at like 12 upload. Like they're the fastest upload. Okay, just
Oh my God.
straight up, they are the fastest upload.
That's nasty.
And I thought German internet was bad. Jesus
Yeah, and I could
Christ.
do. So I live just far enough away from the city to where like I can't get fiber. If I could get fiber, my life would be solved. But it's fine to 1080 for you, and it was the default. Thank you, Rodin. You're paying $90 for what you have now. It does include some cable channels, but it's built into the lease, and you can't change it. Gotcha. You're 1 gig down, 55 up. Okay. Yes, and that's what I saw for me, Duckman. And I'm like, okay, if I'm complaining about 165, I don't want to swap. There's a couple other ones. There's Verizon, which is a cell phone provider, so I'd have to use it. I don't want to use a cell phone connection, because that in itself is going to drop and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? So cable is the best. Xfinity's Comcast is the best. So I got a couple options. I can just suck it down and pay for it. I always tell you guys, this is a hobby. I do make money on the hobby, and I do make money enough on the hobby to pay for the internet, but it's nice to be able to pay for other things. So I've got that.
I don't know if this works in the US, but isn't there the thing where you could say, "Hey guys, I'm thinking about cancellation completely because of the price," where you then get like a special discount offer, so they keep you? As
That
an
is my-
incentive to stay?
That is my third option. So my first is just suck it down and pay. The second option is go to that lower tier internet at 20 up, which is what, just in case I'm doing. That's why I'm kind of experimenting here. Or my final option is to call them up and threaten cancellation, which I have done in the past. Fireworks. Hey, Scheist. And I don't mind doing that again, and I don't have a problem with that. The thing is, I can't do that until February starts, which is tomorrow. So my plan is tomorrow to find out if there's any different packages, and also possibly to threaten cancellation and see what they can do, because they do have new sign-up bonuses, and I've been with them for 13 years. So if they want my loyalty, they can effing handle it. Find a way to make it work.
I mean, you can always just, like, if they have good new customer deals, just cancel and reapply as a new customer. That's what I did with my internet and my TV. Same company, just on a completely new deal as a new customer.
They don't let you do that. Comcast, yeah, guys.
Oh,
Comcast. Oops, sorry.
They if I remember right, you have to have not been a customer with them for a year before they offer the new customer again. It goes based off of your name and your address. So technically, if I moved to like one house down, I could do that. Anyway.
I just had to be not a customer for 1 day here to get out of their system.
Yeah. Well, maybe I could do that. But anyways, yeah, Shice, I don't have. I wish I did have access to that, but I don't. It is what it is. So. Anyway,
Anyways,
you came.
I didn't want to interrupt you, so I just came in to say hi.
Well, yeah, no, hi, dude. I was just gonna say you came in right as we're fixing to get off here.
I'm getting off.
And not in a good way.
Kind of weird.
Jesus
You made it weird.
Christ.
Thanks, dude.
Hey. Yeah, I did. So,
Cheers.
cheers
Put one
indeedy.
up in-
Cheers
Put one to
indeedy.
the sky, brother. Put one to the sky.
Cheers indeedy. Chat, seriously, thank you guys all for being here. I appreciate you guys sticking through, listening to all this kind of stuff and how it works. You're watching on low res because of cell phone data. I gotcha. At 360p on your gaming laptop, text is too blurry to read. At 480p, you can read it all clearly. Oh, okay. Homegrown, well, I don't know if it helps you. If you're watching... Okay, you're on a gaming laptop and you've tethered in your cell. I think that's what you're saying. Okay, gotcha. You're blasted? Lucky you. Damn. So anyways, thanks everybody for listening to me talk through about the internet issues and stuff like that. It's nice to be able to just kind of share with you some of the hashtag first world problems, I guess, that I'm having as a content creator. But as you guys know, all this stuff matters, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, and then I appreciate you guys sticking around through Viking and talking with him and stuff like that. I think it says something about you guys that, you didn't all just turn hostile to him and start, messing with him and stuff. Why is my kick connection not working? That's wild. Did I miss anybody? Oh my God, I missed a couple people. Olivia and Jamie over on Kick. Sorry if I missed you guys. I thought that Lumia was hooked in so I'd see your chats, but apparently it didn't. If you're still over there, hi. And I'm sorry. So anyway, so that was nice to be able to get through that. And then we looked at some replays. We've got a couple that we're going to put out. We've got Shinano to start us off on Sunday. Sunday's the last day for replays, guys. It will be from 12 to 6 p.m. Central Standard, as always. So we've got room for 4 more replays using Cover My Replay or your sub replay. Or if you're on Patreon, that as well works too. Just tell me so that I can get it done. If you don't tell me, I don't know. I can't get it done. And then everybody's unhappy. Okay? Cool. All right, we're going to move to the stream ending screen then. Hey, Gaelic, and thank you. You're going to see your name in a minute. Thank you again for subbing. You're thinking of trying to stream. How much do you think it would add to your data usage? A lot. A lot. If you're streaming at 720p, it really depends on your upload. But then you have to keep in mind, too, you're downloading... So if you're talking about data overall, and you're on a cell phone, like where you're data restricted, that's going to be expensive as hell. I wouldn't do it homegrown. Personal opinion on that. Unless you have an unlimited data plan, in which case you wouldn't be watching at 360p or whatever. So, yeah, it's quite a bit of data. Probably homegrown, probably. If you go to like Google or ChatGPT or something and just say, how much data would I use for streaming at 720p? You can use that as a base, maybe double it just so that you don't get like really scared by it or something or screwed. But it's going to be quite a bit. And if you're paying specifically like by the data or whatever, 100 gigs for 25. Yeah, I mean, if you're willing to pay the 25 for it, that's probably enough. But there's no easy way to tell you right now.
Like streaming.
Let me ask ChatGPT.
I did that a while ago. I think it's like if you're streaming at 6,000 bitrate, it's like 2 gigabyte per hour. It's nuts.
How much data would I use per hour streaming at 720p on Twitch? At maximum settings, 720p, that's 4,500 bits. That's about 2 gigabytes per hour. 2 gigabytes per hour, according to ChatGPT. That's 720p, so you can probably get away with something closer to 3,000, and that's going to be around 1.25 gigabyte per hour streaming. So if that's per month, then your whatever 100 divided by 1.5 is. What is that? That's 66 and 2/3, of course. So that would be 60 hours of streaming that you could do, and that's assuming that's all that you're using it for. It's up to you, Homeground. If you're using it, I will say, if you're looking to do this to make money, it's going to take you a long time before you get to the point where you're making money. So if it's a hobby, that's fine. That's good. Go for it. But, you need to invest about 3 to 4 years of your time before you're really solvent to the point where that pays for itself, if in a sense, if that makes sense.
And that is if you have an interesting stream.
And some people never get there. That's right. I was just going to say, and some people never get to that point. Chat, pizza's ready. I need to know who to raid. I'm going to... commercial break's about to start. I'll probably fire one off manually just to get it out of the way. So what I need from you guys right now are raid targets. All right? Tell me who I should send you guys off to. I'm going to put my rerun channel in because I always do. It takes up a space. I'm looking for people doing Warships content with under 100 viewers. Under 100 viewers. Okay? Yeah, I heard about that, Electric. I'll have to take a look. So if you budget X amount of... yeah, okay. And it's fine to try it. But hopefully at least I gave you some data you can use. So, anybody, any links or any people you want me to raid, put it in chat. I'm going to start the commercial break now, and then we'll get the poll going in a few. Okay?
The problem with streaming on mobile data, though, is, or if we're talking mobile data, that it's often not very stable.
That to me is the bigger problem, and that's why I said I don't want to do the Verizon stuff or whatever. Commercial break started.
And nothing is more frustrating than unstable internet when streaming.
Oh, God, yes. I actually had to turn off my VPN on my main PC that I'm streaming on right now because of that. I use NordVPN, and I had problems where chat kept disconnecting. And it would keep saying connected to chat, connected to chat, connected to chat. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, there's no problem video. There's no problem with audio. It was just chat. And it's because Twitch uses a different chat server than everything else, the video and audio. So the result of that is it kept disconnecting, reconnecting from the chat server. I was missing messages. I was missing notifications that people had subbed. I was, all that stuff. I'm like, I can't have this. All right, I'm still looking for raid suggestions. If not, that's okay. I'll just raid you guys over to rerun. Pizza's out of the oven, I think, so I do need to get out of here soonsies. Commercial break is done in a minute. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say goodbye to YouTube and Kick and Rumble. So those of you that tuned in, BFK, of course, you guys are more than welcome to come back next time, and thank you guys for being here. I don't see BFK at all. I don't see BFK. Let me refresh the stream. Is he... oh, there he is. Okay, I see him. Okay, I'll put him on the list. Used to be known as the nicest person on WoWs. Anybody else? Any other raid targets, y'all? But yeah, so YouTube, thanks for jumping in. Jesus loves you. Thanks for being here on YouTube. We met some new people as well on YouTube today, so that was great. So yeah, we're gonna end YouTube, Kick, and Rumble now. All right. Bye-bye, Kick. Goodbye, Rumble. Goodbye, YouTube.